from the Christopher Haase car number 27. Then you got Paradigm Competition making it a three BMW lineup, first, second and third, looking at those positions as they have done for many hours. And also, on occasion, the Paradigm Competition BMW makes it four of the Bavarian cars in one long line. But Mercedes are able to make a bit of progress in this pit stop cycle. So Sergei Stolyarov just off the podium for Winward Racing. Al Manar by Dragon Racing Ferrari. Al Faisal Al Zubair in the Treble 7 car is in 6th place, ahead of Stephen Groves, Grove Racing by Get Speed Mercedes, number 4. Then it's Max Hoffa's Pure Racing Porsche. The best of those cars. There were actually 4 Porsches in a row then, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th, with the Razzoon Northern Racing car of Luca Rettenbacher and Joel Sturm and Max Moritz, both for Herbert Motorsport.
The 11th Porsche in that, this is a 269. Then Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, the 69 car in 12th. Dragon Racing's number 88 in 13th. Hoffa Racing number 11 in 14th. The Lion Speed 89 car in 15th. Tsunami RT in 16th position. It's Fulgenzi Racing, car 17 in 17th. Tierra Outdoor Racing by Fark in that 962, leading the 992 category in 18th position. Origin powered by CC, our winners in Malaysia, in 19th position, car 87, and then it's the 910 Sebjulu Racing currently in 20th position.
And beyond that, in 21st spot, there's the 924 car, which is now on an outlap for Pierre Castellane in the Red Ant Racing 992. They lead 992 AM and are third when you combine the two subcategories in the 992 division. EBM's number 8 car comes next, which is a Mercedes in GT3 Pro Am, and the AM entered Haas RT Audi for George King, also on an outlap 23rd, ahead of Triple 8's Seb Lejeune Racing for Seb himself, in fact, in 24th. 929 is the HRT Performance Porsche, also in the 992 class. Leader in GTX is 795, 26th overall for the Team CMR Janetta GT2 GT2 for Nico Prost once again. He's ahead of Pierre Caffa, who's just done a pit stop in the number 18 Audi. The 710 Lippert Motorsport car is second in GTX, ahead of 939, another Porsche Cup car, and the 31 GT3 for Sean Lynn and Team Parker Racing's Mercedes.
Heading over the page, 31st Team Motor Park car 13 in 32nd. It's the 921 Mulliner Motorsport. In 33rd position, it's the 985 Neuhofer Rennsport. 34th position was unfortunately the Rosser Racing car, which just involved in that very, very nasty incident. Maybe not going to see that one again. ARM Motors by 931 in 35th. Razzoon Northern Racing, the 914 in 36th. 701 Vortex in 37th. Into Africa Racing by Dragon, the 25 car retirement for them as well. Modena Motorsports in the 216 in 39th. And Team CMR in 40th position.
And beyond that, well, that's where you get to the GT4 leader, still Cherney Motorsport for Shiv Sapra and the BMW M4 that Cherney Motorsport have done so well in so far all of the Middle East trophy races. They're not on maximum points to this stage. I'm sure they were leading at the 12-hour marker as well, so it could well be on for a maximum at Cherney in GT4. 2 more 992 cars for Crubillet and X Motorsport. Then the 24 Dynamic GT Porsche. Current driver is Reinhold Kran. And then it's the Cupra of Asbest Racing, who are the TCE leaders. They run in the TCX subcategory. Optima Motorsports' Harry George, 77, and now Optimum, as we go back to green, by the way, Optimum saying to John Hindhaugh a few hours ago now, their priority is definitely getting their cars to the finish if they can at all, but that's something that they will try to do desperately. KCMG and the Toyota GR Supra is 47th, ahead of another EBM entry at number 61, but that's been in the pits for some time now. 127 is the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport Porsche Cayman, and 50th position for the Lamborghini Huracan of GT3 Poland. We've got more yellow flags out on the raceway concerningly, but we'll continue with the update for the time being.
51st is the 111, and then the 103 Asbest Racing in 52nd. SRS Team Rensport in the 427 53rd. Circuit Toys 444 54th. Toyota Gazoo Rookie Racing in the 107 in 55th. Optimum Motorsport, I think that is a retirement now for the 74. Then 101 Asbest Rating in 57th. Red Camel Jordans is a retirement as well for the 909. Winward Racing in 59th position in as TFT Racing in 60th. I think we were, they're not the walking wounded anymore. I think they've been retired to the tent as we go to 61st Roaddown Foot by Fulgenzi, 62nd HRT Performance, 63rd, a really sad one for the 93 Agith Redan 8 Racing, early retirement for the SVC Sport Management, and in 65th the Haas RT, the 21 car involved in that very early incident for the Audi on lap number 1. 65 starters, I think we've got about 55 still running with 3 hours and 53 minutes remaining.
We're live on the 24-hour series YouTube channel and, of course, on the Radio Show Limited network of channels in sound and in vision. You may be actually just taking us with you with the audio, but if you do have a chance to sit in front of a device and have a look at the pictures, they have been magical. Sunset last night, the fireworks at 8 o'clock, the many hours of darkness. Thankfully, we've got away without any meaningful weather, and that's precipitation, but also the expected fog did not affect the race running. I think other areas of Dubai may well have been particularly difficult to pick out.
About 7 kilometres behind us.
Is that all?
7 kilometres at Damak Hills 2 was foggy this morning.
Was it really?
Yeah,
okay.
So about 7 Ks out.
So we've been lucky that it hasn't had an impact on our race this year. That wouldn't have been a first, by the way. And then the beautiful sunrise shortly after you and I got back to the racetrack and in for a very leisurely breakfast between 7 and our call time at 8 o'clock to come back on air. The end is in sight for us, of course, as well. We're sort of back-timing our shifts.
Yes, we are. We're backloading coffee.
Well, there's a lot of that, yeah. And with thanks to the catering team.
Yes,
because the coffee is constantly on tap. And we needed that earlier on. Ben Constanduras and Simon Hill will be heading back into the Global Broadcast Centre in a little under an hour's time, by which point we'll only have 3 hours to go. And
where's it?
Then we will have current drivers and probably one more driver to do a double to get all of the cars to the end of this year's race. Now, grabbing the headlines for all the wrong reasons is Roman Roussenov after a monster crash, and he's now with Carla.
He is indeed standing next to me, and I'm so happy to see him. Roman, I'm utterly gutted for what happened to you. First, the most important thing, are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay. I think that's the first crash test of the car, so I think it went very well. We have a lot of carbon structure, crash sites on in the front and the rear, so I think the car is very safe. And we knew that from the beginning. And then, to be honest, what happened, it's a long race. And then I was side by side with the Porsche, and I don't know why he's moved on me in the last moment before braking when I was already side by side. So, well, it's gonna happen. It's a long race. Unfortunately, was fighting for a podium, but well, it's endurance.
So actually, there was a movement from the other car because we couldn't properly see it in the stream, in the live stream. So there was a movement, and it was basically you were part of the reaction.
So he just moved on me when I was side by side, and he just moved on me.
I'm utterly gutted for your team as well. They did such a massive, massive job throughout the whole race. You guys were in and out, in and out. They really worked hard on this. I just want to know, how was the whole experience for the team doing this with this car, with the people that you were here with?
I think what is important is that we were leading the race for 12 hours. Then we get some issue. We have to pit, change a very cheap part on the alternator. We lose power because of the belt. So we have to change the belt, and we come back on track and was fighting. Then at the end of the day, yeah, you're here to race, we're here to fight, and you always take a risk. And it's a calculated risk. Sometimes it happens. that you can crash. But at the end of the day, we're racing here.
That is very true. Again, I'm happy to see you're walking and okay. Sorry for what happened, and I hope you can at least enjoy a little bit of the rest of the racing here.
I think we did a massive improvement. The car was super fast. The car is safe. Yeah, we was leading the race again for 12 hours, I think, yeah.
Thank you for your time. And I will hand over to Sarah now.
Yes, Sarah Esser coming back into the pit lane, but Carlo Velti managing to get the big story there, and Roman Roussenov, I mean, ever the professional. He just says, well, you know, we hadn't done an official crash test on this car, and we have now. That's a big old tick in the book.
Indeed, I was just... He was 100% correct, because we saw him moving after that incredible impact with the barrier, tearing the left-hand side of the car off. And he was there in, which is literally a safety cell in that car, and he was getting things right on the steering wheel, fully conscious of what he needed to do. Yeah. And we saw that flash of flame as bits of fluid started to come out of the car with everything ripped off on the left-hand side. A real credit to Roussenov Racing and the team that built that car. Last year was its first time here, very much developmental. This year, proof of concept, really that way, leading for 12 hours. Right? And also, we've got to say there's another car out there doing proof of concept as well. Leading GTX is the Janetta GT2. That's been, they've been fighting that battle. Nicholas Prost is just in the fuel bay at the moment, but they have a 3-lap lead over Fred Roberts in the Leipzig Motorsport Lamborghini. Not a big 6-car GTX field this weekend, but these cars are more of a GT2 spec car. It's a power-to-weight ratio calculation that's done on these cars. They sit somewhere even with the Porsche 992, but have a little bit more downforce in the corners.
Yeah, so things have shifted around considerably in GTX, and as you mentioned, the Janetta leading now and in fuel, second place for the Leipzig Motorsport Lamborghini Super Trofeo car. Obviously, we've had on many occasions in the past a Lamborghini Huracan GT3 spec in the top class, but that being effectively a cup car, it instead gets entered into GTX, which is a kind of catch-all category and therefore incredibly varied. To have a Janetta racing a Lamborghini, racing a Rossa LM GT3, and then other cars still involved in the GTX fight. Let's not forget about the Vortex, which has made it this far in the 701 car, and all it needs is a bit of drama ahead of it.
Well, he has, because the Ross is into the pits,
isn't it?
Yeah, he's got that, and he's 457 laps or so, and 459 for the Rossa. So if they keep circulating, they'll get on the podium.
Yeah. Thierry Ciccandali currently in the Vortex 2.0, having completed 457 laps. So in 2 laps' time, yeah, up into the podium positions. Testament to just continually pounding round and trying to stay out of trouble. You can reap rewards.
Yeah, I saw, unfortunately for the Vortex, they just picked it up on stream down at the Yas Marina circuit as 2 big welts of flame came out of the exhaust pipe and it ground to a halt. Still was classified as a finisher, but yeah, it was that stonking great LS engine in that car letting go. So they've obviously solved that issue, and let's be honest about the Vortex. It has had some reliability issues over the year, not as many as Vortex 1.0, but Vortex 2.0, a lovely looking car. They brought it to Kuwait, did its launch, I think, in Europe. We had it at Kuwait for the 12-hour 2 years ago. And when we saw it, we went, that is a stunning looking car. Yeah. Once they get all the gremlins sorted out of that, because it does race in all the European races as well, so they get those issues sorted out, that's a weapon in GTX.
Busy on the main straight as a number of different shape of car exit turn 16 and head over the grid hatchings. Been waxing lyrical about Cherney Motorsport and how many points they've already got in the bank. Well, here is that BMW now. Car number 445 heading towards the end of another lap for Shiv Sapra. And the G82 has been one heck of a reliable piece of kit to have a win in Malaysia
Yep.
It won GT4 last week.
Yes, it did. So it's on 80 points at the moment, and then it will be, so it's 80 points, and it gets to drop its lowest round, which is...
It's going to be one of the 40s then.
It's one of those ones that it's going to go, I've just got lots of 40s and a 60. What one are we going to drop? So they're going to end up on 100 points anyway.
Which will easily be enough. I mean, nobody's been able to match them in GT4 throughout the Middle East Trophy.
Well, it didn't have a straight panel left on it after Yas, because it was battered from pillar to post by the quick cars, but it kept on circulating.
Fair play.
A lot of it was none of their issue. It was just because Yas is so difficult for these cars to overtake on.
Yes.
They were just in the way of the faster cars, and the faster cars weren't giving them due diligence, because at a 6-hour race, you have to get your position early.
Yeah.
And that's what happened. And the poor, it was battered from pillar to post. I don't think there was a straight panel left on it, but they were on the top step of the podium, so it didn't matter.
Which is most unusual, because normally you look at cars assembled in a paddock at the end of a long-distance race like this, and normally the straightest car visually is the one that's won.
Yep.
So to be the one that's getting the punches, because the quicker cars just want to get by it with every corner and still to get a result, I mean, that's testament to being able to drive around an ill car, I guess, but also the basic car design of a BMW. The M4 GT4 G82 to give it its full GT4 spec. So yeah, turning out to be a bulletproof piece of machinery, that, and they presumably had to do quite a bit of work on it, therefore, in the days between last weekend's race and this one.
Plenty of body shops here.
Yeah,
Lots of body
true.
shops here.
Yeah.
It's fine.
So not quite a reshell, but a Trigger's broom trick where you're replacing a lot of that and claiming it's the same car.
Yes, indeed. Battle for the lead, 37.8 seconds between the 669 and the 27. Kelvin van der Linde at the wheel of the Team WRT, and sister car Mathieu Detry at the wheel of the 27. And that's closing down, both in the 59s now. Kelvin a little bit quicker by about 0.6 of a second on that lap. Then it's the first of the GT3 AMs, Anthony McIntosh in the Paradigm competition, 992, running in leading the AM category. Darren Leung is being chased down by Almanar by Dragon Racing, 5th and 6th respectively. 30 seconds separate those two cars, the 991 and the 777. And then Joel Sturm in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, just 1.2 seconds behind Stephen Grove in the Grove Racing by Get Speed Mercedes, and then 9 seconds back to Luca Rettenbacher in the Razoon More Than a Racing Porsche. So a battle's shaping up for 7th, 8th and 9th in GT3. Just having a look down the list. Also battle happening down in 992 in 6th and 7th place. Henry Tuamala in the Team GP Elite, and Duran de Bac in the Mulner Motorsport. Just 4.3 seconds separates them. I think I said that about 30 minutes ago, that same cars, same battle.
Yeah, and even though that's an AM 992 up against a non-AM car, you've got some very quick drivers in each there, so they do appear to be matching one another's lap times, which is fascinating to witness that, and just shows you, you know, that the scrapping doesn't seem to matter, whether it be for the lead of the race or whether it be for 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and outside the top 10 as well. Essential to try and pick up places where you can, just for those few extra points. But it was quite early on in the race where Tierra Outdoor Racing by Fach, who have so much experience, of course, preparing Cup cars for the sprint version of racing in Carrera Cup, but also Fach becoming more and more successful in the longer distance stuff. And whether that was through strategy or just a little bit of luck, because often it's where the overall leader is, and in terms of whether they're needing to pit, that might affect your positioning. But it might have been one of those few calls where a car gets in just as we go back to green, and that is another significant problem for a treble 7 Ferrari, which has gone off at high speed.
That's Al Faisal Al Zabar in the Almanal by Dragon Racing.
And
that's at turn
place.
That's in turn on the exit of turn 9. He's into the wall there.
6th place Ferrari, and Ferrari's best hope of getting a top 5 finish. And that car, I'm going to suggest, is out of the race because it's whacked the barrier, and an unusual place to go off there.
Well, you can run up on that curb at the exit of 9, and it can throw you. Yeah, it can throw you.
To linger on, and you're spinning for quite some meters down the road, immediately into a code 60, just like that crash we had fairly recently at turn 10. No time to see whether the car's going to go anywhere, because clearly it's not. No, I mean, there's no rear right wheel on that car. Very similar to...
Driver is out of the car. That was fantastic news. Our driver is out. That's Al Faisal Al Zabar. This is our 20th code 60. It doesn't look like because... Oh, there, the barrier has been moved back significantly there as he has impacted that. Let's have a little...
Well, the incident's already happened, but I mean, we must have been way off the track.
Yeah.
And spinning at high speed, unless it's been more side-to-side contact on the straight itself. All we can do is speculate, and it's best not to do that with such a serious crash.
I get them wrong often.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, you see where a car's ended up, and you see the amount of the concrete blocks have been pushed back, but we are... Well, there's already a wheel off. Yeah, so he's already piled into the wall by this point, and the wheel has crossed the track and ends up on the outside of the circuit, whereas Al Faisal Al Zubair is on the right-hand side, driver's right, and heavily into those concrete blocks, which must weigh a couple of ton each today. I don't know, but it takes some effort to actually put them in position for the start of the race weekend.
That's 2 back ends of Dragon's Ferraris that have been into the wall.
Yeah.
Dragon have got a big repair bill to do, unfortunately. My sympathies go out to Brad Fincham, the CEO of Dragon Racing. He came into this race with so much hope. I had a great chat with him down at Yas last weekend. I had 2 cars down there. But boy, you know, having his cars now start to not being able to finish this race, it's a cruel mistress, this 24-hour business.
Now, thankfully, the rescue unit was on the scene very quickly indeed, because Al Faisal is certainly shocked by that.
Oh,
he may be winded as well. So he's going to get the best treatment now, and the medics were very swiftly with him, but they don't want to rush him into the rescue unit because he'll be battered and bruised after such a hard impact, and will obviously get fully checked.
Yeah, we have
the medical centre.
The medical centre over here has got its own helipad. It's fully staffed as per all the FIA Grade 1 regulations. Yeah. We've had it here since day one, and we have multiple ambulances, multiple medical staff running right throughout this weekend. It's just to ensure if the driver does get into a situation like this, they are in the best care as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't moving too easily there, but at least he's able to step out of the car himself. So that's initially good news, but we can't speak too soon. So he'll get checked out, and anything we hear, of course, we will bring that to you. But the next priority for the track maintenance crew is working out how to get these concrete blocks back into position.
Well, it looks like
they've been compromised in a
Well,
way.
they look like they pivot, right? You have a pivot point like the Tech Pro barriers. You have a pivot point there, so they may be able to push that with a forklift or with a telehandler back into line. It's not like Armco. This can be pushed back into that area and go, okay, probably next year you'll see some Tech Pro in front of it.
Yeah.
Because of what they do is they look at where incidents happen, how they happen, how they can minimise circuit damage, and also provide a cushion for a vehicle coming into that. So you put 2 or 3 layers of Tech Pro or tyres in front of that sort of situation. You then have a compression that goes on to slow the retardation down, and so you don't have the biggest shock as you hit a solid object.
The reason that it is bare concrete is that it's less likely to have a car go, but as Phil's explained, if you're having a moment coming out at turn 9, you ride the curve, the car starts to spin, then you may just be a passenger as the pendulum takes over spinning, and then whack straight into the wall.
Is that oil? Is that oil coming out of the 669 on the front screen? That's our race leader at the moment.
Could be. I mean, that's where the engine is, and if it's starting to spit oil, then that means the oil's not doing its job in the engine itself. And
well, it should be inside the engine, not on the outside. It could be from the blow-off bottle.
Yeah.
Okay, so they have a breather bottle on the oil there, and that might have got pressurized and just blew back on there. The tear-off came off pretty much straight away, but we'll keep an eye on that to make sure that it doesn't do what we need to do.
Well, the other thing I'd noticed is that the left-hand side of the 669 BMW is a right mess. You can barely read the race number now, and I thought actually that was just the scarring nature of a tough old night leading the race. But I think the direction of that oil is to the left-hand side of the car. Now, principally, it's being sprayed up onto the windscreen.
Yes.
But it also is going down the left-hand side of the car as well. So I actually think that it's been doing that for quite some time. And it's not affecting the performance as
well. If it's coming out of an overflow bottle, they're not going to be worried about it, because at a pit stop they can lift the bonnet up and top the oil up because it's coming out of overflow. What race control won't be happy about is that a car that is having an oil leak on the circuit.
Yeah.
Okay, that could be a meatball flag.
Well, it could. Yeah. It's an excellent point.
You know, it's a visible sign that something is not right.
Yeah. And okay, it's making a mess of that instantly recognisable livery that the 669 car has got this weekend. But of course, all the oil is not all neatly being sprayed down the side of the car. It could very easily be landing on the track as well and compromising everybody else's racing line. There's really not a lot left on the front right of that Treble 7 Ferrari. It lost the rear wing as well, and we'll be heading back to the pit lane, which is where we find Sarah Esser. A very good morning to you. Is this the first 24-hour race you've covered, and how was your sleep overnight, therefore?
Good morning. It is my first 24 hours. I mean, it's quite nice coming down to this bright, fresh sunshine, a little bit warmer than it was this morning. I've got the sunglasses on, so you can't see the tired eyes, but I did manage to grab some sleep this morning, so I'm feeling great. Well, I've got some updates for you. You'll see behind me the 939. It's popped back in. That had some damage with the collision with the Rosser car. Yuka was at the wheel at the time. Henry is now in there. I'm going to come back to the garage a little bit later on, because you might not know, Yanni Kukela is actually driving with one arm, and they've got some adaptations, and their pit stops with him take around an extra 8 seconds longer. But we're going to come back and have a look at that steering wheel. He's just getting ready, so we'll come back. But if we move down to the 427, the team Sorg, they're a bit of work. They're changing the wishbones, and Henrik will be going out for them. I think they've already left. They've just come back to the garage and the car's gone, so they must have headed out behind me. And in terms of the damage, sorry, got that the wrong way around. The 939 had the wishbones changed from the collision with the Rosser. The 427, they changed the throttle body. But I will come back with some updates of that next collision that's happened very soon.
So the 427 car, which is now on an outlet, which has had significant work done to it, is the Porsche for SRS Team Zorg Rennsport, and Benito Tagel, who is rejoining. But as you say, yeah, if you've got a driving talent that are of different ability, physical ability that is, then it is amazing how quickly they can set up a car, because that steering wheel requires hand throttle control.
Yes.
As is the case with drivers who have sometimes been, I mean, I think about Alex Zanardi and the adjustment that he needs for racing cars.
We have had drivers here who have had no lower limbs.
Yes.
And they've come in and they have a special cradle that they put them into the car, but they still have to be able to exit under their own steam.
Yeah.
And they are able to do that because because of the way they are, they have such massive upper body strength of what they do, and all the controls have to be on the steering wheel. There may be a lever for the brakes, which has a clutch lever attached to it. The throttle's done by the hands, so it's a complete. I did have a look at the steering wheel of that one. It's probably 3 or 4 years ago now that we had it here. That we had a driver, and they had to be timed to get out of the car. But they're so strong in their upper bodies that he was able to get himself under the buckle, get himself out of the car, and with his hands alone, get away from the car. So he's done. Sarah, down to you.
Well, I am down here in the GP Elite garage with Yanni. Yanni, we have a bit of an interesting story. You were both actually out biking together and you had a bit of an accident. Tell us about that.
Yeah, that was around 10 years ago. I had a pretty big motorcycle racing accident, and my left arm got paralyzed. So that was the end of the bike racing career, and so now we're here doing something else.
Endurance racing in a 4-wheel. Well, tell us about some of the adaptations. We've obviously got the steering wheel here to show us. Tell us more about the adaptations to be able to race in a race like this, and how tough it is on that one arm.
Yeah, so like you see here, it's a regular, we're racing cup cars now, and it's otherwise it's completely stock car, but there's just the gear lever is only on the right side. So I changed the lower gear going forward with the paddle, and towards me is gear up, and otherwise there's really no modifications to the car. So it's been surprisingly good to drive with one arm, and it's something that a lot of people are wondering about, but it works perfectly. So
it's very impressive and clearly does work perfectly. Carrie, you've got the steering wheel in your hand. You also mentioned the pit stops. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, well, of course, because we have to change the steering wheel in every pit stop, so it takes a little bit long time, but we are now doing quite well with the tops. I think we are roughly about 6 to 8 seconds longer pit stops than normally, but we are doing it quite well now. We have practiced.
Well, about 40 minutes ago, you had the coming together with the Rossa car. You managed to fix the wishbones and get the car out really quickly. It just came in now during the code 60, and I saw that, appearing into the rear right. Can you tell us, was that just checking, or is there indications there's something still wrong with the car?
I think there was an ABS sensor that we changed. There was some malfunction of that. So just to be sure, we changed it.
Thank you for that. Yanni, you heading back in the car soon?
I already drove my stints, so I did 2 hour 45 stints and 1 hour 30 stints, so the longest stints of my life. so I'm done unless there's another driver says that they really cannot go anymore.
So time to sit back, not quite relax yet, but sit back and watch the rest of the race until the checkered flag. Thank you both so much for coming down and having a chat with me.
It's a phenomenal story, isn't it? And a huge example of sort of human resilience to whatever may be thrown at you. I think he's still thrill-seeking, isn't he?
He is, indeed. You can't take it out of them.
No. And sometimes you just have to think, well, how am I going to get the thrill elsewhere? And motor racing can do that because cars are adaptable. Now, I mentioned throttle control. Actually, that's not required in this case because he can work the pedals, no problem. But with one arm, everything's got to be done with one hand, therefore. And you think about just all the strength going through his right wrist and arm as a result.
What about if the power steering went away? It would be so hard to do. We have people like Wayne Rainey. Obviously, he was the bike landed on his back and he was paralysed from the waist down. He built himself a go-kart, like a proper go-kart, 250cc supercart with all of the controls on the steering wheel. What we saw at Goodwood was him going up the hill, wheel standing his MotoGP bike. Well, back in there it was the RG500, the 500cc bike, with the likes of Mick doing, Kevin Schwantz and whatever, and he's pulling it up onto the back wheel. Like, it's just amazing to see. They never lose it. They don't lose that passion. Like Zanardi was another case in point. They don't lose that passion. They want to go racing, and if they are determined enough, like we just saw, they will find a way.
Yeah. That adaptability, though, as well. It might take them a little period of time, a few months, maybe a year or so, but to be then back on the speed, on the pace, which all the drivers in that particular GP Elite Porsche have been this weekend. So impressive, and actually easy to forget, because I'm sure we've covered that story before a few years back, and because that car goes so well, you just think that everyone is able to compete at the same level. No, well, they are on as far as the timing screen is concerned, but it's a little more difficult.
Yeah, we have Henry Tuamola at the wheel of that at the moment. Currently fourth in AM. They're on 477, 476 laps around thereabouts. Third in AM is 488 laps. That's the HRT performance car currently in the hands of Giovanni Nucera, the 929. And then just one lap between them and Seb Jalou Racing, currently second in 992 AM. Louis Perot at the wheel of the Seb Jalou Racing. And then there is a few laps there between them and the leader of AM, which is Pierre Castellan in the Red Ant Racing car. Robert Dehaan, Tierra Outdoor by Fact, they've been leading the 992 category for quite some time now. And it's Mathieu Giobert in the Seb Jalou Racing Porsche trying to chase him down.
What is left of the 777 Almanar by Dragon Racing Ferrari 296 arrives back on the tiles in the paddock, and
basically there's nothing left. The doors just come off the right-hand side. There are no wheels on the right-hand side. No. The rear suspension is absolutely wrecked on that car as of that heavy impact into the concrete barrier on the exit of turn 9. Wow.
And Al Faisal Al Zubair getting still checked out in the medical centre, but he was sitting up on the top of the concrete wall and then gingerly working his way towards the rescue unit. We're going to go back to green, but with thoughts with Al Faisal as the medics do the full checkup. And as soon as we know that he is okay, or at least has been released from the medical centre, we'll get that news to you. But in the meantime, we still have 3 hours and 23 minutes of this year's Dubai 24 Hours, the 21st edition of the Michelin Dubai 24 Hours to go. And still the Code 60s are interrupting the flow of people like Kelvin van der Linde and Mathieu Detry and Anthony McIntosh. And it's that ability to sort of put that aside and focus again on the task in hand. Arguably easier to do if you are Kelvin van der Linde versus some of these very fast but less experienced AM drivers like Anthony McIntosh. But this amount of track time that he's had this weekend, valuable for the future in 2026. He may well be back in the World Endurance Championship.
Indeed he may. 27 stops for the 669 leading the race at the moment for Kelvin van der Linde TWRT. 30 stops for the 27 Team WRT. Matteo Detry at the wheel of that at the moment. Just come out of the pits with their last stint. And then 29 stops for the 992 leading the AM category. And remember, they get a little bit extra fuel because they're running under AM neutral conditions. So under Code 60, they've been able to take a little bit more on, extend that, except. Let's go for a lap around the Dubai Autodrome with Kelvin van der Linde coming down past the pits on the right-hand side, over the brow, downhill into turn 1, braking at the 120, down to third gear. Take the apex there. Don't cut the apex at turn 2. You get a penalty for that. Now you're into the double right-hander of 3 and 4. Changing up through the box, up to 4th. Now into 5th gear. Now the car goes around to the left. Turn 5, down the hill into turn 6. Back to 3rd gear. Roll the car through there. Now you've got the tight right-hander down to 2nd gear. Out of there. Now you've got a double left-hander. Turn 8 and turn 9. Nowhere near the apex there. You want to elongate the straight, so you're going to clip the apex down in 9, and then you're going to run out all over the ripple strips out into turn 10. Heading down now to where the club link comes in. Mind the bump as you go over that. Winding up through the gearbox now, heading down towards the hardest braking point on the circuit. Probably 150 metres, 280 kilometres an hour down to turn 10. First gear for the GT3 cars. Short shift up in around turn 11. Now you're going up the hill. This is a difficult corner, turn 12. You enter going uphill, you exit coming downhill, and a big bump on the right on the apex there. You saw the car vibrate. come out through turn 12. Now you can run down the hill again. You've got to go around this turn 13. It's a flat-out sweeper. Now you can work out where your braking marker is going to be as you come into the turn 14. He takes an early apex, runs it up the hill, then turns back down again, gets on the power early, and then runs it up, short shifts around turn 15. One more corner to go. Now you're coming down the hill. It's very easy to push wide here and get understeer. Takes a beautiful apex line through turn 16. And then on to the start finish straight. That is a lap of the 5.39 kilometre, 16 turns of the Dubai Autodrome with Kelvin van der Linde.
I get the feeling Phil Anson might have done a few laps around here in his time. You could have done that in your sleep. Mightily impressive, and to remember precisely which gear you need to be in at any one point. But Kelvin van der Linde is now just doing that through muscle memory.
Yes.
No doubt about it. The other thing that was striking to me as he came out of turns 8, 9 was the proximity of the concrete barrier on his right,
yes,
where Al-Faisal Al-Zubair had his crash. And now all of a sudden you realise that just a little off-track moment can result in a spin and bang, you're into the wall, and there's really not a lot you can do. So it felt like when we first saw the Ferrari, he was a long way out of turn 9, but actually he'll be close to that wall very quickly indeed. Let's get back to Sarah in the pit lane.
Phil, I need some of what you've had this morning. I mean, really fueled up. Anyway, little update. So good news from the medical centre. Al-Faisal Al-Zubair is fine and all okay. He's just getting checked over, but they've had good news from there. But I've just had a quick chat with Ramis Azam. He's just about to head out in the final car that's still running for Dragon. He's a little bit stressed though. That's his friend Al-Faisal, so obviously that wasn't very pleasant for him to see, especially immediately before he's heading out. That's the updates from here. As soon as I see Al-Faisal back here, I'll try and catch a couple of words with him.
Double shot espresso topped up with a double shot espresso this morning.
Those within our TV crew need to edit that up, and we can use it in future years too. A good time to be at the wheel of a Porsche Cup car, because if you're Robert de Haan, you've just done the fastest lap of the race in 9:62. Not an absolute best, but well, actually, Mathis Jobert has just done a category best lap time because he went even faster. A second faster, in fact, than Robert de Haan. So Mathis Jobert, who's going to be with Genesis Magma in a hypercar in the World Endurance Championship, and now we're starting to see why, because 9:10 sniffing an even better result than second place. Now, that's tough to do when you're a lap and a half, maybe even 2 laps further back, but what you've got to try and do is put some scoreboard pressure on Tierra Outdoor Racing, and that's precisely what the Frenchman's trying to do right now.
2-lap difference between those two cars, the 910 and the 924, whacking in their quickest laps as well. Brendan Leach just put in his quickest, 159.918 in the 710. Lamborghini, that is the Hurricane, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, for Leipert Motorsport, running second in the GTX category, trying to chase down Nicholas Prost in the Team CMR. He was 4 seconds a lap quicker than Nicholas on that last lap. So that battle may be shaping up. We've got 3 hours and 16 minutes to go. Does he have time?
Is the big question. Sometimes you're just hoping that one of the cars in front of you has a little niggly problem. Not to put them out of the race, but just equalise the field a bit more. The thing is, with Tierra Outdoor Racing, by far, they took that advantage many hours ago and have been living off some good decisions since then. But they will be feeling the heat now from the 910 Porsche and Seb Lajou Racing, and one or two of the other gaps that we may have suggested were unassailable hours back. Well, when you've got something like 12 hours to play with and you're consistent, sometimes some amazing gaps of several laps can be condensed enough to make it a real race to the finish.
Nadir Zuhour lapping about a second quicker in second position than Kelvin van der Linde in the lead. Just on a lap difference between those. I'm just going to wait till the 27 clicks its way through, currently in sector 3. So I reckon there'll probably be around about a minute difference between those lead pair. 27 stops for the 669, 30 stops for the 27. And as I wait for the 27 to come through, we'll get an indication of where that gap really is. He's a complete second lap quicker on the previous. It may have been traffic induced for the 669. He's in sector 3 at the moment and gone through, and the gap is 1 minute and 3 seconds between first and second outright and first and second in GT3.
Robert De Haan improves again with 2 PBs in the sectors and a 2 minutes 0.8, which is getting the second back again that he lost to Mathis Jobert on the previous lap. Also, it might be that Jobert's in the same traffic now that slowed briefly the 992 leader. A Cupra facing the wrong way.
That's the 101. Michael Newhouser at the wheel of the Asbest Racing Seat Leon Cup racer. It's the oldest car in the field, currently running 7th in TCE, 5th in TCX. All back pointing the correct way.
Good news, and yes, you're quite right to point out that that is still a Seat. So before they changed the
TCR,
to the
Cupra,
the sportier name, the Cupra, because Cupra was a model first of all, wasn't it? You had a Seat Cupra, and then Seat adopting the name Cupra for their sportier range. But great to still have a Seat in the entry as well, the Seat Leon Cup racer. One
of those cars with car make BOP, they're allowed to take 100% fuel under code 60, along with the 102 and 103, the Cupra TCR and the Volkswagen Golf TCR. Basically, doesn't matter when they go fueling, they can take 100, whether it's green or purple.
Well, that's easy to work out.
It is indeed. You don't have to change the card. It's just the same for both. So we have driver combination type BOP for fueling, and we also have car type for. We had the Alpine down, the beautiful A10 Alpine last weekend down at the Yas Marina circuit, and that was one of those cars that did that. Great run from them as well. A lovely looking car, and. Unfortunately, when I spoke with them last weekend, they said, we're not really ready to do a 24-hour race.
Okay, well, that was kind of going to be my tentative next question. Do we know why they weren't here? Right, so they're not necessarily closing the door on doing it in future years, but just didn't feel ready in 2026. Well, that's fair enough. They
said cost effectiveness, more cost effective for us to do Yas in that type of car.
Yes.
But you know, they made sensible decisions on that, but I do hope we can see that beautiful Alpine A110 here at a 24-hour race.
Those cars produce excellent one-make racing as well.
Yes.
Well, I've seen some terrific battles there. And Lily Wadu came out of Alpine Racing. I'm pretty sure I'm right in that. And Lily Wadu now a big name in prototypes at Le Mans and others too. French woman from Amiens.
Yeah.
And it's important to get, you know, lots of close one-make race. We've spoken a lot about Porsche Cup racing.
Yes.
There's the Lamborghini Super Trofeo that is in this race, and that is still a, you know, one heck of a global category in the shorter distance races. But when you're coming out of karting and want to get into a nippy little sports car, then the Alpine One Make series is terrific.
And it's such a lovely looking car as well. It's nice to drive a car that looks good on the outside because you look like you're going fast, even though you may not be.
Comparatively speaking, yeah.
Total of 4 hours under code 60 so far. We've had 20 of them. We've got 3 hours, 11 minutes and 30 seconds to go before we see the checkered flag fall on the 21st edition of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. Sun really up now. Temperature starting to rise around the Autodrome. We've got down to 14 degrees. It's 15 degrees. It's still chilly out there, but there's no wind. The flags are, there is, the wind is starting to pick up, running down the start-finish straight again towards the turn 8 from turn 1 down to turn 18. So that is compromising their speed down the start-finish straight, but adding to their speed as they go down the back straight, or as John calls it, the middle straight.
The middle straight, okay. So you've got to start straight, a middle straight. Where's the end straight? I suppose that's the start-finish, isn't it? Really? Coming out of 16.
Yeah, you're the end straight down to the timing light, then you're on the start straight underneath the gantry.
Okay, well, that makes sense in my mind now. After I've thought about it.
We've been here a long time, Johnny.
Yes, we have. Yes, we have. And the nonsense began many hours back when you and I were on air, mainly from this side of the global commentary booth. We thankfully only have 10 more minutes of this segment. Although I might have to give Ben Constanduras a little bit of a nudge. He's asleep next to me.
I'll put a coffee under his nose. That'll get his attention.
Quadruple espresso. Well, it worked a treat for you.
It did indeed. Yeah, I got to sleep tonight, and I don't think I'm going to be able to. 103 into the pits. That is the Asbest Volkswagen Golf TCR Racer. Currently running 5th in TCE. Nadir Zuhour, one of my old sparring partners in the UAE Touring Car Championships back in 2008, 2009. And he's racing with his son, Karim, this weekend.
10 to 10 in the morning, 3 hours and 10 minutes still to go, therefore, before we reach the end of another epic edition of the Dubai 24 Hours. And I don't think too many of the organisers in the 24H series necessarily expected this dominance from BMW. And we've heard murmurs that, you know, maybe the balance of performance is going to be looked at between now and the next race in Mugello.
Yes, rumours. Breakfast rumours.
Breakfast rumours, yeah. You know, you may not necessarily rely on those at all, but it is recognised, I think it's fair to say, that because BMW was so dominant, important to make sure that everyone else is having a fair fight. What can't be ruled out is, of course, you know, BMW have just ticked every single box.
Yes.
And when you do a race like that, you should be rewarded for it. So I don't want to take anything away from BMW and to say that it's been given to them on a plate, because it clearly hasn't. They haven't missed a beat with any one of their 4 cars, and that's 2 very different teams. Let us not forget WRT of Belgium, Paradigm Competition of the UK. But the BMW's just been the strongest package this weekend. And, yeah, the balance of performance figures may well be interrogated between now and Mugello, just to make sure that everything is still fair moving on into the European season.
Yeah, the 669 started on the grid. Let me have a look at that. That started 4th on the grid, and the 27 currently in 2nd position. They started down in 7th position. Not getting a time in the top 10 shootout due to track limits infringements. So they could have started up higher, because we only had, what, 4 cars out of the 10 or 5 cars out of the 10 that actually got times on that. Everybody else did track limits in their 1-lap shootout.
Mercedes, they're the next best manufacturer with a couple of their cars in the top 6. Winward Racing and currently Dutchman Dan Arrow. Jules Gounon, who surprisingly to me, has occasionally been outpaced by Chris Lullum, who is the guy to come out of sim racing and into full metal racing, as our good friend Bruce Jones puts it. So, yeah, for a time, the semi-pro, quicker than the pro. And I'm remembering back to that good lap time. That 1:57.7 might well have been Chris's time. I mean, Jules Gounon's not been that far away for Grove Racing by Get Speed. And he trails the Winward car by about a lap and a half at the moment. Then 4 Porsches all together on the timing screen, but they're 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. So sort of picking up the crumbs from the main table.
Just looking at how many pit stops our leaders have done. 27 for the 669 race leader, 30 for the 27 car in 2nd place, then 29 for the Paradigm Competition BMW, the 992, 25 only for the Mercedes. So they've been playing a very careful game. You know, a couple of less pit stops has enabled that car to move up the leaderboard, because you know, we're looking at 354 minutes per stop.
Yes.
Okay, 4 minutes is 2 laps.
It is incredible that you lose so much time. I mean, Michelle Gatting was making this point as well. It goes against her a normal way of going racing to spend 3 minutes sitting in a fueling area, and it does seem to be like sort of non-conducive to going motor racing. But she embraced it, as so many others new to the 24-hour series have done. Sarah got an update, or was that just a little
5 minutes time? She will have the update, just as we're going to be changing it over to Ben Constantouris and Simon Hill for their last stint of this 24-hour marathon.
And I'm reminded again quite how much tyre pickup now is scattered across the runoff area.
You could make tyres out of the marbles, give them back to Pirelli at the sorry, I say a wrong word. Michelin, yes, okay, I'll take it out. I'll take that one on board.
It's Michelin.
It's Michelin. It is Michelin.
Dubai 24 hours.
Exactly. I don't have the shirt on, so I can't read it.
Yeah.
Yes, and we've been awake for a long time. But yeah, Michelin could take all of that home and make some second-hand tyres out of it.
Yes. Yeah, you just need a hot, sticky race tyre and roll it through the marbles, and you'd pick up another 3 full tyres, probably. And, well, a lot of tyre makeup is recyclable, so might be worth retrieving some of that. The forest of trophies already being assembled. Bearing in mind we're over 3 hours away from the finish time.
It takes 3 hours to get the trophies across there. They've got to walk them. Like there's a lot of them.
Yes. Being delivered in flight cases.
Wow.
Because of the amount of categories we've got, there'll be a podium for each, and we will have 3 Camels.
Yes, we will.
On the scene as well.
For the top 3 outright.
The Camels don't arrive in a flight case, incidentally.
No, they arrive in a horse box.
Okay. Well, it's roughly the right size.
It is indeed.
And we have had as many as, I think, 6 Camels in the past. When with this was sort of 2 races in one.
Yes.
When we had a GT race and a touring car race, all on the track at the same time. But it's just 3 Camels this year, right?
Yeah, I think it's just the 3 Camels.
Say just 3 Camels. It's still mightily impressive.
And they get walked to the podium, which is in the Apex Garden. And that is something to see. Not everybody has been happy to be on a camel. They were more scared of getting on the camel than they were driving a 24-hour race.
Yeah.
That is because it's totally unknown. It's something that they cannot control.
Well, Nick Damon, who was part of our coverage for the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi last weekend, he is here in Dubai this weekend, by the way, out the back in the karting track.
Yeah, covering the RMC Rotax Max Challenge here for the UAE. Him and our other regular here, Joe Bradley, looking after that. But they'll be at Daytona next weekend, I think. And
the reason for mentioning Nick is that many years ago we managed to get him on a camel. I seem to recall.
Well, he's out here all the time doing RMC now. He's almost a local.
Yes.
So you will get a camel. Right, you get it with your citizenship, so it's fine. You know, it's part of the thing. Here's a house. Here's a camel.
I didn't realise that. Okay,
the camel is worth more than the house.
Yes. It comes with the acceptance letter that you're legitimately allowed to live in the UAE, and here's your camel.
Yes, indeed. They import camels from Australia.
What?
The Australian camels are the most purebred camels on the planet because there's no natural camel in Australia. So for the racing over here, which camel racing is a huge thing here, the camels from Australia are the most purebred because there is no natural camel. The Afghan traders took that out there in the 1800s, and they are wild and they are plague proportions.
And they are presumably fast
and
as well when you're racing them.
Very fast. So they ship them over here for racing.
The things we find out during the 24 hours of Dubai. And yes, the suggestion from our directors is that it's been a long day. It's been a long week, really. For those teams that have done the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi, then into maybe a couple of days off, but you have to think about getting your car from Yas Marina to here and the Dubai Autodrome, and then getting stuck straight into another race meeting. This year, being held the other way around, because so often in the past it's been a 24-hour race into the 6 hours. But now, for those actually competing at Daytona next weekend, this is a very, very busy phase of the year, with, in fact, the Raw for the before the 24 taking place this weekend in Florida. So a minute to go before we've got 3 hours of the race still to elapse. Kelvin van der Linde leading by a minute over his teammate within WRT, Nadir Zuhour. And I'm astounded at how equal both cars have been, because it was hours ago when we were coming off at 3 AM. When I said the gap's 60 seconds, it's 61 seconds at the moment. So it's just stayed so consistent.
With them running into traffic occasionally, they've been 2 minutes 2:01 switching about, which is just, Kelvin van der Linde, or the 669 is going to run into traffic a minute later. The 27 is going to run into the same traffic, and they've just been switching their times backwards and forth, and that's where it goes. Boy,
it was a long night, Phil.
It was a long night.
The fireworks began those hours of darkness, and in the darkness we had stray wheels crossing track once and then twice, and some incredible avoiding action. The incidents, and many of them came after nightfall, were actually difficult to pick out, but there were some moments that were truly bizarre, and we thought when wheels started falling off cars that actually we were watching a replay of the first, but no, a carbon copy of a Mercedes losing a tyre was then copied by an Audi just 20 minutes later, and that was not the end of what was a brutal night, actually, Phil Anson.
No, it wasn't indeed. Lots of teams striking trouble. The 16 having a spin, cars into pit lane all over the shop. It was frantic. The daylight hit around 7:05 as the sun came up. Everybody taking advantage of that. The Rossa having all sorts of issues out there. The Vortex doing the same thing. Then we had the 930 into the wall, a big red flag for that one again. Then we had the 25 Dragon into Africa by Dragon Racing. Then it was the Rossa into the wall down at turn 10. And that one caused a long code 60. Both drivers okay out of the cars, but barrier damage down at turn 10, and a retirement for the Rossa. Oil leak for our leader up on the windscreen. They tore that off. We haven't seen any more, but a lot of down on the side. So the second Dragon car into the wall down at turn 9. All sorts of issues going on, but our class leaders are still our class leaders as we head in with 2 hours and 58 minutes to go.
And WRT in the box seat for a terrific result in the 2026 edition of the Dubai 24 Hours, as Kelvin van der Linde in the Bumblebee Beamer leads Nadir Zuhour in the sister Belgian car by about a minute. And then you've got the Paradigm Competition BMW of Anthony McIntosh still in the AM car, on course for an overall podium in car number 992. Pro-Am GT3 being led by Herbert Motorsport now, with their number 10 car of Jol Sturm, and his nearest rival is actually the other car within Herbert Motorsport's camp for Max Moritz in number 269. So 4 Porsches together, but 2 of them from Herbert and 2 of them in that Pro-Am category. The best placed Audi, well, it was a better situation for the Four Rings hours back, but Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport now offering us the highest placed Audi there in 11th position for Andrei Solokovtsev, and Continental Racing in number 69, 11th, ahead of the Dragon Racing Ferrari for Khaled Al-Marzouk. The other fascinating thing is that I really feel like 992 is simmering to a potential grandstand finish. We've got Tierra Outdoor Racing by Fach, who've been being put under pressure from Mathis Jobert's Seblaju Racing crew. Now, Jobert's not long ago made a pit stop, so that has taken some heat away from Tierra Outdoor Racing. They established a big old lead many hours ago, but it only needs a slight hiccup for 962 to be sucked back into the rest of that 992 battle. So that's one for Simon Hill to keep his eyes on for the next couple of hours. He'll be joined by Ben in just a tick. There's still plenty to unfold in this, I get the feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's certainly from watching what has been going on at the front. It looks comfortable, doesn't it, for WRT, but there's still that element of whatever, what if, who knows, all the usual wondrous things that sports car racing and endurance sports car racing specifically can throw up at any given time. So really going to be interested to see if there is any big inroads made in this latter stages. I suppose at the moment, looking at the guys at the front, the really likely possible changes is that sort of third, fourth, fifth, maybe sixth battle that goes on there. The Pro-Am lead, Joel Sturm in the Herbeth car, and the other Herbeth car in second place. They seem to be slightly spread out now, so looking a little bit more steady. The Khaled Al Mazouk car in third place in Pro-Am is a further away. And the other one that's still quite close is GTX, Nicholas Prost and Team CMR Janetta. That car has looked very strong, and Brendan Leach, pole position, Life Up Motorsport, Lamborghini GTX still there in second, but not a million miles behind. So, Ben Constanduros.
Hello.
Here we are again.
Here we are again.
Ready to go for getting ever closer to the end of what has been a fascinating 2026 Michelin 24 Hours Dubai. What's been your highlights, Ben?
This was my highlight. This is the bit. This is the time where it all starts to come together, and all of that random chat that we've spent hours and hours filling time with, because we don't really know where everybody is at. Now we start to get a feeling of how it's all panning out. Now we know that there's about a minute gap between the first and the second placed car. We know that there is a Mercedes in the mix there and thereabout. Perhaps not for overall, because we've got 3 BMWs ahead in control, but we are roughly on the same strategy. We know that the Grove Get Speed car did not pit under the last code 60 because it had a service under green. That means you're virtually a bit further back in the pack, but potentially have advantage when we get to the end, when we get to that sort of, from now, 3 hours down the line. But we'll have to see if we get more interruptions, because that's the thing, right? We can do a calculation as we've got smoke from the Team Parker Racing Mercedes. I think there's a car ahead, though, that's also smoking. And what is that? That's the Mercedes, but what's the one ahead of the Mercedes? Another Mercedes.
That's the 16 car that's just come in.
Yeah, I think there's been contact between both of those cars, because there seemed to be smoke as we picked up that shot. The 16 car in fourth position, Dan Arrow, I don't think is due.
Yes, there's definitely smoke. Definitely coming from that car. It's the front right we're hearing is broken. It looks like a puncture, maybe worse. Now that's dramatic stuff. That was a car that was looking like it could maybe challenge for a podium.
Sarah's heading down there, but as you say, that was our interloper in the BMW domination. Dan Arrow aboard that car. They instantly attacked the right front wheel. It has been punctured, and maybe that's the reason why it wasn't going round. Who is in the Team Parker Racing? Rob Huff was in the Team Parker Racing car. Let's have a look.
Yeah, there's a spinning Team Parker car, and it looks like just exiting stage right, as it were, is the Winward car, the blue 16 car, which is now looking like it's back in action, which would suggest it was merely a puncture. Is it going to go for fuel as well? No. And it still looks like it's Dan Arrow on board that car. So other than losing a bit of time and a pit stop, arguably hasn't really been as dramatic as it could have been.
Yeah, but why would you not go and at least get some fuel? They pitted under the last code 60, but that's been 15 laps ago now. I'm surprised they wouldn't have taken the advantage. It may not just be damage to a wheel, though. Have a look underneath the car. Maybe they've dislodged the splitter on that car, and that will make... it won't make too much of a difference in terms of handling it, but it will feel horrible. You'll get a lot of flapping. You'll get a vibration.
But also, it depends on exactly which part of the floor it is. If it is just the splitter, then you know, as you quite rightly said, it looks to me, yes. Look on the, if you look at the head-on shot, The left as we look at it, if it's coming towards us, driver's right, it looks like the floor is down a little bit on that side, but not so much so that it would potentially be an issue. I remember at Paul Ricard, I think it was the Red Ant car that was chasing down the Porsche potentially for the win that had some sort of floor damage for quite a lot of the race, and he managed to continue at a pretty high speed without it being too. These AMG Mercedes are pretty solid. They're pretty well engineered and built and pretty durable, but ultimately they have to be made with that always challenging balance of strength and lightness. It's not an easy thing to get right. That's where carbon fiber comes in. You can see it's broken, definitely. It's definitely broken, but is it broken to the point where the air is going to get to it and pull it loose? So
there's the team spotting what we have spotted as well down at Winward. They pulled the 81 car out of the race halfway through. They've had a miserable Middle Eastern Championship or Middle Eastern visits, whether it be in the Abu Dhabi 6 hours or the Gulf 12 hours before that. They've been early retirements, and this looks so much more what we expect from Winward Racing. And just a misjudgment perhaps between either Rob Huff or Dan Arrow, causing what looks to be the slightest of contact, but it's dropped Dan Arrow into 5th position, 1 place behind Augusto Farfus now. 45 seconds separates the two. And what was that? I mean, the pit stop, according to my timing screen, is 14 seconds. I'm pretty sure that is not the case. Yellow flag at turn number 6. So we've got another car off the road. I can see out my window. There it is. The Optimum Motorsport Mercedes. McLaren.
Is that the car that's had dramas earlier on anyway? Let's see if we can maybe get another shot of that. There is, oh, it's already cut through, so it looks like it's got a problem that's caused him to take a little bit of a shortcut.
Staying out of the way. Let's go back down to Sarah, who is at Winward. No car for you, Sarah, down there, but I guess the team are feeling a little bit despondent.
Update from Steve Pushma down here at Winward. Steve, a bit more damage there. What could you see when the car came in?
Yeah, Dan reported that he had a contact with another car, and consequence of that was a puncture, unfortunately. We came in immediately and changed tires, and now we went off again. Let's see if it works out at the end of the day. You could see that on TV pictures. We have minor damage on the front. Fingers crossed that we survive till the end.
Decision not to pick up more fuel.
When?
On that pit just then.
Oh no, we keep the strategy we are on, so there was no need to pick up fuel.
Well, it's getting to crunch time now. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Keep the strategy that we're on already, or not be quick enough to change the strategy. The accident happened so far round the lap. Dan was so quickly into pit lane that they would have been, the number crunching really wouldn't have, it would have been about a minute they would have needed to change that strategy. I think I would have just sent Dan to get fuel. That always seems to be the better option, but especially in the Creventic races. But those that don't do Creventic every weekend, week in, week out, sometimes like to stick to the plan that they have formulated before the start of the race and are less flexible when it comes to the Code 60s. And sometimes that actually works out quite nicely.
Exactly. You know, you have to adapt and accordingly as things unfold. But it would appear, I'm just looking at the last lap from Dan Arrow, did a, 59.8, which is pretty quick. So clearly that car is working very well. There's no obvious damage to the point of effective performance. And that floor is maybe just wobbling slightly as opposed to properly being loose. So I think a lucky escape for that. Similarly, Huffy has been in and back out again in the Team Parker Racing Merc. I think they were in a little bit longer. Maybe there was a bit more that needed sorting out, perhaps a bit of taping up or something like that. Couldn't really see exactly what they did, but that would suggest that was the case. Obviously, they're in a very different type of race to the one that these guys are at. And I think probably a solid finish is more the target for the Team Parker crew than it is necessarily an outstanding result. That was always going to be the plan, I think.
Have a look at the gap between Kelvin van der Linde and Mathieu Detry. Van der Linde, the legend that he is being caught by Detry in those equal run BMWs. WRT run 1-2, but the gap now down to less than a minute. There is the same amount of tyre usage on both of those cars. They've each done 29 laps. There may be a slight strategic difference. Yes, 5 lap strategic difference. Kelvin van der Linde will, in theory, have a lighter car, actually, because he was in the pits earlier on than Detry, who had a top off of fuel under code 60. So in theory, I would say that tyres are the same, but Kelvin van der Linde with a lighter car, and on that last lap anyway, let's see what happens on this lap. Detry was able to take some time out of him. Last lap for Kelvin van der Linde, a 2:01.304, and we await Detry's lap time.
Yeah, I mean, it was just almost 1.3 seconds quicker than van der Linde. As always, that could simply be traffic. There could be a little bit more to it than that. We'll watch.
There you go.
On the screen, it's showing that there's just under a minute now. 59.5 seconds is the gap. So
yeah, he's taken 0.8 of a second out of him on this lap again. So Detry is the faster of those two BMWs.
Now, is that simply right? Let's go for it. We've got nothing to lose kind of approach, or is it maybe that the opposite is true of van der Linde? He's starting to cruise a little bit. But yeah, and the 14 car in for a penalty. That's sitting there in 8th. Job Rapage, the Roussenov racing car. That's cleared their 10 seconds that they had as a penalty. They've served that. There's quite a few cars still. I can see at least 10 cars that have got some sort of a penalty. The biggest of which being the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi, which is in 10th, has a 30-second penalty.
We've got a minute and 10 for Seb Lejeune Racing in the 910. It's almost, our timing screen shows 36 cars on page 1, and I'd say that's about half of the cars have got something to be penalised for. Yeah,
everything from a 5-second penalty for the Colin Bonnickhausen driven number 914, right the way up to that fairly whopping 1 minute 10. That could be quite significant for Matthias Joubert, as we were alluding, and I think Johnny was mentioning when he was on air a little while ago that car was very much in the fight for a win, definitely a podium, and that may well knock them down a little bit. They're only a lap and a bit ahead of the Louis Perrault car. Oh, no, sorry, a bit more than that. I think they'll be safe for a podium, come what may.
Let's go down to Sarah, who's down in pit lane for us.
Oh, sorry, that was a bit accidental, but I will tell you, the team member from the number 14 car absolutely sprinted down the pit lane to get there in time. I thought we were here for motor racing, but he could definitely enter the 100-meter sprint. We got another car just popped in now for another penalty. I'm still trying to find Nadir Zuhour. He promised me a chat and then disappeared. But as soon as I grab him, I'll come back with you.
A lot of cars will be going into that penalty box. And, you know, they've been comfortable overnight because there's been no penalties for track limits overnight because it's difficult to judge. But as the day comes up, they've got into their rhythm of driving this racing line, and all of a sudden the judges are going, that is cutting the track. You're not allowed to do that. And so there's got a lot of penalties coming in for track limit infringements, and we know that can really colour the end of these 24-hour races when the penalties get accrued. And drivers do need to start being a little bit more careful, perhaps. On board with Kelvin van der Linde, the leader of this race, with 2 hours and 40 minutes remaining, but being chased down by his teammate. Coming to the end of their stint, though, you would imagine. It's been 1 hour and 16 for van der Linde, 1 hour and 12. We would expect van der Linde into the pits first, and then Mathieu Detry, and they should be mirrored in terms of strategy by the two parodying competition cars. 992 leads 991. Remember, different regulations for the 992 because that is a GT3 AM competitor, thanks to the AM lineup in that car.
Yeah, the
The interesting thing here is going to be that obviously both of them are run exactly the same tyre age, as you say, slightly different fuel loads. But looking at the rest of the cars that are in that potential scrap for a top position, they're all more or less the same on tyre age until you get down to Joel Sturm in the Herbeth Motorsport number 10 Porsche, who's done a whopping 44 laps on his tyres. So those would be, I think we heard from James Kellett earlier when he was talking about tyres that had done 50 laps, or 300 clicks, which were about 50 laps, I think you calculated, Ben, and they were through to the canvas. Maybe hindered by the fact, or helped, depending how you look at it, by the fact that the traction wasn't doing what it was supposed to do. Traction control wasn't working brilliantly on that car. But nevertheless, it's still an awful lot to ask from one set of Michelins on a very a track that's certainly rubbered in, is the way we could describe it, isn't it? There's been plenty of miles. When you actually look at it, the circuit, it does look, considering that there's been 66 cars racing for, 22 hours.
Plus qualifying.
Plus qualifying.
Plus all the track days before.
Yeah, it doesn't look as anywhere near as heavily rubbered in as some tracks do. Obviously, the surface here seems to have been designed very well in that respect. So, yeah, seems to be working okay.
Let's go back down to Sarah in the pits.
Yes, I'm here with Nadir and Karim. We spoke to you at the top of the weekend. Tell us how the race has been for you both.
It was amazing. We started last, but we end up second place for a long period until night. Unfortunately, we had a problem in the car. The wheel hub broken, so we had to stay 50 minutes in the garage, and we came fourth place for now.
Karim, the team were very impressed with your consistent lap times overnight. How was it in the car for you? First time out here and first time on a 24-hour race.
I mean, I found myself to have the ability to adapt quickly and find the limit of the car. So I was setting very fast lap times, even with like old tires towards the end of the stint. But yeah, it was very good. Every lap was good despite traffic. I managed it very well. But other than that, it has been good. But there's some difficulties, but that happens.
And how are you feeling in yourself? It's quite tough, obviously, getting through a 24-hour race, managing your sleep. How are you feeling, and how have you managed your energy levels?
Yeah, so I did get quite some good sleep, so that was the most important, because I was doing the night stints, which was very hard, because night stints are harder, because I was good at night stints, so I managed to do like 2 stints, 2 hours at night, so it was pretty good, and I got some good morning rest and night rest, so yeah.
That's good to hear. Nadir, you've been out here many, many times, Dubai 24 hours. How does this one line up as a memory for you, being out here with Karim?
That's a dream to come true, I'll be honest with you. I'm working on it for a long time, as I said in the beginning, and thank God it happened. And he's a quick driver. He beat all of us. He got the fastest lap, thank God. I was a bit surprised on this, but we're so happy about the performance and what happened.
Proud father. Well, we're getting to crunch end of the race. We're seeing a few penalties roll in. What are you expecting for the last couple of hours?
We just wait and see what's going to happen. Anything can happen in the last minute. Well, for now, we are fourth. I mean, the third place is like 6 laps ahead of us because of our issue. Anything can happen. Just wait and see. We finish our stints and just waiting for the last guys to continue, and we'll take it from there.
Definitely. Well, you made it through the night. That was the challenge, and you managed to overcome a couple of difficulties with the car, but congratulations for getting this far. We'll be looking out to see where you are for the rest of the race. Thank you so much.
Yes, at the night, he drove the most because he enjoyed it more. I drove one stint. I'm getting old, I guess. So, yeah, we just managed to keep the car safe. We have a special strategy. I do it every year, and it works. The car is perfect. Only the issue which we had, we keep the car here for 50 minutes. That's the only problem which we had. But we managed the night and everything was under control.
Perfect. Karim, many more to come.
Yeah, of course. Next year I'm looking to even go bigger and better. So let's see what happens for next year.
Well, let's head back to the race. Thank you both for chatting with me.
Rafael Giras is the driver aboard the Asbest Racing Volkswagen Golf GTI TCR DSG. All of those acronyms, these two drivers have been part of that arrive and drive team. As they said, TCX 4th position, TCE 5th position. but really outside of the opportunities of a podium with that big 50-minute issue for the Volkswagen Golf in the middle of the night. I'm trying to remember what that issue was now, but I can't remember.
It was going slowly. I remember that came in. I think it had a puncture. I seem to remember.
I think a puncture brought on by other things. I think a 50-minute puncture would be a slight frustration.
Yeah. So just on the last lap, the gap between the two leading BMWs, the two WRT, had come down to 57 seconds.
Whoa, took 1.7 out the last lap.
Once again, Nadir Zuhour is really on it. He's pushing very, very hard. I mean, relatively speaking, everything's relative, of course. The two Mercs are actually going really quickly, both doing 59.8. Dan Arrow and Jules Gounon running in 5th and 6th place. They're the two quickest of the cars on circuit at the moment, and Sven Middle also a similar sort of lap time in the Herbert car, leading Pro-Am in GT3. As we look across to the one of the Ferraris there, I think that is one of the Dragon cars, isn't it?
It's a double eight, yeah.
Double 8 car, yeah, which is the Khaled Al Marzouk car that's currently running 12th and 3rd in Pro-Am category.
Mathieu Dutré may have a Belgian flag beside his name, but we have seen him run actually under the Dubai flag, and he is a Dubai resident and a driver coach here in the Dubai Autodrome. So this is basically his backyard, and he really is showing that now, taking time out of Kelvin van der Linde. He'll be recording this one to stick on his YouTube and his Instagram channel as lap and lap goes by, and he takes more and more time out of one of the most professional, one of the biggest names as a BMW Works driver. He drives away, of course, from Anthony McIntosh in the 992. Anthony McIntosh, part of the lineup in the lead car as well, so he'll have to stand on both the first and the third steps of the podium, which will be a bit of a challenge. First and second you could do, because you have 1 foot on one and 1 foot on the other, but first and third, you'd have to be a giraffe.
Luke Hartog, very tall, very long legs, he might be able to do it.
Yeah.
So,
if there's anybody...
I'm not calling Luke Hartog a giraffe before anyone starts complaining.
I mean,
I'm just saying he's got very long legs.
He's the human form of a giraffe.
Exactly. The Dutch giraffe? Well, they're still of orange, isn't they?
What is the Dutch word for giraffe?
Don't know. I always remember talking to a Finnish friend of mine, and there was a conversation about what various different words meant, and somebody said, "What's the Finnish word for worms?" And he said, "Oh, we don't really have worms in Finland," and the response was, "We don't have lions in England, but we have a word for it." So that was quite a good answer. But anyway, so back to some serious business, which is we're looking at that 88 car, and what was happening is Al Marzouk has been lapping 202s. Simon Birch just ahead of him, lapping 158, so he's lapping very quickly now. We get another code 60.
Why have we got a code 60?
Not sure why, are we? We're having a look to see if there's anything obvious. Can't see any obvious cars that stopped on our driver tracker.
What we do is exactly the same as what all of the drivers, teams, mechanics will be doing, because they will want to know if this is a long code 60, a short code 60.
Oh no, it's the Janetta! Oh no, the Janetta's so late in the race. And that looks like that would have been Nico Prost. Now that
is Nico aboard the car. He's just been handed some water by the marshal.
There's a lot of smoke.
So he's trying to cool something down.
Would suggest it's something mechanical as opposed to a shunt. Oh no, that is such a shame. They've been doing such a brilliant job with that car.
What would he be doing on the right-hand side there with water?
Well, it looks to me like he's looking underneath the car. I don't know if he's just absolutely disheartened and deflated. Yeah, it definitely has had water.
He's been given 2 bottles of water that he's then emptied somewhere around, almost like around the exhaust area on the right-hand side of the Janetta. But he clearly is gutted about this. And you
absolutely
can see that.
distraught. I mean, let's hope that they can get the car back and maybe somehow get it running to at least get it to the finish. That would be an incredible thing. I mean, with just over 2.5 hours to go, that is absolutely awful news for a car that's been doing such a fabulous job. Looking at the...
Oh, don't get the extinguisher out if you don't have to.
Well, that's the worrying thing, isn't it? When they're spraying extinguishant around that area, that would suggest that's around the exhaust areas.
Or rear brakes.
Yeah, it could be, couldn't it?
Rear right brake.
Impossible to say. I think we're totally speculating as to what it might be. The obvious thing is it would appear to be out of the race. That's the really awful thing for Janetta, because they have, as we said, they've been great entertainment, a real asset to the GTX class. All 4 of the drivers have done a brilliant job, as have the technical team, the guys at CMR that have been running the car. And obviously the technical guys from Janetta that are out here, Oscar and Clive and the rest of the team. So yes, great shame. Really do feel for those guys. It hands the initiative very much to Leipert Motorsport, who weren't a million miles behind that car anyway. And clearly now, even if they do manage to get the Janetta going again, almost certainly it's going to have lost the lead.
This is a nice time to come and get service for a lot of our leading GT3 cars, because they were due a pit stop pretty soon, and Van der Linde already in the pits. I am sure, is getting a full service. We haven't yet got the second place car in. McIntosh in the third place car is in. Dan Arrow is in from 5th. Jules Gounon is in from 6th. And with 2 hours and 30 minutes remaining, this is quite nice actually for two more pit stops to the flag.
Very much so. As you can see, the leading car, Van der Linde, just going into fuel now. We saw him just turn across. There in the background is the Paradigm, the third place car, the 992 McIntosh. Looks like he's getting out the car. So it'll be interesting to see who jumps on board there. And Detroit still on circuit. So this looks like that's the other Paradigm car ahead of it, I think.
That's Farfus, yeah.
So that looks like McIntosh and Farfus might be maybe splitting strategy here. I don't know.
Well, I think they're just so far around the circuit, they've yet to reach pit lane, which is kind of a good thing, because there seems to be a lot of cars in the fuel station. I can count 7 on page 1. And page 1, there's also another 30 cars on page 2. So it could be that there's a lot of congestion in the fuel area. Here's a reap of the Janetta. Lots of smoke coming off the rear right corner and the front of shot.
Looks like there's smoke in the cabin, actually. I could see just briefly, we could see that it looked like there might be smoke in the cockpit, which would suggest that there was something coming from the engine bay, obviously a front engine car, so that could have been the case. But oh dear, what a shame. What a great shame. But yes, going back to the guys at the front, where hopefully we'll be able to hear from the Sarah, who is down with the guys at CMR.
Just had a quick chat with some of the guys down here. Jack Mitchell was getting ready to get into the car. He didn't really have too much of an idea, but speaking to some of the Janetta team, they said they think it might be debris in the cell. I'm no mechanic, so perhaps you can decipher that for me, but they don't have too much more of an idea at this moment until the car gets back here.
Debris in the cell?
That's what he said to me. I'm repeating verbatim.
Where's the cell?
I don't know.
Let me ask him, one moment. What's the cell? What's the cell? Debris in the cell?
I'm not sure.
Not too sure, okay. Any other details at this moment? Nothing right now. I'll come back to you shortly when we get a bit more detail on that.
The rear right corner. That's where the smoke comes from as you come down into turn number 10. Maybe some smoke in the cockpit as well. But for me, that's either some bits and pieces have been caught in the brake calipers. There's a lot of cars. There's a lot of cars going into the fuel station here. We need to have a look to see if Paradine get caught out, because they were one of the last to go into fueling. On board with Matthew Detroit, having to pick out a spare place. They've quickly adjusted. WRT are able to park up. There goes Paradine past. And maybe there is enough space. There certainly has been enough space for Matthew Detroit. And now we wait to see if Augusto Farfus drives through and leaves the other side, or has found a spot around the corner. Maybe he's been lucky.
Yeah, I think he might have done. Look, let's have a look at that overhead. Yes, you can see it's there.
Yeah, in the end, 5 cars only in there. It was touch and go, because I think we must have seen all 5 go in at the same time.
Yeah, it says on the screen 6 cars, so I think that might be there. So you can see there the 27 car just starting to move. That's obviously had its fueling done. One of the other Porsches just moving ahead, and the Paradigm car obviously was a little bit later in, so that's going to be a bit more time before they get the sufficient fuel, and all the fuel that allowed, as we know, is only 15% that's being allowed. Out comes the Mulner Motorsport 992, and just behind that you can see the second place car now driven by Julian Hanses, the WRT, and the more traditional BMW Motorsport livery style. It's a bit easier to identify or recognise immediately as a BMW Motorsport colours.
Brand new tyres for the top 5 cars. 15% fuel for the top 5 cars. Jules Gounon and Grove Racing by GetSpeed once again ignoring the opportunity, initially anyway, to come into the pit lane. We've seen that a few times where they've ignored the code 60, doing their thing. But he has been out for an hour and 20 minutes. So maybe it's just that he has not found himself on the right part of the circuit to have the opportunity to come into pit lane. Same is said from Max Hofer, the 92 machine, although I always thought we saw him in pit lane. Max Hofer has been in the pits. I think, I think everyone has been in the pits. So Jules Gounon came in, but didn't change driver, and actually didn't change tyres either. Couldn't have changed tyres. We've got 32 laps, so they've just gone straight to fuel. Straight to fuel, yeah. Which, you know, you could argue that that's possibly the only way they're going to make a big chunk of difference, is not wasting, if you call it wasting, time on a fuel tyre stop. It's a risk though, isn't it? Because he's got 32 laps on those tyres already. That means he's got to do a 24-lap stint, which is a 45-minute stint. His drive time would allow him to do a 40-minute... Oh, no, sorry, because he's now 2.5 hours. So he could do a 45-minute stint, but that would be right at the end of the tyre life, I imagine. Code 60 is going to be ending soon because the Janetta is making its way down to pit lane, and a chance, therefore, for Sarah to see the work that's been going on. That will give her an opportunity to work out what the team think the problem is. Certainly heat around the rear right corner suggests to me binding brake or something very hot around that particular area. And if it is, it's not too hard to replace and get going again.
Yeah, the only thing I would say to that, to counter that, is if there was a binding brake, you would think perhaps Prost would have tried to get it back very slowly. That looked to me more like something engine related, maybe electrical, I don't know. And it looked, from the head-on shot we saw, we didn't see, it wasn't a particularly clear shot, but it looked like the cockpit was full of smoke, which would, you know, suggest, it could be, as you said, it could be brakes, but probably something else. We are racing once again. There is our race leader, Ben Tuck, in the 669 Team WRT, the distinctive golden black car. Is showing as a lap ahead of Julian Hanses, but I think that's just waiting for the timing screen to update when Hanses crosses the line. And they're quite literally the prizes.
Their pit stop times were very much the same between those two WRT cars. So the gap was about a minute before Code 60, which would suggest that it should be about the same post Code 60. We won't get accurate gaps until everyone's up to speed. The gaps are all very, very confusing during Code 60 because, of course, based on time, when cars are going slowly, the time gap is much, much longer. But now we'll go back up to speed and we'll be able to see just how much the difference is between Hanses and Tuck. Al Harty in third in the 992, Jamie Day in fourth in the 991. So does that change of position? No, that's the same.
It's the same, yeah.
And then Maro Engel in the 16 and Jules Gounon in the number 4. The two Mercedes chasing down those dominant 4 Porsches.
Yeah,
down to Sarah.
Team CMR, the Janetta has arrived back here in the pit lane. The team are using the air blower to get rid of all the fire extinguisher dust in the pit lane, but they are planning to get the car back out. So I will give you an update very soon. I can't see Nico though, not sure how he got back here.
Well, I think if they can get it going, they have got a bit of a window to still maybe get a runner-up position. And let's be honest, you know, if they could get back out there and get the car running, they're only a couple of laps at the moment behind the leading Lippert Motorsport car at GTX. And were that car to hit some dramas, then suddenly they could be back in the box seats. So it's certainly, you know, it ain't over yet. And a podium is, you know, they are, what is it, 488, 21 laps ahead of third place.
Yeah, exactly. So 40 odd minutes to do the work they need to do before they lose third position. So that is
second position.
Before they lose second position, sorry, So I think that's very doable, isn't it?
Absolutely, and let's be honest, it is very much an R&D experiment for them. Of course they want to win. Of course they do. That's a fabulous advert for the car. But the most important thing is to get as much data as possible for the cars, customer cars, and to share that information with everybody moving forward. So, it's still been a hugely successful activity for them. And hopefully they can get it back out and get it running.
And it's a young car in terms of its development, and it's done 22 hours pretty much without issue.
Yeah.
So it's never going to really be tested like that, especially in GT2 Europe series. It's supposed to do the races of 45 minutes. So as long as it's a comfortable car to drive and it's relatively fast, wow, that was cutting the corner, wasn't it, Mr. Birch? It was inside the curb completely there. Again, we're going to see we've still got about half the field with penalties on the board. You can't take a penalty during code 60, and if you therefore don't have the opportunity to pit, and you don't really want to pit under full green conditions, we haven't seen very many pit stops under full green conditions, the penalties just stay on the board until you have the opportunity to take them.
Interesting, there's a couple of people on track that, or in fact 3 people I can see that have just set fastest sectors for their individual car. Fastest overall, a purple sector in sector 1, Oliver Gotha in the Dragon Racing Ferrari, currently running 12th. Also, very quick sector for Loic Hartog, who's just set his personal best in sector 1 and a fastest overall in sector 2. So we could be on for a fastest lap from either Hartog, as in overall fastest lap from Hartog, or from Gotha, Oliver Gotha there. Also very quick, Alex Fontana in the Tsunami RT car. So some really strong laps coming out at this stage. Interested to see what Hartog does as he crosses the line, which he's about to do any second now.
56.8 for Loic is mighty.
That is a rapid lap. That's faster than the pole time last year. That's how quick that is. So that's pretty impressive. That I'm pretty sure is a new lap record.
No, it's not.
Is it not?
No, 2022, Ben Barnicoat in the McLaren, still half a second to find. Different compound, different manufacture of tyres that year. But well done, Luke Hartog, and lots of green laps all over the place.
437 for Gotha. That, I think, is the second fastest lap that we've seen so far this weekend. So, yeah, both those drivers doing impressive jobs of putting some laps in that are really stunning stuff. So, Hartog, well, we know how good that young man is and how strong that car is. Herbert car has been the absolute gold standard for so much of the 24H series races, winning last year in Paul Ricard, winning obviously last time out here in the 24H Middle East.
I think Razzoon More Than Racing will be happy that Simon Birch is now no longer being filmed, because we just followed him for about a lap and a half, and I'm not sure he absolutely obeyed any track limits on any of the apexes. He was inside most of them, and if race control were watching, I would have been pinning them on every single corner. So now we switch to the number 8 Earl Bamba Motorsport Mercedes, which is owned by Setuan Santosho, but Kieron Lee is aboard that car right now, and that was running slowly towards pit lane. So perhaps an issue for EBM there. It's a car that we usually see in GT in SRO Asia. And in fact, Andrew Bentley has driven that to a victory in AM on 2 occasions alongside Setuan. And Andrew part of the lineup for Janetta this weekend.
So yeah, we saw the 8 car coming in then. Looking at what else is going on out on track, that gap at the front. Fastest lap for Julian Hanses in that car. 58.003, 2/10 quicker. Now 57.739 now on the last lap, half a second quicker than the race leader Ben Tuck. So Hanses absolutely flying. Alex Acker has also set the fastest lap for his car. So we've got our own little golden hour going on by the looks of things, Ben, at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. The cars have got fresh tyres, maybe a little bit lighter on fuel. There's one of our O22 camera crews out there in the sun. Nice, and it's a nice, good, warm day, but nothing too extreme. Just 23, 24 degrees is the maximum we're expecting today.
Feels a lot warmer than yesterday, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Feels just that little bit nicer.
Is that because you're tired and your body can't regulate the temperature any longer?
Yeah, that's definitely true. But yeah, it just generally seems to be a little bit warmer. So let's watch with interest to see. I mean, let's be honest, that the gap between Ben Tuck leading and Julian Hansis in second place is just under 57 seconds. And unless something dramatic happens, they're both too equal for it to really affect things massively.
I mean, you say that, 1.5 seconds gained by Hansis again.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, you know, if he can do that every single lap for the rest of his stint, then yes, he might make a big chunk into it, and who knows what happens. And maybe Tuck's got something to respond.
This is a battle for 9th position on track. This is now more like a Porsche Super Cup race. Although, of course, they're both in GT3 cars. And Simon Birch, having cut most of the circuit, has now got onto the tail of Sven Müller and now really giving Sven some hassle. Down the inside into turn number 10, makes that one stick. But Sven was fighting it pretty hard. And with traffic coming up, I imagine he'll have another go at trying to get back past Simon Birch. It is, as I say, for 9th position. They're actually in 2 different classes. Müller is in the Pro-Am category, whereas Birch is in the full-fat GT3 category. But with all this traffic ahead, it could easily switch around again as a 992 goes up the inside of a GT4. That compromises the GT3 cars behind slightly. Had a question from Janos about TFT, one of, sadly, many of our foolers. And they were, I don't know how long they ended up in the race. I think they fell out about 16 hours ago with ABS problems. So not a big incident for the pole-sitting French squad, but ABS issues, and they retired the car. We've had quite a few retirements now. I think over a dozen retirements. We went through those at the start of the day. I feel most sorry for Haas RT, who got just a single lap in before having to retire. The crash structure on the front end of the car taking the brunt of a side swipe, and what looked to be an innocuous incident on lap number 1 ended up really damaging the crash structure on that front end of the car, of their Audi, and so having to retire the car after 1 single lap.
Yeah, that first lap incident really affected quite a lot of people. Also the 25 into Africa by Dragon Racing Ferrari got caught up in that as well, and had a load of damage to the intercoolers and lost a lot of time straight away. Subsequently, that car's had the further dramas where Charlie Leclerc was caught up with another driver and ended up spinning and damaging the car. So yeah, it's been one of those days for that car as well. So tough. And also the other Haas RT car had that was in contention for, in fact, in the lead battle, until unfortunately a wheel came off, and when James Winslow was on board and lost all the time they had. Fair play to them, they've got back in it, and they are running in the top 6 in the AM category. I think they would have been an absolute shoe-in for a podium. Now we're looking at the new race leader in the GTX class, the Lippert Racing Lamborghini, a Super Trofeo car effectively, and that is being driven at the moment by Brendan Leach, the young New Zealander that put the car on pole position in the qualifying session on Friday. And they've always been super strong. Obviously they had a victory here last time, so looks like they could be on for a double, but as we said, we've still got over 2 hours to go. Anything can happen.
It's again another of those cars that's not really designed to do 24 hours. Obviously, the Super Trofeo, a global champion, one-make championship that exists in America, in Europe, and they have a very strong Asian series, but their races are only an hour long. They're pretty strong cars, and actually very interesting cars to drive. You really have to get them bull by the horns and shake them about. Brendan Leach, I think a world champion in Super Trofeo. Maybe I've just given him a title that he's been trying to get, but maybe not quite got. But I have a feeling a couple of years ago he did manage to do that under the watchful eye of Chris van der Drift, who's also managed to master that kart. Chris van der Drift was actually in Malaysia at the first round of the Middle Eastern Creventic race, but he was testing an Aston Martin for Earl Bamber Motorsport, a new purchase of Adrian de Silva's, who just has chosen not to race it here. And Adrian de Silva is another of our retirements, sadly. His Porsche with those 3 young chargers, Trulli, Boccalacci and Coretti, unfortunately retiring out of the race. No further action in the incident involving Huffy and Dan Arrow, but both went to the pits and had issues. Back out now, though. Rob, actually, I say that, Rob's been in the pits for 10 minutes, so Team Parker Racing may have a little bit of an issue down in 22nd in GT3.
Yeah, and they also just noticed that Janetta is still in the pits, 13.5 minutes and counting since that got back. And they're obviously working on trying to get whatever the problem is fixed. Hopefully we'll get an update from Sarah at some point as to what exactly the issue was and if they're going to be able to get it back out. So we'll watch with interest. We're looking at the Haas RT car, the number 2 car, looking a little bit tatty now. It's had a bit of a tough weekend so far, but been very, very strong performance-wise, even despite losing all the time. Now it's got Damien Kiosek on board, and all the drivers in that car have done a really solid job so far.
Just the rear hub didn't, when it decided to let go of its tyre at some point in the early evening yesterday, and suddenly 3 wheels on the wagon for that car, mirroring what happened to Winward just a few moments before. Winward choosing to not try and repair it, although they did repair that number 2 car. As you say, Damien Kiosek in that car now, 6th in AM.
Seb Lejeune Racing with Louis Perrault on board, taking their 10-second penalty. Now, interesting that the 9:10 car on the timing screen is showing as having a 1:10 penalty. Now, I looked on the timing screen, which gives you a list of penalties, and it says that there's a couple of 10-second penalties. So I'm wondering if that, I'm not suggesting it is, but could it be a typo? Maybe it only should be 10, not 1:10?
No. Why?
Well, because I'm just looking at the list of penalties that's on the timing screen, and there isn't anything that says a 1:10 penalty.
It could be a 10-second plus a 1 minute.
But there isn't a 1 minute. I can't see it. I might have missed it, but maybe I'm being...
Let's have a look. You know how you were saying most people are getting a 10-second penalty? There's a 2-second penalty and a 4-second penalty given this morning. You have to go all the way down to 8:12 in the morning to find the 60-second penalty for 9:10 for overtaking under code 60.
Ah, there you go.
Wow, so Michelin, you've been busy.
That gives you an idea of the level of commitment that Michelin have to this series. You can see just what's required for them to transport and supply the race tyres for this event. A 24-hour race is incredibly demanding. Most series that run 24s, there's multiple tyre suppliers. So here, where you've just got the single tyre supplier, that shows you exactly what's involved in terms of how many. We'll have to see if we can get a stat at some point from Michelin to see exactly how many sets of tyres they will have supplied for this event in total. That will have been a pretty impressive figure, I'm sure.
One may suggest that that is quite tiring.
It is quite tiring, yeah. And that's possibly the most obvious pun you could have gone for. I thought you could do better than that. As somebody would say, I'm not annoyed, I'm just disappointed.
Yes.
So,
still some freshies to be bolted onto the rims. The teams will have, what, 6-8 sets of rims? And they'll be recycling those rims all the way through the race. So a rim will see multiple sets of tyres on it throughout the 24 hours. The tyres will be taken off. They'll be recycled. Michelin tend to take them back to a recycling facility, and then they get used as glue for tarmac and all kinds of things, or maybe just tyre barriers. It seems like this circuit could do with a few sets more. There's quite a lot of 2 layers rather than the 3, 4, 5, 6, or even 7 that Formula 1 Grade 1 circuits now have to have. But even when you look at those tyre barriers, Simon, you know this. I'm not suggesting you've been intimate with too many tyre barriers, but
I have.
I've noticed that they tend to use new tyres in tyre barriers.
They do now. They never used to. But when I was racing, it was a fairly new thing. Let's be honest. You know, I think catch fencing was around when I first started racing. That was what a brilliant idea that was. Right now, folks, what we're going to do is we're going to put some solid wooden poles with some chicken wire between them, and that'll slow cars down. Might actually whack a few drivers and actually trap them here and there, but, you know, what the hell. So, times have changed, as they say. But, yes, definitely the new tyres, or the newer tyres, is a factor in making sure that they're actually doing the job of helping to, you know, slow the car down correctly. On board with Ben Tuck, that gap has slightly gone back up again. It was down to just under 55 seconds a couple of laps ago. Hans has had a couple of slower laps. It almost looks now like Tucker's responded a little bit. He was just cruising, maybe just looking after the car, managing his fuel, managing his tyres, and then maybe just to make sure that it puts a bit of pressure back on Julian Hanses in the other car. He's pushed again. And the last lap, he was a couple of seconds, almost exactly 2 seconds quicker than Hanses. Again, could have been a little bit of traffic that was a factor there, but may well have just been that they decided to have a little bit more of a go. And let's see if we can get a bit more of an update from down in the pit lane with Sarah.
I got to Dragon and had a quick chat with Gonzalo Gomez and Ramis, and finally gone to hospital, but it's purely for precautionary checks. He is well. Apparently, he's making some good out of the situation, so we can say he's in spirits as well. The car, perhaps not in such good spirit. They've got their hopes up for their final remaining Ferrari they have in the race.
Just a reminder that if you do want to follow an individual car and you are watching on our YouTube stream, you can select I think this car, Julian Hanses, number 27, and there is an individual stream for various different onboards where you can have that on its own or watch it along with the main feed. If you don't want to listen to us, then you can just listen to that car. There isn't the ability to strip us off the feed, because that's just rude. I apologise if you don't like us. There is somebody on our stream at the moment who's decided he doesn't want to listen to us anymore, but
fair enough.
It was probably the tyre pun.
Probably, yeah, it could have been.
He must be not a well-rounded character.
Oh, dear.
Come on. Hey, look, we woke up at 3:30 this morning, or was it 4 o'clock?
It was something like that. I don't know. It's all a bit of a blur now. I know that we've got just over 2 hours remaining of this incredible race. Julian Hans is in for fuel, as is Jamie Day in the 991 Paradine car that's third in GT3 and fourth overall. Luke Hartog is also in, and he's out of 7th place and leading the Pro-Am category as we take a drone shot of the drone. Is it a drone shot of the drone, or is it just a shot of the drone? I think it's shot of the drone.
It's not a drone shot of the drone, because it's shot from the ground.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's a shot of the drone. There's the lovely fan area I have that's on the inside.
We should give it its proper name. It's the Apex Garden?
Garden, that's it. Yeah, Apex Garden. Yeah.
Apex, not because it's on the apex of a corner, although it is. Apex because that is the company in which designed the track, and have still lots to do, because they're about to build a brand new kart track and give away the old kart track to building some more apartments. So still lots of development to be done by Apex Design here, who recently, most recent project was turning a bit of Beijing into a street circuit last October, and running a street race for the final round of GT World Challenge Asia there, plus many others.
And is that Andy Stobart?
He's part of the communications.
Yeah, I saw Andy. Yeah. We bumped into him. I remember Andy from when he used to be part of the Renault Sport team.
Many fingers in many pies, was Andy Stobart.
Yeah, when I was commentating on Formula Renault and Renault Clios, we supported British touring cars, Andy was the man who used to send us lots of really useful information, and went on obviously to be part of. I remember when it was Lotus F1, which was really Renault but was badged as Lotus, when Kimi was driving for him at Grosjean. He was there. I remember seeing him trying his best to coax some enthusiasm out of Kimi, which is always impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, had a thank you for my flat white, if you're listening, Andy Sobart. Thank you for Carla's flat white as well, actually. Bought that one too. Got a free flat white, Carla. It was a very good flat white in the Cars Cafe in the centre of this Dubai Autodrome. And if you want to go karting, he's now so heavily into endurance karting that he's looking for 3 teams of drivers for next year. So if you're a big karter, get in touch with Andy Stobart and join his karting team. Hello to Will Chu, who is one of his teammates.
So it looks like Hanses is taken on a full fuel. He seems to have been in for some time. It's the clock ticking up to 3:47, 3:48, nearly 4 minutes, which is pretty much a full fuel load. 34 seconds through the pits, so would suggest that they came in just for fuel, didn't take tyres, and obviously would appear that there's not been a driver change for that to be such a short trip through the pit lane itself. Looking down the order, I also just wanted to see, for my own benefit, just because I'd really like to see them get back out, if Janetta have been able to do anything. They're still in the pits, been in there for coming up for 24 minutes now, so hopefully getting close to being able to get something sorted and get back out. Meanwhile, Ben Tuck leading currently by a couple of laps, because obviously the second place car is in the pits fueling at the moment. There are some folks. So on the inside of turn 15 is the Apex Park. Went there last year for this race and watched some racing there. It was great fun, thoroughly enjoyable, and really nice, nicely appointed. As you can see, there it is. You see the cars coming through the last couple of turns and then blasting down towards turn 16. That little run between 15 and 16, when you stand there, you do really get a massively clear impression of just how quick the GT3 cars are, how spectacular they are, and especially when they come up against a GTX or a GT4 car, you see just the level of performance these cars have got. Super impressive stuff. So now it looks like a 3-lap lead as Hanses now comes out of the pits. As we thought, he's still on board the 27 car. Ahmed Al-Khati now looking pretty comfortable in the lead of AM in terms of where his nearest competitor for the AM lead is. And that, at the moment, is the car that's currently 12th overall, the Alex Acker Continental Racing by Simpson Audi. And that's around about 5 laps behind, so barring any disasters, they're looking very strong.
Did you just mention that the number 27 has just pitted?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. Sorry,
yeah.
just discussing a little extra thing. So 991 and 27, a full fat green flag pit stop. It's taken 5 minutes for 991, 4 minutes for the 27, and we await to see when this car needs to do the same thing. Presumably all the BMWs need to do the same thing because they were pretty much on the same sort of a strategy. Then the question is, what is the strategy for the Winward and Grove Racing cars?
Yeah, I mean, a very, very quick lap last time round by Mauro Engel on board the Winward, 57.9. Obviously still not quite down as quick as the fastest lap that we saw Luke Hartog set earlier on. 56.802 is the fastest lap of the race. Unless I've missed something, I'm pretty sure it is. There we see the second place car of Ahmed Al-Khati, the AM leader as well. And Paradigm once again showing how strong they are at endurance racing. Excellent choice of drivers by Darren Lung, and a wonderfully executed job despite some dramas. Now Engel has just pitted, as Ben has just pointed out on the screen.
Well, that answered the question then, doesn't it? They are very much on equal strategies with Team WRT and with Paradigm competition into the fuel. So I'm not sure whether Mauro, no, he hasn't gone to tyres, he's gone straight to fuel. So this is simply get as much fuel in the car as possible, but they are going to keep those tyres on, and not, therefore Mauro will stay in the car as well.
Yeah, well, it's only showing us 13 laps, the tyre range, so not really required. Certainly you wouldn't think there's a real necessary, unless they had a problem with the tyres, a damage or flat spot or something like that. They wouldn't need to change tyres. As we've said several times, the impression you get from the drivers is that the tyres are pretty consistent after that initial high performance laps that you get at the beginning of the session, and they tend to be fairly consistent. So
Great question. Great question from the YouTube chat. From Thivula, I think is how you say it. Why do some of the GT3 cars have windscreen wipers up? Because of course on a road car you'd have your windscreen wipers hiding down, but on a race car you see quite a lot of them down the centre.
Good question.
And the answer?
It's a good question.
Oh, come on, Simon.
It depends. I don't know if there's a reason why that they may
be aerodynamic, right?
Possibly, but I would suggest that, you know, logically, it would be more aero to have it down behind, like it would do almost on a road car, where it sits down underneath the lip of the top of the bonnet.
Yeah.
It could be just basically that's how, because the sweeping action of the wiper on a race car is perhaps slightly quicker and more a shorter motion. That maybe positioning it in the middle might be an advantage. Not sure. So, good question. Let's see if we can find out a little bit more info on that.
I mean, you are referencing mainly the GT3 and 992 Porsches. They're right in the centre of the windscreen is the windscreen wiper. And yeah, if that was a road car, you'd be like, wow, why is it like that? It's really distracting. But we do see it in all race cars.
Yeah, I think, you know, you could use the argument of when the Halo device first came in, everyone said drivers are going to hate it because it's right in the line of sight, but you soon adapt, you soon sort of drive around it. Back in the day, in the 70s, even before I was
Simon
racing...
Hill doesn't really have grey hair. He just sounds like he's got grey hair.
Exactly. No, I do, in both respects. Because, you know, we were briefly talking about the great idea of catch fencing, which wasn't a great idea, I'm being sarcastic. Because of that, Bell developed a crush helmet, which literally had where the normal aperture is just across the width of the driver's face, there was a bar in between basically where your nose would be to protect the driver from maybe getting caught in the face by one of these poles. So that would have been massively distracting. If you put your finger in between your sort of nose and your forehead, then that could give you a bit of an indication what it's all about. Look it up if you don't.
Tom Christensen ran one at Goodwood last year or something.
Yeah, still does. Yeah, he's got a retro Bell helmet. I think I know Bell definitely made a retro one based on the original sort of 70s helmet shape with a modern design, modern construction rather. So whether they'll do the eye hole one, as it used to be called, maybe, who knows? But anyway. Now we are getting delirious, where I am anyway.
Design of helmets, I love it. Hello to Andy Robinson, who's listening in and saying he's enjoying us. He'll be watching and waiting for that 31 Team Parker Racing Mercedes to go back out. It's been in the pits for 25 minutes, and we haven't had news as to why yet, but it's a bit of a disappointment for that all-star studded lineup of Huff and Franchitti and Lin.
Yeah, that's been in now for 26 minutes, so clearly some sort of drama. That's in for 26, and the CMR Janetta that we knew had a big problem has been in for over half an hour now. Andy Robinson, who just shouted out, good mate of Huffy's, long-term friend and supporter of Rob Huff. So, hello, Andy. Always nice to say hello to you, mate. It was good to see you. We'll miss you when I'm not at touring cars anymore. So, yeah, say hello again another time.
There's our GT4 leader from very, very early on. Cherney Motorsport have commanded the GT4 lead, and that car looks so clean. Look at it. Looks really like it's stayed out of trouble, and that's just so important in these kind of races. The leader in TCE looks a little bit more bashed up. Yuichi Uemoto seems to have done quite a lot of work in that car. Front right corner is slightly pulled away, but what value you get from a car that is, I'm gonna guess 10 years old.
Got to be around that, hasn't it? Easy.
Yeah.
But just to go into those two categories that you've just mentioned, and just to put a bit of context on what a solid job the respective leaders have done. So Shiv Sapra, who's on board the Cherney Motorsport BMW M4 GT4, that car has done 495 laps. The second place car driven by Harry Reynolds, the Circuit Toys Toyota GR Super GT4 Evo, that's on 430. So that's what you call a lead, isn't it? That's an absolutely whopping lead. And then similarly with the TCE, the Asbest car, the Cooper we're just looking at, of Junichi Uemoto, that car's completed 477 laps. And the next car in TCX is 462 laps. So both those cars looking very strong. There you see the TC category leader, the 108. That is Hoping Ton. And we're just hearing some very good news from Sarah. Sarah, tell us what's going on.
Well, the Janetta is looking like it's ready to go out. Jack is at the wheel, and they are about to release the car.
What did they do?
Pit.
What did they fix?
I haven't got in there yet. Let me go and speak to them. I'm just letting them get on with the job because I didn't want to get in the way. But let me come back to you in just a moment once they release the car. It's heading out now. Boys and girls are pushing it out. And Jack will be taking it to the end of the race. I'll pop in there and get you an update.
Well, that's great news, isn't it? There you go. There we can see it. Fair play to the CMR team and everyone at Janetta for working so hard to get that car back out. Let's hope it runs smoothly now to the end. They're now, let's have a look, 5:24. They are, what's that? About 15 laps behind the leading Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini. But they are still, looking at it, 9 laps ahead of the Vortex that's in 3rd place. So if the car runs smoothly, that should they should be able to still get a finish. We've just seen a replay there of the smoke that was in the cabin of the car. And so again, hopefully, they've gone for fuel now, so that makes sense. Get the car fueled up, get it go. Now it's oh no. So we got Mike Simpson, I think, from Janetta.
Say hello to Mike from us.
Say hello to Mike from us. Tell him they've done a great job.
They're all saying hi to you, Mike, and that you've done a great job. Well, tell us what you had to fix there.
Unfortunately, we had a silencer in the sill split, so obviously all the hot gases were not going and exiting the exhaust correctly, and the sill started to smoulder. Nico did the right thing. We're smoking the cockpit. Just a shame. Marshals are doing the job, but I mean, the majority of that was extinguisher smoke, but we got the exhaust changed pretty quick. We'll give the car a good clean out, bit of an inspection. Good to go again. Such a shame, Nico had to stop the car. I didn't want to bring it into the pit lane with a potential flame or anything. So just absolutely gutted. I mean, we drove our bottoms off. I'll be polite all night. And first of all, what a cracking race with the Rosser, and they had some misfortune. And then the Lippert Super Trofeo absolutely pushed us all the way. But just gutted, really. I mean, what spirit from Team CMR. I mean, they're an amazing group of people. But we're going to finish this race, and you never know. There's still, I don't know how long's left, an hour or two, but anything could happen. But it's a development program for us. With 24 hours, we expected some difficulties. I wasn't right in my own headlines there, but I kind of pictured where we was going to end up. But that's motor racing, and we'll bounce back stronger for sure.
It's good to see that you got the car back out. Jack has headed back out there. Perhaps a few words on him. He's had a really strong weekend.
Jack's been flying all weekend. He's a true professional. For me, he's one of the best silver-graded drivers there is around. Hopefully, a lot of people have taken notice of him. I'm an old hand, I hold hat at this, and he's certainly given me a run for my money. And bravery as well. He's got back in the car. It's not a nice cockpit environment in there. He's had carbon burning smoke, and there will be some fire extinguisher powder in there. But he'll do his job. I know he will. So he's going to push like crazy, and hopefully we still get a podium.
Well, there's a couple of hours to go. Anything can happen. It's been an interesting race so far. Congratulations on your stints, and we'll see what happens. We got the car back out there.
Yeah, thanks for everybody's support. We've had great support, and well done to Creventic. I think it's been the best 24-hour series yet, so we'll be back, and fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Thank you so much, Mike.
8 laps they have as an advantage over the Vortex, the single Vortex that we have on the entry this weekend. But unfortunately, they are 17 laps back from the Lamborghini Super Trofeo car. So 17 laps is over half an hour, even if they parked it up. But luckily for Mike, we've got an hour and 50 minutes remaining, not an hour and 15. And therefore, as he said, anything can happen. And it usually does. Wasn't that Murray's line?
Yeah, exactly. Well, stop my start watch. That was another of his, wasn't it? anytime you mention Murray Walker to any motorsport, certainly any motorsport fan from the UK or Australia or any of the countries that used to take Murray's commentary, there's just an immediate smile, isn't there, of recognition of what an absolute legend that man was, and still dearly missed. No one ever will be able to make motorsport sound like he did.
Love the fact that on our YouTube chat, I've just had a shout out from Zimbabwe and a shout out from Mauritius. This is being watched worldwide. I'm pretty sure the Mauritius shout out for you, Simon Hill, was a racing driver on a winter holiday, almost certainly. I just can't remember exactly the name of him. But it's lovely to know that, yes, we're racing in Dubai, but there is people all the way around the world, including IMSA official, who's been dipping in and out of the chat as well, monitoring this 24 hours of Dubai. It really has gone from strength to strength over the years and become a mainstay of so many calendars for manufacturers and drivers alike. And BMW showing the heels to everybody else this year with domination last year. And now, I mean, Team WRT are going to be winning here, and then they're going to be testing in Daytona within hours of each other and have the opportunity to do a similar victory feat in a week's time for the next 24-hour race on the international motorsport agenda.
They are simply an elite standard organisation, aren't they? Every form of motorsport that they compete in, they are absolutely one of the very best in the world. Yeah, and it's going to be a super impressive job if they can manifest now. We just wondered when Ben Tuck was going to bring the leading car in. He is in fuel as we speak. Looks like he's getting to the end of that fuel stop now. He's just over the 4-minute 40 mark. He's just come out now. It's actually Jordan Pepper now has taken over that car. So you would wonder, I would suggest potentially that Jordan's going to bring that car to the finish with just over an hour, and exactly now an hour and 45 minutes left.
Should see some spicy laps then, shouldn't we?
Oh, there you go.
Jordan Pepper, of course, works Lamborghini driver. Going to be difficult for us to reset our brains to the fact that he's in a BMW. That'll be a very different type of car to drive from that Lamborghini that has had struggles, but of course managed to take victory in the 24 hours of Spa last year.
After forever trying.
After forever trying, yeah.
They got there in the end, didn't they? And I think what's always good from a global motorsport point of view is that, you know, we know how important GT3 racing is to the manufacturers. There's so many major manufacturers that have got cars that are involved in this program, all different sorts and shapes and sizes and generations and iterations. And there is going to be a new Lamborghini coming soon. I know Rob Huff, we talked about earlier, manages Sandy Mitchell. He's one of the factory drivers, drives for Barwell Motorsport. Had a message earlier from Mark Lemmer at Barwell Motorsport. Lemsky, as everybody knows him, was saying that this is the first time in forever that they've not had some sort of recognition. Nearly won it a few years ago with Mirko Bortolotti, Rick Breukers, Inishin and Amstutz. So basically he said it's a weird thing happened, that they were just about to win it and then one of the drivers came down with COVID midway through. So there you go. So we send a shout out to Lemsky and all the other fans of endurance racing that are watching us in wherever they may be in the world. So
I shouldn't have mentioned countries, because the YouTube stream's gone mad with every single country that every single one of those viewers is sitting in. But it's really cool, really cool to know that there's fans from all the way around the world enjoying the run to the flag. We've got about a long Formula One race length left, and still so many questions unanswered. What is the gap mainly between Pepper and Hans's? That's what I want to know. Now that we've definitely split the strategy, 18 laps on Hans's tyres, Jordan Pepper with fresh tyres. That 27 was catching the 6.9.
Just watching to see where that car is on the tracker. See where he is at the moment. So let's see if he's just crossed the line. So 1:6.38 last time through. Pepper has not registered a time yet, because obviously only recently come out the pit. So he's only just gone through sector 1 on his first lap after that. So we'll be on the back straight now. I can see that it's just coming down into turn 10.
58.4. So slightly bigger the gap between the front two now.
Yes. So it's been hovering around the sort of 55 to 59 second mark. Hasn't really swung much differently to that. If you suddenly saw like a 10-second swing one way or the other, that would be quite significant, wouldn't it? But at the moment, it's what you'd expect.
It's nibbling.
Yeah, 4 or 5 seconds is traffic. It's all kinds of things. It's, you know, doing a couple of laps. As we've got a drama for the 794, the other CMR run car, the other Lamborghini, which is a little bit further down in the GTX category. That is currently sitting, where are we? In 5th in GTX. No, sorry, my mistake. 4th in GTX, with Ethan Gialdini on board that car.
No, that's just lost it on its own devices.
Oh, goodness me.
Wow, that could have been a very similar incident to what we saw from the Porsche a few hours ago, where if the barriers had been closer, that would have been an almighty one. Thankfully, found some space to have a spin and carries on without contact, but that looks a little bit scary. Let's go down to Sarah, who's been at Team Parker Racing, as the number 77 has had an incident with 216. That's the McLaren 720S, and has a rear right puncher at the end of the lap, thankfully, so coming into the pit. Sarah, what have you got for us from Team Parker?
Well, I'm currently at the Team Parker garage for an update on their Mercedes. They have broken the rear subframe with their collision they had earlier on. They are going to go back out, though, just for the final lap, because they have enough to be able to be classified, but they don't want to go out any sooner to not take any risks for both themselves or anyone else on track.
Ouch. What a shame.
Great shame. Really, really, really sad for that team. They've it's been a pleasure seeing them as part of it. It's always great to see Team Parker Racing, and especially Sean Lynn is such a supporter of this event. The last couple of years, they've been running the venerable Bentley that they've had for some time, as we see the Optimum car come in. Such a quick car this weekend, but just hasn't had the rub of the green. Neither of the McLarens have been able to show or get the results that they really deserve. Liddy coming in from 43rd place overall and 25th in GT3, a quick young American driver as part of that squad there. And the other McLaren, obviously, similarly having dramas as well. So, real shame. That's down in 57th place at the moment, or showing on the screen as 57th. So, but the lead now back up again to 59.1 seconds for Jordan Pepper over Julian Hanses. So that's looking, as we said, it's sort of fluctuating between that sort of 3 or 4 or 5 second gap. A difference rather in the gap. And then Ahmed El Hati now looking fairly solid in 3rd, ahead of his teammate Jamie Day. So that's an impressive performance by the AM car.
So race control suggesting there was an incident between Modena Motorsports Porsche 992 with John Shen at the wheel and this 77 McLaren, which suddenly is far less urgent to get it back out onto circuit. It may be not just a rear right puncher, I'm afraid. It does look as though that is going to be dolly jacked into the garage.
Yeah, that's the whole body language of the team, and the fact that they've not put the tyres back on again would suggest that there's something a lot more serious than just a puncher, which is a real shame for for Jamie Wall, who's the team manager down there, and all of the crew have worked so hard on getting these two cars clearly working very well and very quick, as we've seen out throughout the weekend, but unfortunately just haven't had the luck of the draw. Great shame for all of the drivers as well.
Maro Engel is nibbling away at Jamie Day for 4th position. First best of the rest, first non-BMW in 5th position, but has been taking some time out every lap from Jamie Day. Hearing from Sarah that they're waiting for tyres on that McLaren. So have they just been, I guess maybe they didn't have tyres prepared because the incident happened at turn 12. He was so quick into the box that they didn't have tyres out of the oven. No, they didn't. So here we go. That was why there was no rush. The rush was happening behind the garage.
Here they come. You can hear the wheel gun, but you can see they're not really in much of a rush. So I don't know if you can read too much into that, but they are going to be heading back out.
Yeah, they're 43rd position and way down off any kind of fighting in the GT3 category after other issues in this race.
It's just really a glorified test session now at this stage, and it is just get the car to the end. That's the objective, I'm sure, for the crew now, is just get the car to the finish. And when you've when you've been part of a team that run in a 24-hour race, and you're aware that you're not really going to get the result you were hoping for, then it just turns into a combination of test session and as you said, just getting it to the, as we were saying, just getting it to the end. On board with Jordan Pepper, in a nice groove now, looking at the lap times, steadily lapping at the 2-minute dead mark, as is Julian Hanses. They're within a few tenths of a second of each other, those two leading cars. You wonder if there is any, I would very much doubt there's any kind of team orders to say, look, hold position now, because there's still an hour and a half to go. And, you know, as we've just seen with some of the other cars that have hit dramas, absolutely anything can happen. You know, until you're absolutely out on the last lap and you're bringing the car home, you're never really sure. No, it will always be etched in my brain, that situation at Le Mans with Toyota.
Yeah.
When it stopped on the start line with, what was it, 5 minutes to go?
Horrific.
Something like that.
Horrific.
It doesn't matter who you support. As much as if you were a Porsche supporter, you'd have been chuffed that they were going to get the win totally unexpectedly. You also, as a motorsport fan, you would just feel for them. Absolutely devastating for them.
Listening to the BMW whining around the circuit with Jordan Pepper. Here's an onboard, here's a replay.
Car gets dropped.
Car gets dropped off the jacks, heads out back on the circuit. Don't see any issues there. Looks all fine to me.
Yeah, looks all right. So, once again, we're on board with Jordan Pepper. We've seen some great shots from this car over the race distance with the various drivers on board. And it's just as we expect with the guys at WRT. They've just done such a solid job throughout the weekend, haven't they? Fast, consistent, very, very good tactics.
Very WRT-like.
Very WRT indeed, yeah.
It's not really a surprise, is it?
It is not a surprise, and that's why, you know, Kurt Mollikens and the rest of the guys there. I saw Kurt down in the paddock earlier. Not to chat to, just saw him there. Recognise him from his Formula 3 and Formula 3000 days. Very good driver back in the day.
I think I got his autograph when I was about 4.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like one of those drivers that quite easily could have gone to F1 for various different reasons, didn't quite work out. But yeah, very talented. There's the little Vortex. It's been kind of minding its own business and just getting on the job nice and quickly. So I think we're going to be seeing a little bit of a driver change of our own down in the pit lane.
And we should say a big thank you to Sarah. First time with us on the 24H Series stream. A great job, Sarah. Have you enjoyed your first 24 hours in pit lane as part of our coverage?
I've had a great time and wonderful to be part of this team. Thank you so much. I hope you've enjoyed it. I've had a great time meeting all the teams, meeting some of the drivers, and bringing the stories from down here in the pit lane. We are seeing the Asbest Car 101 head back out, and that will be it from me for this year, but hopefully see you back here
And just as an aside, we thought we might lose Sarah during this race. We thought she might die, having been attacked by her cat on the morning of the race. But thankfully she has survived. There she is in all her glory, sunglasses on. Go and put your feet up, Sarah, and we'll be hearing from Carla in just a few moments' time.
Yes, managed to get a tetanus from the track medical centre. They were wonderful, and yeah, all fine now. And it's been good test. Managed to get a couple of hours sleep. But anyway, we're into the final stages of the race. I'm going to be handing over to Carla, who will take you through that. But thank you again, and back over to you,
It's always my
Ben.
dad's strategy to have major health issues at racetracks, because he always had the best medical care, as you can imagine, a Formula 1 track, and a heart attack in Monte Carlo, and had another thing in Mexico. He never had any issues when he was at home, because he would have got useless service. But
it's a bit of an extreme comparison, a heart attack versus being scratched by a cat,
yes.
isn't it, really?
Yeah, it's
I
true.
mean, the Constanduras family have to do it bigger and better, don't
I got a
they?
massive leg infection in Thailand once, but thankfully it was during a WTCC race, so they had all the drugs to make sure that I never got it all settled down. But if I'd been in the UK and gone to the NHS, it probably would have lost my leg.
It's a bit extreme, but you never know. Yeah, no,
they're still fighting, these two.
This is, yeah, with some great battles going on, aren't there? You know, it shows you that there's still a lot at stake, even at this late stage in the race. And you can see the fight that's going on there. I think there's Dengyi in the Origin powered by CC car, the 87 car being pressured by the 92 car of Alexei Nesov. He's been very quick, as Nesov, this weekend. Pure Racing, obviously last year's pole position car with an absolute stellar driving lineup, including Harry King and Thomas Preining, amongst others. I think Malikan was also part of it then, because obviously it's very much his organisation. But yeah, they've done a brilliant job. Now it's showing that the gap at the front now between Pepper and Hanses is now stretched to just over 1 minute and 6 seconds. So that has really gone. It's a little handover, Ben. Look, little bit of Sarah and Carla going, good job.
In replay, in slow-mo. You wouldn't get that with anybody else, would you?
We don't do that when we hand over.
No,
just,
no hugging between you and I.
Definitely not. And when Johnny and Phil take over, we kind of just
barely a handshake.
Throw some documents at them with disdain and let them carry on and pick up the mess that we've made, basically, of what's been going on, and try and make the best of it. No. Seriously, though, as we're getting towards the latter stages of our involvement in this race, Ben, you know, we've got about another half an hour. We hand over back to the true pros, to Phil and to Johnny, who are going to take you to the finish of this race with the legend that is John Hindhaugh, who'll be around as well, of course. And of course, as we've just seen Carla taking over in the pit lane. Certainly for me, it's been an absolute pleasure being part of the team. Thank you very much to everybody at their 24H series and Creventic and from RSL for having me on board. And thanks for putting up with me, mate.
Sign off yet, you've got half an hour left.
I'm not signing off, I'm just, while I get a chance, while it's not too crazy out on track, just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for some very kind and very funny messages I've had as well. And if you liked it, great. If you didn't like it, so there you go. Anyway, so that's that.
Sven Müller has pitted the 269 Herbert Motorsport Porsche from second in Pro-Am, but we just saw him being bombarded by people, didn't we? Nesov was having a go at him just beforehand, and Simon Birch caught and passed and checked out from him, which is unlike Sven Müller. He is one of those very, very strong Porsche experts, but clearly that Herbert car, again, unlike Herbert, not quite to the liking of Sven. Now full service for Herbert. It's the second of the Herbert cars, because of course the number 10 has Antara Zhao and Luke Hartog and another driver, at least one other, but I think that's on the one sheet that I don't have.
That's always the way, isn't it?
They're the best Porsche now, because the Pure Racing, presumably through pit stops, the Pure Racing 92 has dropped behind them, but for a long period of time the 92 was the best Porsche.
Yeah, so Luke Hartog is sharing with, as well as sharing with Antara Zhao, is obviously the team, the car owner is Ralph Bohn and Joel Sturm, the other two drivers in that car. So good job from those guys that we know from the 24H series, regularly being part of it, and looking like they are going to be both the top Porsche and the winners of the Pro-Am category if they can keep everything intact for the next just under 90 minutes, as a lot of the fans enjoying the sunshine. XL, Jamie Day's family, part of XL Motorsport, Kevin Day. So I'm not sure if that was Kevin, but certainly that's the family business. And lots of other folks down there taking in the sun and enjoying the latter stages of what has been a really interesting race. As always is the way, and still in the crowd, in the grandstand, we still have a wonderful attendance there. Obviously, there was an awful lot of fans that were here at the start, supporting all sorts of people. And we've got still got a wonderful crowd there. A couple more penalties. Oh, Pure Racing, we were just talking about them, and they've got a 10-second penalty for some track limits. But then who hasn't had a track limit penalty, really? There
was a question on the stream about track limit penalties just a few moments ago, and it is worth noting that there are humans either at the particular corners or monitoring them on the screen more likely, and they will have assigned, and they have assigned, I think there's a list of 8 corners or 8 spots where they are monitoring. So inside of 8, outside of 10, things like that. Drivers know, and it's on the driver's briefing notes exactly where those are, and there'll be a full list. There we go. It's only 6, is it? Okay, six spots that are being monitored by judges of fact, and there are humans watching those corners, and any car that does exceed the apex, the inside or the exit curb, will get an offence, and then after a certain amount of offences then gets a warning, and after that then gets a penalty. We didn't see very many in the night, but in the day we've seen a lot more. Now, if you're watching the stream and you're going, well, hang on a second, that car's basically not on the track at all. They don't monitor every single part of the circuit, so there will be parts where we will see them cutting the corner, but that won't be on the list, and therefore they are sort of allowed to do it. And especially in GT cars where they're sometimes quite high off the ground, they are able to monster the rumble strips, the vibrateurs, the curbs, and it doesn't really have any effect on the car whatsoever. That was one thing that Solène Amarouche mentioned yesterday when she was interviewed by Carla, that she was surprised just how aggressive you could be, especially in a 992 car, over the curbs, because the car takes it. Whereas if you do that in a Formula 4 or single-seater or something like that, you'll instantly spit yourself off the circuit. So, unfortunately, it's just the way it is on circuits like this, where everything is tarmac, that sometimes they are able to run over the curb and a little bit more. And of course, if they had massive, big, fat curbs here, then all those supercars and hypercars that come here during the week would have lots of damage from touching them. So a bit like a bike track, you can't build up these curbs too much.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly the point. You look at what the objective of this circuit is, and the all-round appeal of it is, as you quite rightly said, not just for racing, it's for a lot of the track and manufacturer days that they use the circuit for here, which is very much was in the designer's mind. And interestingly, as you said, that there are certain places where I think that there's a bit of good old-fashioned common sense gets applied, and you can say, well, everybody's using it. Nobody really gains or loses too much by cutting a certain corner. In certain other places, especially the pros, because that's what they're paid to do, they will find at every nth degree of advantage that they can. So they know how to do it, and in fact, quite often they know how to do it to get away with certain things for a certain amount of time. That's part of the game, you know, like any professional sports person, they'll know how far you can push it before you're going to get any kind of a penalty.
I mean, I love those corners 3, 4, 5, 6, but half the time these cars are off the circuit there. And it would be, I think personally, it would be nice to have a little rumble strip on the inside of them, even if that gets taken away for the rest of the year. But just to keep the cars from not completely disrespecting the sinuous nature of that, because also by going straighter you go faster and the challenge is less. So yes, you can monitor track limits, but you can't monitor track limits on every single corner. And I think some places in a GT3 race could benefit from a little sausage.
A little sausage curb,
yeah. Sausage.
So Lurk Hartog in the blue Herbeth Porsche in the number 10 car, right up behind their race leader, Jordan Pepper. Just to be absolutely clear, they are not on the same lap, so this isn't a fight for position. They are, so let's have a look, they are 5 laps apart. So even if Lurk Hartog either gets let past or fights his way past, that's only going to reduce the difference between Pepper's car and his car by a lap. It's still not going to change his position at this stage. The nearest car for him to fight with is Maro Engel, who is a little way up the road. So don't think there's going to be much. But Engel himself is only 17 seconds behind Jamie Day in the second of the Paradigm car. So that is still a possible change. Both those drivers are pushing hard. In fact, Jamie was slightly quicker on the last lap. In fact, yeah, about through, where are we? Yeah, so actually quite a bit quicker, 1.8 seconds quicker. My apologies to Jamie there. So maybe there's a bit of response coming from Paradigm to try and make sure he edges himself away from the impending charge of Maro Engel's Mercedes.
So Sven Müller just pitted in that Herbert Motorsport 269, and I would have thought you're getting close to a point where you only need to do one more stop now, but Sven stayed in the car which means he's done 1 hour and 23 minutes. And if he stays in until the end, he would exceed his drive time. So even Herbert are expecting to have to make one more stop from that position. But we're very much now in the window where the rest of the field only need to make one more stop. Certainly in the 992 category, if you stop now, that is it. There's no more stops needing to be done. We're still waiting for a big penalty for Treble Racing. Matthias Jaubert in the 910 is second in the race right now, but with a 1:10 penalty, could well fall into the clutches of the Red Ant Racing Porsche that sits third and first in AM. So there might be a late change there, thanks to a chunky 1:10 penalty for Treble Racing, and that was for overtaking under code 60, 1 minute. Then there was a 10-second penalty applied for track limit infringements. So we need to keep an eye on that one, and it does give more breathing space to FAC Auto and Tierra Outdoor Racing, that they are, for the moment, one hand on that trophy.
Yeah, they're looking very strong, aren't they? But the Red Ant car in third overall of the 992s is also leading the AM category, so that is
maybe the target.
Yeah, that's looking like that's quite a few laps. That's 4 laps ahead of the Treble Racing car in second in the AM class, and then Stephen Damgrel driving the HRT performance car is another further lap behind. So
another fun battle to look out for over the last 1 hour and 20 minutes is the progress of the Team CMR Lamborghinis in 4th position, but only half a lap behind the Vortex and lapping 5 to 6 seconds a lap faster right now. So a recovery after that big spin could put CMR back onto the podium in GTX, and that would join the Janetta that they also run. So that would be quite nice. We're going to see here a bit of a slide there, probably nothing inside the car, but that was Luke Hartog, was it not?
It was Luke Hartog. Luke, absolutely heart in the mouth hog, I think, on that one.
Do you know what, though? It won't be. You know full well, you see something from outside and go, whoa, that was massive, but inside it's just a small correction of the wrist.
You'd be surprised how much these cars move around when the drivers are absolutely on the limit. One of the things that is fascinating is when you're in the garage with the top teams, they have a bank of screens that show what we see, which is the timing screens. They also see, obviously, the TV screen, so that's the same. But they also have real-time onboard, so you can see exactly what the driver's doing. And on that onboard, it will have data such as tyre pressures, tyre temperatures. It will also have, obviously, revs, things like that, the sector times, and it will have other information like throttle position. So it's all real-time info. So you have all these screens that you can watch, and you can see exactly what the driver's doing. And then, for example, at a moment like that, where Hartog's had a slide and the car's stepped sideways, then it's possible that you would have seen the onboard from that, and it would have probably just been a little wobble. So, yeah, maybe not as dramatic as you'd think.
Hearing that the number 14 Razzoon Porsche, which is 9th position, that's the one that's been rather liberal with its track limits, is in the fueling area. Suggestion from our TV director that it's not starting, but I don't know whether it would yet want to start because it's not been in there quite long enough to get a full fill. But if it doesn't get moving in the next 10-15 seconds, then maybe there is potentially an issue. And of course, at the fuel area, you've got one guy down there who is fueling your car. You haven't got a bank of mechanics to help you get going again.
And sometimes the fuel guys aren't actually mechanics. They might be like one Era Motorsport last year had one of their truckies there.
Right, okay.
And one of the, I think the data guy may be the other guy that was down. I can't remember who the second boy was. So down in the pit lane, we have our Cara, who I think is caught up with James Kellett.
Indeed, I am here with James Kellett. I have a very distinctive question for you. You're driving 2 cars at the same time, and there are a few drivers actually on this grid doing that. I had my brakes, and I am getting tired. How in heaven's name are you doing this?
Do you know what? I don't know. a lot of coffee, water. I'm trying to get a few sleeps in here and there. It's tough. It's the first time I've done this, so especially in GT3, it's serious. So I'm starting to hurt in a few places. Tiredness is actually okay, but yeah, my back, my shoulders, my neck is starting to take a bit of a battering now. So I've got one more stint to do, about an hour and 15 for the rest of the race. So hopefully we can bring it home in good peace.
I was wondering, why would someone do that? Are you just an addict, or what is going on? Why would you make such a choice?
I absolutely love it. I live for this. This is what I was born for. But it was actually Darren's decision. So initially I was supposed to be coming over here just to race the AM car, which I have done, but Darren's last-minute decision to put a pro car into the category and to put me forward for it is absolutely amazing. A dream come true, really, for me.
Fantastic. It's incredible, the energy that you still have. Are you going to be in the car one more time?
Yes, one more time, but only the 992. So I'm finishing in the AM car. We're currently P3 overall and P1 in class. If I could potentially catch P2 overall, if it goes well, fingers crossed, but my aim now is just to bring the car home in one piece. You know, the cars take a beating over a 24-hour period, so I have no idea what the car's going to be like for the last stint. So yeah, bring it home in one piece, and yeah, we'll wait and see what happens.
It's going to be interesting on the podium in case that actually ends up staying the same. Exactly. We would have to split you in half, right?
Hopefully, yeah. Fingers crossed, touch wood, we'll be on the podium, but you never know. Anything can happen, and until you're over the checkered flag, it's not over.
Love the energy. Good luck for the rest.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
As it stands, we are going to have to split Anthony McIntosh in half because he is in the leading car and is part of the lineup for that third place AM car. Curiously, it's the AM car ahead of the Pro car at Paradigm, and with Jamie Kellett going into the AM car, it's not exactly going to be slowing down, is it? And Jamie with a target of trying to chase down Team WRT and split those two. So curious to see how that goes. I think he's wise to also perhaps be circumspect about how the car will feel, because Simon, I think it's not something we can comprehend, but these cars are flexing, they're moving around, there's metal fatigue. They are not the same car that starts a 24-hour race that ends a 24-hour race.
Exactly that, and we already heard from James during the night period, and he was explaining, and also from Pedro Ibrahim, how the car had some dramas with the radio, had some dramas with traction control, had some other issues, and 991 is. That would explain perhaps why it's behind the AM car, which you would think perhaps would be the other way around ordinarily. But also, if you look at the rest of the top cars, you know, 4 BMWs at the front. There's 4 BMW GT3 cars in this race, and they are running 1, 2, 3, 4, which says something about the way that the teams have operated throughout the 24 hours, both Team WRT and Paradigm competition. But also, what a superb job by everybody involved. When you think of the amount of effort that's involved in trying to get a result in an event like this, it's every single team member, from the people who help with the catering to everybody who does the physios, obviously the technicians, the mechanics, the engineers, the data guys and girls, everybody like that, of course the drivers, all of that. It's such an incredible team effort. And I've been around a team for a couple of 24-hour races and watched it close up, how hard they have to work. Doesn't matter who you are. And the interesting thing as well, and you'll understand this, Ben, you've competed yourself, is that it doesn't matter whether you're fighting for a win or whether you're just fighting to finish in a gazillionth place. The level of commitment and effort never seems to waver from these. It's just a mindset, a psychology that the teams have, that they're in it to try and get absolutely everything out of the involvement that they had. And they want to be, literally, they've completely maximised their effort. And that's what everybody's still doing, as we see.
And the interesting thing about that, Simon, is that when you move away, as I think you have done, move outside of the motorsport sphere for a little bit, the attitude that you take away from motorsport as a whole is of that of urgency, is that of dedication and commitment. And a lot of the rest of the world doesn't operate like that. A lot of the rest of the world, you would not see these mechanics after 24 hours running up and down and still doing everything to their maximum. If you took an office space and put them in a pit lane, they'll be clocking off after 8-10 hours. Not everybody, of course, but there is this whole motorsport mindset that you've just been speaking about that it's so healthy to take into the normal life, into the normal world. So even if it's just a couple of years as a mechanic or perhaps a few years as karting before going off into a different sphere, taking those learnings into that world is even if it's not Formula One, even if it is club racing, it's still highly valuable in my opinion.
Arguably, in some respects, it's even more impressive with club racing because that is just purely passion that's driving that. It's not a business, it's not a career, it's not your job. Most of the people racing in club racing obviously have a regular day job that they do with great commitment, and then they have to find the time and evenings and weekends and holidays to, in the case of maybe preparing a car or helping to run a car or whatever it may be. And obviously the folks that do this professionally, we see a lot of what's sort of universally referred to as weekend warriors, where people have got a regular job during the week and then they come and work for a race team at the weekend. You see that in all kinds of motorsport. So they're giving up
in this paddock.
In this paddock, yeah, and all sorts of paddocks. You know, the paddock that I'm most familiar with in the British Touring Car Championship, in not just touring cars but all the support races, that's very common. And there's some wonderful people that you come across. So I was chatting with our friend Carla about the people that we've all collectively come across in our motorsport experience, and the majority of people you come across have got exactly the same attitude. They're completely focused, committed, they do whatever it takes to get the job done. And there's some wonderful people out there, so we're very lucky to have been involved in the sport in the way that we have been. And but not as lucky as these people who are driving the cars, Ben. That's what I would really like to have been doing, is driving something like that. That's a pretty special thing.
The battle for third position in GTX continues to rage as Ethan Gialdi chases down Lionel Amarouche. He's taken 6 seconds out of him on that last lap alone. It's now down to less than a minute, and I think Vortex need to make a longer pit stop than Team CMR as well, so they might end up losing that podium in GTX, Vortex, very, very close to the end of the race. I don't see, unless there are dramas, any changes in the top two with that issue for Janetta. Well done, Simon Hill, for getting his speculation correct. I speculated brakes and it was not correct. So apologies, Janetta, for getting it wrong there. But Simon was pretty bang on the money. That problem cost them about, was it 30 odd?
Cars that they've run have both had some real up and down times, but similar.
It would feel a little less 24H series.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, and it's wonderful. You know, there's so many different aspects to this type of racing. You know, we've got the real top established teams, the WRTs, the Herberts, these kind of teams that are always, you know, Optimum and so on and so forth, that are hugely impressive at all kinds of levels, whether it's in the World Endurance Championship or IMSA or European Le Mans or GT World Challenge, whatever it may be. And they come here and they're every bit as committed and they work just as hard to try and get a result. And then you have the teams that are using these, like the Ultimate Cup, which Vortex will do, or Nova that we mentioned earlier, that were racing against them at Paul Ricard. Really unusual, different designs, quite radical in a way, if you pardon the pun. And they're you know, great to see as part of the category.
Talking of radical, I'm pretty sure that in the announcement in Barcelona last year, Radical is the European Championship is now being promoted by Creventic, and that will be a support race in next year's European Championship. So, yeah, nice little segue, Simon. Thank you for teeing me up on that one. I'm having to delve into the depths of my brain to remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure that is the responsibility of Luc Breukers for next year. That's his little baby, to promote the European Radical Championship, which will form as a support race. I haven't seen any more news on that, but they already promote the Prototype Cup in Germany, the ADAC Prototype German Championship, which we normally get to see as a support race at Spa-Francorchamps for our 12-hour race. But yeah, radical part of the Creventic journey moving forward potentially, which is an exciting extra addition. So yes, I was talking with Jesse de Jong, who's from Creventic, about the upcoming European series that I'm going to be very much involved with, one shape or form, and he said to exactly that. So the Radical series is going to be there. Also TCR Europe are going to be part of it for two rounds. And as you said, I think there may even be some rounds of the Ultimate Cup that we may see there, which would be wonderful. So, you know, as a fan, as a motorsport fan, you're going to have some wonderful racing. They've got 5 of the best circuits that you could possibly go to, starting with Mugello in March, then Spa-Francorchamps in April, in June. They are at Paul Ricard, July in the Nürburgring on the new circuit, not on the Nordschleife. And then finally the 24-hour race in Barcelona, late September. So 4 12-hour races, as you mentioned earlier, Ben. They're going to be split across 2 days, so it's going to be... Some of them, I think. I don't think all of them. I'm pretty sure Ricard will be a straight through. Ricard last year, but I've got a feeling it might be this year. I don't know for sure, but we'll check. But most of the time you have half the race, more or less half and half. So last year it was sort of a 5 hours on a Saturday, 7 on a Sunday, or vice versa, which made it really interesting, the dynamic of it, because obviously you then ended up, Mugello is a good example, we ended up with 2 completely different set of track conditions across the 2 days, and it made it really interesting and very, very challenging. It threw up some great results as a consequence of that. So, yep, so watch this space. Again, we will be bringing you all of the action and lots of interesting stories to tell, some top teams, top drivers, and the wonderful mixture of classes that we've loved so far this weekend. Last pit stop then for Jules Gounon in the Mercedes AMG from Grove Racing by Get Speed, now in the fuel area, joining Alexei Nesov, or that car from Pure Racing Porsche, 7th and 8th in GT3, but this will be their last pit stop. They will not have to go again. It's very, very early, so they'll be perhaps having to stretch things a little bit more than the cars ahead, but that is for Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, second in AM behind the Paradin 992. Pro-Am is led by the number 10 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Second in that is their second car from Herbert. Third for Dragon, the 88. The top 3 in GT3 we've covered many times. WRT, Paradine 992. And actually, James Callett not yet in that car, waiting to get in that car. Pit stop imminent. Top 3 in 992 is the Tierra Outdoor Racing by FAC in the lead. Red Ant Racing up to second position now, but now being chased down by Seb Lejeune Racing in the 910. After that penalty, they have dropped behind Red Ant Racing. The question remains whether Red Ant still owe a pit stop. I would say that they probably do, so that will promote Seb Lejeune back up, because that would have been Seb Lejeune's last pit stop. It's not the AM car. The AM car is second in AM. The Pro car is third in Pro, and they're actually split by the leading AM car, which is that Red Ant Racing. Third in AM in 992 is HRT Performance, the 929. Leading in GTX, Leopard Motorsport with their Lamborghini Super Trofeo, 15 laps ahead of Janetta, which has a 9-lap advantage over the Vortex. But watch this space, that's only 30 seconds now between Vortex and Lamborghini in GTX. And then if we go down to GT4, as has been throughout the whole race, Journey Motorsport in their BMW M4 GT4 leading by 75 laps now, so they could park it and still take victory over the Cayman GT4 RS and the Toyota Supra GT4. Ahead of those two, though, is the leading TCX and TC category cars. TCX led by the 102 Asbest Racing Cupra, and TC is led by the KCMG Toyota Supra B-Spec. So that's effectively a detuned DT4 car. Still many, many stories to wrap up across this 24-hour race, with 1 hour remaining. It's now time for Simon or myself to say goodbye. But Simon, what are you going to take away from this 21st edition of Dubai 24 Hours?
Just what a wonderfully competitive and varied and exciting race it's been. There's been so many wonderful stories, and it's been an absolute pleasure being part of it. Thoroughly enjoyed every minute. Thank you, Ben, and thank you everybody else for listening in and for all your lovely comments. And enjoy the last hour of the race. We're going to hand over to Johnny and to Phil, who are going to take you to the end of the race and bring this race to its conclusion. So we look forward to seeing you all again very, very soon.
Yeah, very much enjoyed my first Dubai 24 Hours here at the Dubai Autodrome. Wonderful race, great domination from WRT, a great way to start the year from a great team. And down in pit lane is Carlo Velti, who has some news for us.
It's less news, it's more an actual tip for anyone who is actually here in Dubai watching, potentially having a lunch and looking at the screens, because the grandstand just across from the pit lane will be a very fantastic place to watch the finish of this race. You will see the people of the teams, everyone, mechanics, engineers, strategists, family, friends, they will be celebrating here in the pit lane. Of course, there is one more hour to go, and I'm excited that I'll be able to take you guys with me, together with Phil and Johnny in the comms box. We just saw KCMG having a pit stop and Tsunami RT having another pit stop as well. Slowly but surely, the number of pit stops will thin out and things are getting very, very serious. I have goosebumps. I cannot wait to see who's going to win this race.
Well, we're fairly confident about the manufacturer at this stage, Carla, with BMW still first, second, third and fourth, and there's certainly been some dominance from the WRT team. But with a whole hour still to go, you know, not quite anything could happen, but we shouldn't be inking in those positions, because we know that even at this late stage, Phil Anson, endurance racing has a habit of biting.
Yeah, I'm just taking it back to last weekend, code 60 with 7 minutes to go. These things can happen. The BMW M4 GT4 have locked out the top 2 positions of the leaderboard since 8 p.m. last night. What dominance from the German Mark. And just having a look how many they have, 5 wins. This will tie them with Porsche for 6 wins for this series. That is a big, big mark for this car.
And also considering the recent form of BMW, because they had a long wait. Thinking back to the first ever Dubai 24 Hours, which was 2006, run under very different rules.
Yes.
That was a kind of BMW touring car that took victory, and they did so the very next year as well. But then there was a long wait for BMW fans until 2022, when finally they took victory again. But you know, if WRT can do this again, I mentioned earlier on, that would be then 4 wins from the last 5 Dubai 24 Hours, and they would equal Black Falcon's record of 5 victories from a particular team.
Yes.
But also remember that WRT were Audi previously as well, so you know, they managed to do it with 2 different cars as well, whereas Black Falcon, it's been Mercedes through and through, although with different vintages of Mercedes, the SLS and the AMG.
We had 4 returning class champions to defend the class champions from 2025. The 777 Almanar by Dragon, the 710 GTX Leipzig Motorsport, that is currently leading the GTX category. Can they hold on for this next hour? They've got a fairly substantial lead. They are on 547 laps. The second of the car, we saw issues for the Janetta, and they've got that back out and running again. That is currently in second position, and the wing is being hit with a hammer. Nick Damon will be so happy with that. They had the hammer out, hitting the back of the wing. It's not looking very straight.
No, ski whiff.
Indeed. So the only returning champion that is racing with any consistency at the moment is the 710 leading the GTX category.
Yeah. And that all came to a head not long after you and I signed off the last time, when the Janetta had a dramatic retirement, having done so well in GTX to that point. But Lippert Motorsport were laying on the pressure, and then they had that
right rear issue.
Yeah. Did we ever get to the bottom of precisely why? Because, I mean, there was a fire extinguisher that was necessary to potentially put out a fire.
Yep.
And sadly, the Genetta GT2 out on the spot, but Lippert were there to then inherit the race lead. There's a little drama for the 929 Porsche now, though, with a section of the nose cover which has popped up.
That's the HRT performance car.
So that is under high aero stress, and it's not sort of designed to flip up like that. It's clearly the air has got underneath it and then ripped up that first bit of the engine cover, and it's buckled. So that's now effectively an extra wing on that Porsche, and not in a good way, as in it will be holding back that Porsche and more difficult to channel the car through the air. So it's almost in the domain of needing to pit to just solve the problem. But this close to the end, they want to just keep pounding round if they can, and not have to enforce a quick repair, particularly because it will ruin their fuel strategy as well.
Well, that was a 794 car when they were beating the rear wing with a hammer. It's been told to repair the car immediately. It's gone into fuel. It'll have to come back into the pits to get that done. Currently running fourth in GTX. It was only 15 seconds behind the Vortex, and that's put paid to their challenge of doing that. So they're going to have to come in and repair that rear wing. And so the good battle going on for the third step of the podium in GTX. Ben covered up on that about 10 minutes ago, and that's still going on. But a little heartbreak there for the 794. Ethan Gardini at the wheel of the Team CMR Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. That's going to put paid to what they were challenging for the third step of the podium. It's in the fuel bay right now, and they're being told to say it's got to go back in, it's got to go around, do a lap, and then come back in again. The last hour of this race.
That does make sense.
Yeah,
last hour of the race, and this is where the real drama begins. So 794 being told to repair that car immediately. The official reason for the Janetta's retirement was actually a crack in the silencer, which brought its race to a close. And that after many, many hours of dominance. So disappointing. Jordan Pepper crossing the line again. 580 laps now completed. We're at 12:05 in the afternoon. The Treble 4 Toyota Supra has been in and out of the pits with various difficulties, but Welshman Reece Lloyd is back at the wheel now.
It's got a big difficulty because the front splitter has come off. It's absolutely shaking around there, as we just saw that, and we can see that the Lamborghini is being pushed out. They're not allowing it back out onto the circuit.
So
it has to be repaired.
They've got to repair the car, well, at the side of the pit lane, and this is beyond the fueling area. It is an area of pit lane where the team can access at least, but they can't necessarily get all the spares that they need to make sure that that rear wing is safe. I suppose if one of the struts at the rear is compromised, race control's concern is that that may break entirely, and who knows where the rear wing's going to end up. It could potentially land in the path of a following car, so they don't want to allow it back onto track until that is solved. But really tricky for the mechanics, who've had to run down to the end of pit lane and now try and solve it in a satellite nature, not with necessarily all the tools at their disposal.
Well, the same could be said that race control will be looking very carefully at the 444 as it makes its way down into turn 10 with that splitter held on by gaffer tape at the moment. Currently running third in GT4, won't lose that position due to the fact that there are only 3 cars in the GT4 category, but they were only 15 seconds behind Nick von Essen in the SRS team at Rennsport Porsche 918 Cayman GT4. So that's going to be a problem. They're going to try and keep it out there, but what can they do with that splitter now dragging on the ground? So the team are really got the spanners out. They had the hammers out, now they've got the spanners out, working on that Lamborghini. Just having a look at the penalties, our top 10 are clear at the moment. I think it is the Pure Racing, the 92 car, has a 10-second penalty, as does the Ollie Goethe, who's just in the pits now, to see if he's in the penalty box. No, he's gone through to fuel, got a 10-second. So anything under 30 will be 30 seconds will be added to your race time. Anything over 30 seconds will be doubled. So you've got to make it, do I come into the pit, serve that and the pit time, or am I far enough ahead I can take it being doubled and we're okay if it's 32, 33 seconds. We're a minute and a half ahead, it should be okay.
Yeah, and it's a nice little quirk of the rules that, in that it doesn't break your flow then in the closing stages of the race. Normally penalties are add them to your next pit stop, but when we get this late into the race, most cars aren't going to have a next pit stop because we're well within the fuel window now.
Yep.
60 minutes or so for a GT3 car. You can go even further on a fuel load in a 992 class car. But yes, there is then the adjustment of the penalty times when they're bolted onto your race time at the end of this. And therefore, the timing screen at the flag doesn't necessarily tell us the full story until a few minutes afterwards, and those penalties are all incorporated.
I think Maro Engel is trying to break the BMW Quadrella, 17 seconds behind fourth place Jamie Day in the Paradigm Competition BMW. Can he get up there and break this Quadrella, which has been this way for probably the last 6 hours now? So that is a definite race on there. And also Christopher Lullum and Alex Archer, Grove Racing by Get Speed and Continental Racing by Simpson. 15 seconds separate them on the circuit.
Alexei Nesov really hustling on in the Pure Racing Porsche as well. He is totally on the boot lid of Simon Berg's Razzoon Porsche. There's 0.9 of a second between those two cars, and that would be positions in the lower order for 10th and 11th. But Nesov in the Lithuanian flagged car for Pure Racing, eager to get a top 10 finish. Here is that scrap, in fact, and they are totally together, trying to fashion a mistake from the Dane, Berg.
Fourth place car, 991, into the pits for their final stop. Jamie Day bringing the Paradigm Competition BMW in from fourth position. This may promote Maro Engel up into fourth. Maro is 135 into the stint.
Very wide from Nesov. Now, can he use the vortex in his efforts to get ahead of Simon Berg? He's surely going to get a better exit out of 16 now, and they will draw level on the grid hatchings. They've both bypassed the vortex in the meantime, though. Front axle level with the rears of the Danish driver, and I don't think Simon Berg's got much to fight with here. He takes a deliberate wide line into turn one, wanting to maybe tuck alongside Nesov, but couldn't do that on the exit of turn one, and that means that the Pure Racing car is into the top 10 with 48 minutes to go.
Still a lot to play for. I think we still have some pit stops to come from our lead top five. Jamie Day in early to get that stint underway. Just looking at the stint times at the moment. 57 minutes for Jordan Pepper in the lead at Team WRT, 1 hour and 33 minutes. So it's, if Julian Hansen stays at the wheel, he'll just be under the 2 hour 30 minutes for that stint. Before we come on here, I think we have around about 50 cars still circulating.
Wow.
So 15 have taken well, been retired or in difficulty out there.
The race leader pitted about an hour ago, so they're definitely going to have to stop again, and within the next 5 to 10 minutes. I think a lot of the other BMWs are on a similar cycle as well. As Carla's got an update for us.
The mood down here in the pit lane is so particular during this last hour of the 24-hour race. I just had a little chat with one of the mechanics of the Fach team, and he looked at me and he said, this is the worst hour of the year. This is when anything can happen. If something happens, it's usually the one thing that is going to determine whether you make a good position or a bad position. And actually, I'm stood in front of the WRT box, and I just saw that Christopher Hase is suited and booted with his helmet on, ready to go. So we will see a driver change sooner or later by the looks of it. The energy down here is nervous, and everyone just really wants this hour to be over.
Well, the 27 car you talk about was last in at 11 o'clock this morning. It's now almost 12:15, so they've done well to get an hour and nearly 15 minutes into their stint. When was the last Code 60, Phil?
Let's have a look at the last Code 60 was at 10:36.
Right, so that's a fully green stint. And when you consider the mileage that's being done at not absolute pace, there's a bit of nursing the car to the finish now. We talked about this being a sprint race through and through, but when you're in such a good road position as WRT are, first and second, you're in a little bit of fuel save at the same time.
Yep.
But yeah, am I expecting the 27 car to come in about 15 minutes before the 669? But that assumes that they're going to run, you know, they want to run out of fuel before they do the next pit stop, or run close to being out of fuel. Some teams would prefer to say, right, we're within the shot now of getting to 1 o'clock, and we could just put the fuel in now, nice and early, get it out of the way, and then we know we're clear to the finish. So maybe the WRT cars are going to pit almost in sequential laps.
Yes.
We'll just have to wait and see how they play it.
Augusto Farfus now at the wheel of the Paradigm Competition BMW, their final stop done. They're what I call is safe, because we don't know when the next Code 60 could pop up, and it could really compromise the top four in regards to they won't be able to take a fuel load on, bearing in mind that the 992 Ahmed Al-Arthi driven BMW from Paradigm Competition can take more fuel under the Code 60 because he's running under AM neutral, and he will get 28 litres, probably not, depending where it comes, probably not enough to get to the end, but also they're coming towards the end of their fuel cycle anyway.
One car that is in right now is Loic Hartog into the pit lane for the scheduled stop. So car 10, the 5th placed Porsche, making what should be a final stop there. And Augusto Farfus has just made the 991 car's final stop as well from 6th position. So that's dealt with one of the Paradigm cars. The other one still needs to come in within the next 15 minutes, I estimate. Let's get back to Carla, though, in the pits.
I am with Dan Arrow, one of the drivers at the Winward team. I wanted to speak to you for quite a time, and you were just always nowhere to be found. Finally, I got you. I wanted to talk to you about you being one of the only cars challenging the BMWs actually for quite some time. What is going on track out there? Tell me a little bit the current situation and how you're feeling about it.
Well, we've had an exciting couple of last hours. We have a technical issue on the car, which is causing us some difficulties, by which initially I had to be very careful to prevent it from getting more damaged, up to the point that they said hit all the curbs you can so that we can continue going and that it rips off. But Maro's been doing a cracking job, the team has been doing a cracking job, and yeah, we're best of the rest. It's a bit sad that it's a very BMW-dominated race. It's not fun, especially in a very much pace race, but it is what it is, and we're extracting the most of what we can, and currently we're fighting for possibly the last spot on the podium, but we need a bit of luck.
I just mentioned earlier on that some are calling this the worst hour of the year. Is that how you feel as well, standing here and watching the time tick by and it's just not going by fast enough?
Honestly, no. I think as a whole we did a great job. I'm happy of myself. It's my first time here. I'm very grateful that I can be here. I was here many years ago as a refueler, and to be here participating with, in my opinion, the best team on the grid and with the best crew is a pleasure.
Fantastic. We're going to get out of the way because your team is going to do a pit stop very soon. crossing fingers for you guys, and thank you for taking your time.
My pleasure.
It's really gone full circle for Dan Arrow. You can tell in those early years he wanted to be involved in any form. Clearly he's a very rapid driver as well. It's a great story about his name, because his real name is not Dan Arrow. His name is Dan Pijl, which is P-I-J-L.
Yes.
Dutch name, and Pijl, the English translation for pale is arrow. So, and he said to me at the Nürburgring, he said the problem is nobody can say, outside of the Netherlands, nobody can say my proper surname correctly, and it's a bit more rock and roll to be known as Dan Arrow. And he's got quite a lot of, I mean, he incorporates that on the helmet design as well. It's just a nice name to have. So Dan Arrow, much easier for us English speakers to pronounce correctly. And he's keen on taking part, if he can manage it in a racing career, in every single 24-hour race that happens around the globe. Well, this is another one ticked off.
Yeah, sharing that car with Maro Engel, who's due for a pit stop, Sergei Stolarov, and I think they'll be bolting Lucas Stoltz into that car to get to the finish line.
Yeah. Well, he starts...
Maro Engel into the pits as we speak.
Here we go. Well, this is what we expected. But to go from being a refueler and probably other jobs within teams as well now, to finally get his hands on a racing car here at the Dubai 24 Hours is a significant milestone. Maro Engel in from 4th. We still await the final pit stops for the top 3 BMWs, but they are all going to need some amount of fuel to get to the finish, to get through the final 40-odd minutes. And there's always the opportunity, despite how many pit stops each of those cars may have done, and everybody's got a job within the team when the pit stop happens, there's always the chance of a little fluff here and there, which might cost you the odd second, but it could be more substantial than that as well. So I can understand why this final hour is so stressful for everyone involved, particularly if you've had a perfect race to this point. Those skeptics will be thinking, well, we're going to get bad luck at some point, so might it be the final stop?
It's so,
hope not.
So easy to make mistakes when you're tired. The pit crews may have been awake for 24 hours, and mistakes come in not just from the pit crew, but also for the team managers who's trying to do all of the calculations on driver time and all of that sort of stuff. And we're going to go code 60. Oh, this could play into the hands. Ahmed Al-Athi, Maro Engel's car is in the fuel bay, and it's the 925, is it?
Yep.
Yeah, the 925 on my old there. That's the Creventic sport car running AM Advantage in the 992 AM. And that is in a fairly dangerous... Yeah, we are code 60 with 39 minutes to go.
Maro Engel's in the fueling area, but instantly he will only get 15% of the fuel. He'd had a little section of green flag fuel amount, but then the pump says, well, from this point on, you can only get a 15% allocation. Ahmed Al-Hati, Julian Hanses have pitted from 3rd and 2nd places respectively. The Treble sport car actually hit the barrier at high speed there after it rode the curb coming out of turn 9 and danced its way. I almost thought the Treble car might get away with it, but it's thumped the Armco barrier, and I wonder whether the front left wheel is no longer rotating.
Well, probably a 4-point linkage holding that together. I think only 1 point is connected to the car now as it ripped it off, as it hit the barrier. And just having a look for where they are on the leaderboard and the Creventic Sport. They've been having some issues out there. In 37th position overall, 12th in 992 and 7th in 992 AM. Okay, is there barrier damage?
Yeah.
Is this going to be a little while? Obviously, we're going to have to lift that car on to the back of the as Jordan Pepper comes into the pits. He'll only be able to take his the 669. Just have a look at what he can have. 18 litres he's allowed at 80% fuel flow rate. So that's it. That's all he can take on.
Jordan Pepper arriving on pit road for what I was suggesting would be the final stop for the 669 BMW. But now I don't think they're going to get enough fuel in it to do the final 37 minutes. And the same can be said for Julian Hanses and for James Kellett, who took over the 992 Paradigm competition car. The only one who might be able to make it, who's Maro Engel, because he'd already got to the fueling area before the Code 60 kicked in.
They are in a really good position. They are in a very, very good position.
I mean, 2.5 minutes. Well, yeah, that's a good point. 2.5 minutes were spent in the pit lane for Maro Engel, and about that same time for James Kellett. Christopher Haase was in for 30 seconds less time than that, and he had to just go because he reached the 15% of fuel and they couldn't put any more in it. It's going to be a similar figure for Jordan Pepper, maybe even worse compared to the chasing PMWs. And does the 669 Beamer have to then come in again to top off the fuel? Won't be able to do it out in the Code 60 unless this Code 60 lasts for 30 minutes. And there is much celebration down in pit lane for certain teams who have lucked into a situation here. This could very easily reorder the top 3 BMWs when we all thought things were set in stone. Augusto Farfus had already been in as well and not been linked to the Code 60 at all.
Exactly.
But is he a bit too far back, having only completed 582 laps? So that's 6 fewer laps than the race leader, 5 fewer than Chris Haase. But we're in this crazy scenario whereby the further back in the race order you are, the better the situation. So Maro Engel in that quartet at the head of the order had the best pit stop, as in they got the most fuel in for the 16 Winward Racing car. Paradigm not quite as good as that. Team WRT's Haase car not quite as good again. And Jordan Pepper's only been able to spend about 1 minute and 10, minute and 14 in fuel before he's had to go again.
Well, when you look at it, if they change tyres and change driver, they'll just have to do fuel, and fuel for 30 minutes. So it won't be the full stop that they need to do, because the full stop is around the 4-minute mark, which is 2 laps. And when we look at where Augusto Farfus is, he's on 582, Maro Engel's on 583, James Kellett in 3rd position is on 585. This could get very interesting with our 22nd Code 60, already 4 hours and 15 minutes under. And the barrier at exit of turn 9 is to be checked. It's the left-hand side. So it's the inside barrier, not the outside barrier, where the cars normally gravitate towards. But it looked like the car hit, just rode up on that curb there, caught the inside, and actually got the rear wheels out on where there is a whole heap of marbles and lost traction on the back. When they were putting their foot down to get all the traction there, it must have spun up and just launched them across the curb.
I thought initially that was more of a glancing blow than actually a replay I've now watched proves. So I could understand if some of the slats in the Armco now are damaged. I sincerely hope that vertical strut behind those has not been compromised, because we want to see racing now and just to see who's in the best position. Because, like I say, those that pitted slightly earlier, Augusto Farfus, he got a full fuel stop for the amount of mileage left in the race. They got certainly enough fuel in the 991 car, so he can make the finish now. Maro Engel might have just about enough, but the end of the pit stop was definitely compromised. And the question is, did they get enough fuel in the green phase of the fueling? And then when it switches to the purple, you'll then only allow the 15%. And he might be on the very edge of having enough fuel in that tank. So does Engel need to pit? And if Engel needs to pit, we know for a fact that all 3 of the other BMWs will have to come in again.
As well, I can see Fraser Martin and Chris Norman down there having a look at that damage. Chris Norman was the original clerk of the course here in 2024. And so it's great to have him back here this weekend. They're just checking it. It looks like it's the lower 2 rungs that took the main part of that impact. We have our fabulous marshals, and I must say a huge thank you to all our Orange Army and all of the people doing officiating here this weekend. It's been a long stint. They've had a long, it's been a long 3 days.
There can be options, I suppose, of just putting a local yellow in that area for the rest of the race, because you wouldn't ordinarily do that. If it was 12 hours to go, you'd want to fix it. But the problem is, if that fixing is going to take 20 or even 30 minutes, that's going to ruin the end of the race. And as a clerk of the course and race directors as well, they know the value in this last 32 minutes. So if there needs to be some sort of local caution to get us through it, that's another option as well.
It's on the inside, and that's where it normally does it. I've never seen somebody hit that barrier.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a very interesting way to... that's why they've said it's to be checked, not to... It doesn't say to be repaired. It just says to be checked.
Yeah.
So obviously they have that in their... What you just said, Johnny, in their idea of, let's see if it needs to be repaired, we have to, but if it doesn't, we just get this race going again.
Get going, yeah. Well, those that probably think they didn't get enough fuel in their cars, the longer the Code 60 stays out, music to their ears, because they are massively saving fuel, but about 1/3 of race pace. The other option, of course, is to be in fuel save mode, and with, well, the lead is shown at 5 minutes and 21 seconds currently, but of course that's timed at Code 60 speeds.
Yes.
That will come down significantly. But is anybody really in a position where they can charge full chat now? Certainly, I don't think any of the BMWs, first, second or third, have enough fuel to be able to do that and really unleash the reins on their cars. So it might be a slightly bizarre end to this now in the fuel-saving mode, unless you go, right, we're just going to do another stop so that we know for a fact we're going to get the car across the line.
Yep.
But it's turned into, inadvertently, it's turned into a fuel race now.
Indeed. Indeed it has. Now, that signature that we got on the screen to say it's been looked at has gone away.
Excellent news.
And we're waiting for that car to be returned to the pits, and this Code 60 is ending in under a minute. It's a 30-minute sprint to the flag with possible pit stops for the top 4. What?
Well, we don't think any of the top 3 have got enough fuel to get to the end. Maro Engel, it's proper tightrope stuff. Augusto Farfus is laughing all the way to the bank. The problem is he's about 6 laps off the lead, but he could still trouble the podium positions. And Farfus is going to be not backward in coming forward, in pressurising, offering some scoreboard pressure from that 5th-placed 991 car. Loic Hartog was in pretty early as well. That car spent 3 minutes and 23 seconds total in pit lane, so a good chunk of that was in the fueling area as well. The revs rise, and we sincerely hope that for the final time we're back to green, and already the battling is on for Loic Hartog, who's side by side with Augusto Farfus in the red and black BMW. They're going to arrive into turn number 1, door mirror to door mirror, and the Dutchman's going to have the inside line in that Porsche. He's way up the curb, but mind you, so is Farfus as well. So wind the clock back to almost 24 hours ago, and the Loic Hartog start to the race when he went from 8th position to about 2nd in one corner. And Hartog installed again, but Farfus is not going to take this line down.
Indeed, we saw him do this down at the Aston Martin circuit last weekend as well. Around the outside of the 2 Winward cars to take the lead at turn 1, lap 1. Loic Hartog is a master of starting that car, getting those tyres in the right window and getting going really, really quick up against people like Augusto Farfus. I mean, really?
So I'll remind you that the 3rd place BMW spent total 2 minutes 27 in the pits, 2 minutes 27 seconds pit lane total, but he barely stopped with the team. I mean, that segment in the pit lane properly was just over a minute. Christopher Haase just over 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 7 seconds, and less time than that for Jordan Pepper, 2 minutes and 4. Therefore, the further up the order you are, almost the worse your position for the amount of fuel that is on board. And now there's a drama for for James Kellett's car, the 992 machine.
Front left puncher by the look of it.
So this is the AM leader, and where is this on the track? It's very early on, isn't it, Phil? This is
that's turn 2.
Turn
He's got to get all the way to the pits with a front left puncher.
And Maro Engel in the chasing Mercedes, wanting to get the three-pointed star on the podium. Well, this is their best chance to do that. They're already in third place in GT3, but this pesky AM car has been causing difficulties for so many of the other runners in a good way. It's let go for James on the start-finish straight. He's way past pit entry, though, so had to get off the racing line to allow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars to unlap themselves. And Kellett, who, well, was so energetic talking to Carla about, what, half an hour or so ago, is now having to limp that car back to the pits. We thought it was questionable on fuel. Well, this is by far a bigger issue now. They'll be able to fuel it at the same time, of course, but hemorrhaging time.
Maro Engel is around about a lap behind that car, and he may be able to get past him, get a Mercedes into the top 3, which we haven't seen since, I think, probably hour 9. So, well, it's turning around. Alexei Nesov in the Pure Racing car has taken 8th position from Vincent Kolb in the Herbeth Motorsport, and that's in GT3. I think we still have a few pit stop owing, Johnny.
Yeah.
And when are they going to do that?
I also just want to reflect on what I thought was a passive position for Loic Hartog on Augusto Farfus, but there was actually a lap between them.
Yeah.
So he was getting 1 lap back, and he's going to have to go around again and attempt to catch up with Augusto Farfus. That doesn't seem possible.
25 minutes to go, 2-minute lap, and they're both lapping the same. I think there will be the same gap again.
But there is scope for both cars to improve a position if this James Kellett issue is going to cost laps, because Kellett's and his car number 992 has completed 587 laps. Maro Engel's done 586, so he's a lap behind, but could easily get that back again now because of this horrible situation for the 992 car. And Farfus and Hartog, the real-time gap between those two is just under 2 minutes. Farfus trails Engel for 4th place by 90 seconds.
Oh. Is that damaging the under tray of that car? The front splitter is almost on the ground. 25 minutes on the clock to go before we see the checkered flag at this 21st running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. And it is drama in the last 25 minutes.
Such a dilemma for James Kellett. He's going faster than he would ordinarily with this puncture because there's only half an hour to go. And he's risking breaking the car. Normally, I'd be saying, slow down, James, but I don't think he can afford to.
No.
They've got a podium potentially in the offing here, and also the AM victory. They're well clear of the 69 second-place car, which is the Continental Audi.
5 laps clear of that one, so not an issue there.
And they just desperately want a podium with an AM car. So he's been told, I'm sure, on the radio to just pick up the pace. And if the car breaks, well, we'll try and attempt to fix that as well. He's actually done a very, very good job. The tyre's going to be... There's going to be nothing left whatsoever. Carla in position to ready to receive this BMW.
I hope you have the image as well. Look how I'm receiving it. They were just unloading the Porsche with the number 925 that came back from that incident that you just reported about. And the BMW is literally pitting right next to the truck that towed said Porsche. It is quite mayhem right now. There was yelling and yelling to not unload that Porsche in that very moment, just so that the BMW can pass safely. Nonetheless, to do a tire change on the front left where the truck is standing as we speak is an incredible blockage on that left side, and the truck can only do so much. They have to make sure that the loading area is up back on the truck, and then they can move away. And now, at the same time, how fast can a truck get away before the car is ready to go, the BMW? Maybe they should just stay put where they are and let that BMW get out. But oh no, I see hands on helmets. What is going on over there? I need to have a look at myself. I stayed away from that area.
Carla, we've got a better view than you at this point.
Yeah, I'm seeing it right now as well. Go ahead, guys.
There's a brake disc ready to be put on as well. Unfortunately,
it's exploded.
The tyres explode. Well, the brake disc is no longer there. There's also what remained of the tyre down to the gauze that had wrapped itself around all of the suspension parts as well. So this is not just going to be a question of taking the wheel off and refitting a new one. The truck's now moved away, but it doesn't help Paradigm at all because the amount of repair work that's going to have to take place. This is the AM car about to be wheeled back into the garage, I'm sure. With 22 minutes to go of a 24-hour race, they've had a faultless affair to this point. And to be honest, I was trying to stir a bit of jeopardy that I didn't think was going to happen, but I said, one more pit stop. You never know if you've had good luck up until this point. The bad luck might just leap on you out of nowhere, and this is exactly what's happened to the 992 BMW.
That's going to promote Mauro Engel in the Winward Racing Mercedes up into third position. Augusto Farfus doesn't have to pit again in the 991, but he's a lap down with just on 21.5 minutes to go. Boy, that disc, when it let go, it just shredded the tyre. And that happened on the start-finish straight. Wow.
So Kellett in the pits, 992 now, a sitting duck for this car, the dark blue Mercedes of Winward Racing. 90 seconds, but on the same lap as the BMW currently. So as soon as Engel completes this lap, he'll be in front of car 992 and onto the podium. So this is how quickly things can change, fortunes can alter as the Mercedes comes out of the bowl at turn 14, the kink at 15, and we'll not be able to see the BMW, which sits the other side of the pit wall. But we're going to have a new car onto the podium, and this dominance from BMW looking out, well, for a long time in the overnight period. The top 4 positions just shows that through persistence you can get some reward as the Mercedes now completes 589 laps, and there's confirmation. Mauro Engel in his Mercedes is officially in third position.
Wow.
And trailing still the WRT BMWs by enough of a margin for those guys, but we don't yet know whether both of those BMWs have to pit again. How much fuel were they able to get into the cars under the code 60 pit stops? Not enough, potentially.
17 litres. That was all they were allowed to do. And they had around about 25 minutes of racing to go. I don't think that's enough to get them to the flag. Unless they go into fuel-saving mode. 1 minute 12, the gap between the 669 and the 27 Team WRT. Both cars, Jordan Pepper, Christopher Haas. Then Mauro Engel being promoted up into third in the Winward Racing Mercedes AMG. Augusto Farfus is 2:57 behind James Kellett, who is stationary in the pits with the Paradigm. And if that they're still working on that front left, that's about a lap. And now Farfus now up into fourth position, 1 minute and 20 behind Mauro Engel in third.
So Kellett dropping another position. The Paradigm competition, AM leader, down to 5th place. Still on course for a category win, but they've kissed goodbye to an overall podium with their AM car with 22 minutes remaining of a 24-hour race. And they're frantically working on the front left corner of that car, but it is going to be so hot. The brake disc just didn't appear to be there anymore.
No, it had exploded. I think that's what took the tyre out, because there was no load on the tyre. It was on the start-finish straight. So when that exploded, it just tore the tyre to shreds.
Yeah. And then the next question is, when you've got a new brake disc ready, what is there to attach it to?
Exactly, because you don't want to just put one brake disc on, because the balance will be absolutely horrible.
Yeah.
You know, you need to put both brake discs on, unless with under 19 minutes to go, can he nurse that around and deal with it?
I think we're at a stage where you can't afford the luxury of 2 new brake discs. That would be the ideal situation. But they're trying to keep the Vasily Vladikin-driven Continental Racing Audi behind them. That's now completed 586 laps, whereas the James Kellett 992 Paradigm car, 588. So we're within 2 laps now of that AM lead changing.
7th position, Chris Lellum in the Grove Racing by Gatsby just picked up a 1-minute penalty. But And Christopher Haase into the fuel bay from second position.
Right, so if Chris needs fuel, Jordan Pepper absolutely needs fuel. And the other question, therefore, is what about Maro Engel, who's pounding round, but he only had 30 extra seconds in the fueling area. I'm not quite sure that's going to be enough compared to these BMWs as well.
They only need 17.5 minutes of fuel.
Yeah.
They don't need a full load. 17.5 minutes. They would have worked out how much fuel they need to put in to minimise the stop in the fuel bay. The further they go, the less time they need to be there.
Of course.
So Christopher Haase on 594 laps. Maro Engel's on 590. So there's a 4-lap gap there back to the Winward Mercedes. So I think they're safe in doing that now, making sure they can get to the end of the race to lock out that second position for the 27 car team WRT BMW M4 GT4.
Well, it makes sense to pick the second place car first, get that done and dusted, safely away, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is actually an in-lap for Jordan Pepper now in the Bumblebee liveried BMW, the 669 car, which at times has been spurting oil all over the windscreen, down the left-hand side of the car. We never did, thankfully, get a mechanical warning flag for this machine, but it was nip and tuck at times because of the amount of fuel, probably in the overfill that was being ejected, and certainly compromising vision. So what's Pepper going to do? He's got a couple of Porsches up ahead of him that are awkwardly placed as Chris Haase is released. And now he will have enough fuel to get through the final 16 minutes of this race. But Jordan Pepper, now there's a spin, though, for the 24 Porsche. And is that going to get going straight away? It is the
Dynamic GT Porsche.
Eshan Pieris dynamic car, and it does get away.
Oh.
So no need for another code 60. Jordan Pepper crosses the line. He did not come in for fuel. So 669 happy to stay out for at least one more lap. We're only 4 away from the 600 marker, which we will make in 2026. The record distance is saved for another year, though, that has stood since 2012. And the Dynamic GT Porsche, a little bit too much curb at turn 5, heading for turn 6 and 7, and a full rotation for car 24, and I think a stall as well, but the engine refired very quickly, and we don't have to worry about another errant and late code 60.
Keeping an eye on our race leader at the moment, the 669, just coming around turn number 9. Probably with 14.5 minutes to go coming in this lap. They can't take a risk, because if there's another code 60, I still don't think what they will get under code 60 may not get them to the finish.
Well, yeah. And the real problem is, well, as the work continues on the 992, but if that code 60 comes out as Jordan Pepper's going into turn 1, well, then I suppose he'll get a little bit of fuel mileage, because if they're confident that he can do another lap, then if that's done around code 60, then some of that fuel mileage is bought back again. I can't think they're in a position, WRT, here where they go, well, we just need another caution and we don't even need to make a stop. Jordan Pepper's going to have to stop, and possibly at the end of this lap, as he's now caught up with the 5th place car of Loic Hartog, and Hartog is on a tear, so he needs to be a little bit cautious here of the Dutchman, who's keen to stay in front and not lose another lap to the race leader. Pepper's feinting to the inside, but he's still able to stay out.
Wow.
I hope his radio's working as well, and that WRT are not saying box, 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 Jordan, and the message isn't getting through. Weird that Christopher Haase came in so early on, but maybe they just wanted to get that pit stop out of the way, and they'll continue running the risk with Jordan Pepper. He can't be close on fuel. They just wouldn't risk it.
Yeah, 129 into the stint at the moment, and just took that top up. The thing we don't know was where he was in his stint, and so there may be enough fuel to get him home.
Well, he pitted at 11:15, I noted down, and then the shortened stop. Now, by the time he got to the fueling area, it was already code 60. So it wasn't like a Maro Engel pit stop where half of it was done under green and half of it was done under purple. Let's just have a look to see whether as the 31 Mercedes is being wheeled out onto the apron. So 11:15 this morning was a pit stop. 1:58 he spent in the pit lane, and I think he did a full stint. Well, an hour and 7 minutes. Now, bear in mind, we have seen under full green, these BMWs do an hour and 15.
Okay.
So it was in slightly early, but I'm still not convinced it was early enough to now reach the finish.
With 12 minutes to go, we watch our leader just heading down towards turn 13. The 31 makes its way back out. That's the Team Parker racing car. Had a long time in the pits. James Kellett still in the pits. All of the wire in that wheel has wrapped around all of the suspension. They may not get back out.
Yeah.
Keeping an eye on the 669. Another lap. Another 2 minutes. Just keeping an eye on his lap times. He's in fuel-saving mode. He's out into the 202s. He was in the 2 minutes. I think he's running that car to do that. He's on 5:98 laps as he crossed. He's about a lap and a half ahead of Christopher Haase at the moment. Can they try and get the 669 to the finish?
Mauro Engel is deep in fuel save mode with a 204.0. Pepper's comfortable doing slightly quicker lap times than that, but nothing like Christopher Haase, who's beneath the 2 minute marker. That lead change in GT3 AM has now happened. So Vasily Vladikin for Continental Racing leading AM in the number 69 Audi. The Paradigm Competition BMW second in AM, but showing no signs of being able to return to the race. So they are close to having to give up the second place shortly to Hoffa Racing and Manuel Metzger, a former winner of this race in his number 11 Mercedes.
There's 12 minutes difference.
Well, they're on the same lap, though, aren't they?
Yeah. So 12:18 says on here. We'll have a look at that.
Yeah, but Metzger's completed 588 laps, so I think the next time he crosses the line, he'll probably be ahead of James Kellett. That's just a quirk of the timing.
Yeah. My eyes are not seeing well after 23 hours and 50 minutes of racing here at the Dubai Autodrome for the 21st edition of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai.
There's confirmation of it, Phil. Metzger's just crossed the line. He's gone second in GT3 AM, and it's going from bad to worse for Paradigm Competition. They may not even be on the podium in GT3 AM after, well, just blitzing it for 23 and a half hours.
Oh.
And they were third overall, leading AM so comfortably. And one small issue, I say small issue, a brake disc exploded and took the wheel and tyre with it. And that's how quickly a race like this can derail in front of your very eyes.
Yeah, the Lion Speed GP 89 car is a lap down, but he's going to get that lap back and take that third position. Gregory Cervais at the wheel, looking at getting onto the podium with 9 minutes to go.
Where's Jordan Pepper finding this fuel from? I mean, 7 minutes, it was 7 laps shorter. So bearing in mind, Julian Hans's stint was 40 laps versus the 33 laps that Jordan Pepper was able to do. And at the end of Hans's stint, that's when Chris Haase took over. That was the short fuel fill under code 60. And then since then, Haase has had to come in. So I suppose we can say that the 69 car has got 7 more laps to play with as it's played out. Comparatively slow, so maybe that's enough.
Mate, only 4 laps remaining. We're 8 minutes to go, 2 minute laps, so only 4 to go.
And we're on to lap 600 of the 21st edition of the Michelin Dubai 24 Hours. 8 minutes left.
Has he got 23 kilometres worth of fuel in that car? That's all he needs to get to the checkered flag.
And I mean, look at the lap times that he's able to do. 2 minutes, 0.7 last time around. That's almost the same as Haase's pace. is he being told, just push now, because we will make a stop? 992, they're bolting a wheel on the front left corner of that car, and they're still potentially on course for a podium in GT3 AM, helped by the fact that Manuel Metzger's having to make a late stop as well in the second place car. So Metzger in car 11 in pit lane. He's 2 laps clear of the Paradigm competition car. Carla, you're right on the spot at Paradigm. What are you seeing?
A car that is put back together. The wheel is back on, the hood is back on, last instructions in the car, and I hope to hear this engine running ASAP. I'm not fully aware where they will come out if they leave right now, but it is so tight. I'm not quite sure of what they're discussing about now, but long story short, the car is back-to-back together in one piece, so let's just get this going.
Well, the 4th place car in GT3 is currently in the middle sector of the same lap that the Paradigm car is on. So they've got about a minute and a half maybe to get that car out and ahead of Gregory Servet in the Lion Speed GP Porsche. And this is a podium that they're now fighting for in GT3 AM. Where's the 89 car? There it is, heading through turn 13 and into... No, sorry, that's a 69 car. 89 is Gregory Servet for Lion Speed. So the 10th place car, which is the leader in AM, already well clear of James Kellett's Paradigm car. Manuel Metzger's done the necessary fuel in his Hoffa Racing Mercedes.
As has Grove Racing by Get Speed. Christopher Lullen just came in for a splash and dash, out in 6th position in GT3.
I fear that Gregory Servet is going to cross the line any moment now in the Lion Speed car.
He has.
And there he goes. And there goes the podium in GT3 AM for Paradigm competition with only 5.5 minutes still to go. Although the 992 BMW was showing signs of movement, they're not going to rescue the situation so that they can get a trophy at the end of otherwise a faultless run. Heartbreak for one side of Paradigm competition, and it's looking at the moment like they might miss out on the GT3 podium as well, because Augusto Farfus has got to catch Maro Engel, and he's got to catch a minute back on the German as well. Hoffa Racing potentially have an issue though now. Now I mentioned the Manuel Metzger late pit stop. Is there now some smoke issuing from this car? And is that why it needed to make a pretty late pit stop? So I can tell you Jordan Pepper's still not needed to come in. He's still able to do, well, 2:02 last time around. WRT are saying we've done our calculations correctly. We're now telling Jordan to set a delta time to ensure that he's got enough fuel left in that car. But remember, the car will have to do its slowing down lap as well, and potentially provide a fuel sample to the scrutineer as well. How close are they willing to run it?
4:12 to go. Chris Lullum in the number 4 car has just dropped from 6th to 8th position. The 92 car, Pure Racing, up into 6th. And Vincent Kolb in the 269 Herbert Motorsport Porsche up into 7th with under 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, where did that 3:36 lap come from for Chris Lullum? Did he come in the pits?
Yes, I think yes, he did.
Fine.
He came in and did a top-up.
Okay, so that now makes sense as to why he's lost a couple of positions. I thought he'd had a big moment out on track that we'd missed, but there was also a penalty that needed to be served as well, which was 60 seconds.
Well, they need to serve that, otherwise it's doubled. That's 120 seconds.
Yeah, if you don't serve it in your next pit stop.
Yep.
So quite a number of things ticked off there, including 1 minute and, well, no time in the fueling area at all. The priority was serving the penalty and then sending the car back out again.
Another lap for the 669, not into the pits. 601 laps completed, 3:10 to go. Probably got 2 laps left in this race, Johnny.
And 2 laps that Jordan Pepper can complete without a pit stop? Or is the WRT car, the yellow and black BMW, going to be called in on the final lap? I mean, he's got enough time with 3 and a bit minutes in the back pocket. just to ensure that the car will cross the line. This feels more risky than it needs to be, but I'm not viewing the data that WRT can see. And maybe the fact that it pitted slightly early, well, 7 laps earlier than the Christopher Haase and Julian Hanses and others' car in number 27, means that they know it can get to the finish. We're an hour and 40 minutes into Jordan Pepper's stint, but the tyres should be giving him some good performance as well, with only 14 laps on them so far.
Yeah, the gap between Murrow Engel and Augustus Farfus is sitting at 53 seconds, and given we've probably only got a lap and a half to go, that's going to stay as it is. Keeping an eye on our race leader, where he comes around turn 10.
Yeah, so in that middle sector, the pace has dropped significantly again. So last time around, he did a 2:11.
Yeah.
Which is 10 seconds slower than Christopher Haase. Still moving, but 44 seconds through sector 1, so has dropped 4 or 5 seconds on fellow cars.
Yeah, cars are overtaking him now. He's in fuel save mode. He's got
the time in hand.
He's got 1 minute and 26, so he is slowing that thing down because they may be on fumes. Have they hedged their bets wrong?
Got to be. But with a minute on the clock, he can't make this the final lap.
No.
So will they stay out? The answer to that question is yes. And we're about to hit the final lap of this year's Dubai 24 Hours with Michelin. And WRT will argue afterwards, oh, no, we never thought for a moment this car would run out of fuel. But look at the sector times. There's another 2 minutes and 11 second lap, and it could be even slower than that for lap 604 that will take this car, we hope, to the finish.
Yeah, he's just letting everybody by. He just needs to get around about another 4.8 kilometres to get to the checkered flag. The last lap board is being shown on the start-finish line. Wow, what a drive from Jordan Pepper, Team WRT. They've really done their numbers well, but he's not at the end of the race just yet, coming through turns 8 and 9.
However, Christopher Haase, now with the time remaining, cannot get level with the number of laps completed by Jordan Pepper already. So, as Ben's just made the point to me to my left, if the car gets parked on this final lap, they'll still win. There isn't the rule in place like Le Mans that you still have to be running, you have to cross the line, I don't think, to be classified, although it would be a weird end to the race to be parked on this final tour. Lap 604, the sector times have come down a little bit as that car is able to exit turn 10. And, well, a brave decision by the chief engineer on car 669 to not come into the pits when they did have time in hand to do so, to do a quick splash and dash. And it's still concerningly slow. What a way to win a 24-hour race. This is the old school way of doing it. We've been bleating on about it being a sprint race from start to finish. This is not a sprint race now. It's make sure there's enough fuel in the belly to get it across the line. And this is going to be record equaling for a team at the 24 Hours of Dubai. Black Falcon have managed to win it 5 times. WRT, with 2 manufacturers, let us not forget, will equal that record in 2026. And an amazing run in the last 5 years where they've managed to win the last 4 races. The fireworks, the pyrotechnics begin at the end of the 21st edition of the Dubai 24 Hours, because it's a win for WRT and the yellow and black number 669 car, and looking very likely that it's going to be a 1-2 finish as well, with Christopher Haase, who has been turning the wick up. He's going to finish a lap behind, a full lap behind the winning car. But how about piquing our interest in the closing laps there? Did they need to pit? Did they not? Well, in the end, they were able to stay out and provide a grandstand finish here in Motor City.
Anthony McIntosh, Ben Tuck, Jordan Pepper, Kelvin van der Linde and Fran Rueda were the drivers of the 669 who shared the duties over 24 hours. More cars coming through the finish line now. Christopher Haase has crossed it. We're just waiting for Maro Engel in the 16 car.
So Chris Haase, Julian Hanses, Thomas Kiefer, Mathieu Detrey, who really drove well this weekend, and Stanislav Minsky in their second-placed WRT car. It's a 1-2 finish for WRT. We're still waiting for the number 16 car of Mauro Engel to cross the line. Meanwhile, some of the category winners are already sealing their trophies. And with that, Mauro Engel, together with Lucas Stoltz, Dan Arrow and Sergei Stolyarov, finish in third place for Winward Racing. A Mercedes on the podium looks so unlikely with just a handful of hours to go, really. Yeah. And it was a BMW first, second, third and fourth. Yes, they've managed to get 3 of their cars in the top 4 positions, but Porsche ran it close as well, particularly with that late run in the Loic Hartog Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Absolute heartbreak for one side of the Paradigm competition crew, because that BMW will finish the race in the pit lane, in the garage. Paradigm miss out on a GT3 podium, and they're also going to lose out in the GT3 AM ranks in that regard too.
We see the car driving on the marbles to pick up some rubber to add some weight to the car to make sure they're not underweight when they come back into Parc Ferme. Our top 3 will be parking in front of the Dubai Autodrome podium, which is not the main podium this weekend. It's over in the Apex Garden, as hopefully he's got enough fuel in that car to get back to the pits.
Well, not only has the slowing down lap got to be done, but as I mentioned, you know, it's got to be checked.
Yes.
The car will need to be scrutineered as the winner of a big, big race. And clearly WRT are confident that it's normally a litre, I think, of fuel that will have to be checked to make sure that everything is to the letter of the law there as well. So Jordan Pepper deliberately running way off the road to make sure he passes the ride height check. So out in the rubber marbles there, but also not wanting to hurry things up. Because, well, he's also taking the applause of the fans still here at the Dubai Autodrome, enjoying a classic. Yes, we didn't have the variety necessarily of manufacturers at the sharp end, but all 4 BMWs that were in the fight at one point kept one another honest for the whole race.
Well, we had the lead. The BMWs have held the front 2 positions since hour 7, whether it be Paradigm or Team WRT. And we had top 3 BMWs from hour 9. And that has been broken in the last hour with the Mercedes coming back with Mauro Engel in the Winward Racing car.
The ideal publicity shot now for Team WRT, as both cars are nose to tail. And this isn't the point where Jordan Pepper's suddenly run out of fuel, by the way. He is being instructed, I think, to slow just before he heads into the pit lane and make sure that his car and the others that finish on the overall podium are correctly placed. So they're being sent down pit lane, whereas the other cars, their Parc Ferme, will be on the start-finish straight.
Yeah, they go over around of the overrun of turn 16.
Yeah.
Out alongside the grandstand.
So the runoff, the drag strip area.
Yeah, you can see them parking there alongside the grandstand.
Beyond turn 16. But here are the duo from WRT, the Werts Racing Team, Vincent Voss's outfit, and a lovely new premises very close to Liège Airport in Belgium, where several different locations across Belgium have sort of been combined, where they prepare their hypercars, and they're set, by the way, for another campaign in the 2026 World Endurance Championship for 8 races. But this is a major GT milestone, and Jordan Pepper is going to step out of the car onto the roof of the 669 BMW and cheer to all of the mechanics that have run down to the winner's circle. It was never in doubt for the South African. I'm sure there were 1 or 2 palpitations, mind you, saying, are we sure, guys? Are we sure there's enough fuel in this car?
Also coming into the podium, Christopher Haase in the 27 car. Shared that with the Stanislav Minsky, Mathieu Detrey, Thomas Kiefer, and Christopher Haase.
The other thing we should point out, we mentioned it in the race, but Jordan Pepper, this is the first time he's been in the BMW.
Wow.
So he wins a major endurance race on his BMW debut, having departed Lamborghini over the winter. So a great addition at WRT, and for the Bavarian brand, Jordan Pepper, and now a conversation, I'm sure, with Christopher Haase, and the fact that Chris had to make that late stop, but they, in the end, were in a slightly different cycle of pit stops. The 27 BMW had pitted 7 laps prior to the Jordan Pepper car, so was not in as good a position, but it didn't affect its final placing as second. A wave as well from Mauro Engel, a little bit of an unexpected 3rd position overall, because were Paradigm Competition not to have run into their problems, that was a big uphill task for the 16 Mercedes to snatch a podium finish. But just on occasion, you know, you keep on pounding round, ticking those laps off, and you will get your rewards, as is the case for the AMG.
Indeed it is. All of the various class winners are lined up down in the pit lane. And let's have a look at who were there. 669 Team WRT in GT3, Herbeth in GT3 Pro AM, the 10 car. Continental Racing by Simpson in GT3 AM in the Audi. The 962, the Tierra Outdoor Racing by Fark, winner of the 992. 992 AM is Red Ant Racing in the 924 car. The GTX winner is Leipert Motorsport. Return winners after winning last year as well in the 710 car. Just going over the page and having a look at GT4. Journey Motorsport, 3 events, 3 wins. Fantastic effort for the Journey Motorsport team winning the GT4. And then in TCE, it was Asbest Racing, the 102, taking the win on that. And then we have in TC, it was the KCMG Toyota GR Supra from the all Hong Kong drivers taking that win in TC.
Carlos, right down in the thick of action, and I know you're keen to catch up with drivers. Are any of them nearby?
I am in the midst of the chaos down here. Lovely, these emotions. It truly is one of my favorite moments, if not my favorite moment of the race. It's when all the 24-hour stress releases, and I'm trying to get hold of the WRT boys. Come on, guys. Let's get to the place where we're supposed to do an interview. Follow me along right over here, so we're a little bit on the side to do our interview. Go ahead. Come on, Ben. Come on, guys. I need you. Kelvin, you with us? Come on. Lovely. I made it. I have all 4 of them. Congratulations, you guys. You are the winners of the 21st 24 hours of Dubai. I'm going to go from right to left. Kelvin, tell me, how are you feeling?
It feels great. In December, or just before December, I messaged the team. I said, I really want to come into Dubai, and I want to tick this one off. It's the one race I was still missing. So amazing job by everyone and the whole team. Yeah, really happy to start the season like this. Thanks to the guys. Thanks to all my teammates. They did great. Strategy as always by WRT, I mean, speaks for itself.
Fantastic. Any words from you? How are you feeling in this very moment?
Yeah, I mean, just to follow up Kelvin's comments, it's been a very intense week. We've done an amazing work during the whole week, setting up the car for the race. It's been amazing to drive. And obviously winning this big one to start 2026 is the perfect way.
Fantastic, Brian. Thank you very much. We were really thinking that this could be tied to the end. Were you worried at all?
A little bit, yeah. But Jordan managed it perfectly. I mean, we told him a number to go to, and he did it fine. And to be honest, he could back off on the last lap. And luckily, we had that margin. So, yeah, it was tight, but we got there.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ben. Jordan, you brought the car home. You're the one who was sitting in the car crossing the finish line. Again, it felt tight from the outside. How tight did it feel for you driving that car over that finish line?
No, it was a casual Sunday drive at the end. No, I'm kidding. We went on a bit risky with a lot of fuel saving at the end, but it was good fun getting a target and trying to nail it. And yeah, we had to slow down a little bit there at the end just to not do an extra lap, just to make sure we had enough fuel to the end. So credit to the team, huge thanks. They've welcomed me on board and been just incredible. And then my teammates have been absolute superstars. Every single one of them did an amazing job, did exactly what we asked. And yeah, to win my first BMW race as a BMW Works driver is a dream come true. To share the podium with my brother, Calvin, and obviously these absolute legends is just super special. So, yeah, happy boy tonight. Probably the happiest in Dubai.
Fantastic. Enjoy the emotions. And of course, we have one last driver in that car as well. Anthony, congratulations. You've been part of all of this wonderfulness that happened with WRT. BMW was insanely strong. How was this experience for you?
The experience was mega, obviously. The team was awesome. Big thanks to the guys at WRT. Special thanks goes out to Vincent, Kurt, our engineers, Simon and Thomas, and then my co-drivers. So those guys were all mega, and I just can't say enough about it. So it was really a good experience. You know, honestly, we came out to just do some practice and get ready for Asian Le Mans, and they said, hey, let's enter this race. It'd be good for you. And so that's what we did. And I think it was one of the best things they could have recommended to me.
Incredible. It is all about the team that is doing it. Enjoy the celebrations, enjoy the emotions. What a wonderful day for you guys.
Thank you so much.
Well, Anthony McIntosh in a slightly tricky situation because he had a foot in both camps. Yes, he was driving the WRT car, but he was also part of the driving lineup in 992 that missed out on a GT3 AM podium, but he will get to stand on the overall podium very shortly. There'll be Camels involved, the lot. It's a perfect result in the end, Phil Hansen, though, for the Team WRT squad.
669 and 27 locking out. First and the second, third place. Winward Racing in the Mercedes. Fourth, Augusta Farfus bringing the Paradigm Competition BMW home. Then it was the number 10 Herbert Motorsport car in fifth. In sixth position, it was Pure X Racing Porsche. Seventh, Christopher Lullum and Grove Racing by Get Speed. Vincent Cole bringing the Herbert Motorsport Porsche home in 8th position. Resume More Than Racing in 9th. And Continental Racing by Simpson bringing the Audi home in 10th.
And beyond those top 10 finishers, that was the AM winner in GT3. You got the third place finisher in GT3 Pro Am, the 88 crew, 11th for Dragon Racing and the Ferrari 296, ahead of the Hoffa Racing Manuel Metzger-driven Mercedes. We thought that had very, very late drama. It had a late pit stop. Eventually, though, the smoke or the steam that was being issued from that car did not affect its run to second. And Lion Speed GP in the closing stages. Gregory Servet put in for the final stint. They managed to get their car on the podium for GT3 AM very, very late on because of the dramas at Paradigm. 14th position for Fabio Babini and the rest at Tsunami RT, and the Porsche number 79. The GT3 Pro-Am car with Fulgenci Racing finishing 15th. Despite 992 not crossing the line, they should hang on to 4th position in GT3 AM despite that late heartbreak. Origin powered by CC's Porsche in 17th position, number 87, ahead of the 992 winners, and Tierra Outdoor Racing by Fach, who have dominated this event in the 962 car, ahead of 992 AM winners, Red Ant Racing with their 924 Cup car, and Seb Lajou Racing will finish third of the 992s, second in their subcategory with the 910 numbered car.
'21st, it was Haas RT in the Audi, finishing 6th in AM. In the 22nd position, the Triple 8 car, Sebjulu Racing, second in the AM category. Elia Gerhardt brought the Centerlock Junior team home, finishing in 23rd overall. HRT Performance in 24th position, third in GT 992 AM. And then we have the 8 car of El Bamba Motorsport in 25th position, leading the GTX defending champions. The 710 takes the win in GTX in 26th position. And then we have the 939 Team GP Elite in 27th. Then in 28th, it's Team Motorpark, car 13. 29th, it is Mulna Motorsport. In 30th position, it's ARM Motors.
So that's almost half the field. Sadly, we lost a considerable amount of them in the middle portion of the race, but 795 is one of the GTX runners that had that dramatic retirement, however, finished as the second place runner in GTX. It just depends whether they've done the necessary distance in 31st place. Then 985, another car that ended the race in pit lane, which was the Neuhofer Rennsport Porsche. 914 in behind for Roussenov Racing, another Porsche Cup car. Vortex on the GTX podium. It remains to be seen whether that's second or third, but 701 finishing 34th overall, ahead of the Modena Motorsports Porsche in 992 AM. The Team CMR Lamborghini, a GTX runner, finished 36th overall, ahead of the Dynamic GT Porsche with a late spin in GT3 AM. 445 Czerny Motorsport have not put a foot wrong in the whole of the Middle East Trophy, winning pretty much every point on offer. They will have to drop some of those, of course, or one of those, but 445 with another GT4 victory. Congratulations to them. Ahead of the 925 Creventic Sport Porsche, that brought out a late code 60 after it whacked the barrier coming out of turn 9, and Optimum Motorsports McLaren number 77 in 40th position.
In 41st position, it is the Asbest Racing winning the TCE and TCX category, the 102 car. The 108 KCMG second in TCE and winning the TC category for them. Then it's the 763 in 43rd position. The 127 SRS Team Rennsport in their Porsche in 45th. Marco Grilli bringing the Asbest Cayman home in 46th position. The 777, our Faisal Al-Zabar, we had the issue with that, finished in the pits of 47th overall. 48th was Asbest Racing in the Volkswagen Golf GTI. In 49th position, SRS Team Rennsport in the Cayman 718 GT4. Then we have the Circuit Toys GT4 as well. Great battle between second and third there towards the finish of the race. Really unfortunate for the 51st car. It was the Rosser Racing car. We saw that in that heavy accident down in turn 10. And then we had another one with the Exo Lotaka at the wheel of the Into Africa Racing by Dragon, finishing in 52nd. The old Japanese driver team, the Toyota Gazoo Racing, finished the race. Kokoro Sato took that car across the wheel in 53rd position. Then the X-Motor Sport by HRT Performance in 54th. El Bamba Motorsport in 55th. Asbest Racing finished that race in 56th position. And then we have the Walking Wounded. Optimum Motorsport in 57th. Red Camel Jordans, the 909, tragedy for them in both races, finishing 58th. Winward Racing, Marvin Deitch with that wheel coming off in 59th position. Marvin Clean in TFT Racing, our pole sitters in 60th. Rabdan Byfield Genzi in 61st. First, HRT Performance, the 928 in 62nd. The unfortunate retirement and with the Mercedes AMG of Car 93, Ajit Red Ant Racing. And then 64th, it was the SVC Sport Management, an early retirement. And then it was the Haas RT very early on in the race in 65th position. I think we had about 51 cars rolling.
Well, what a race for the 2026 edition of the Dubai 24 Hours, the 21st version, and quite a crowd has stayed in the grandstand ready to witness the Camels taking the winners to the Apex Garden, and there's quite a throng assembled as well for the presentation itself, which will no longer be done just beneath the podium. The drivers have already selected their mounts, very different from what they've been behind the wheel of for the last 24 hours, Phil. But this is very much tradition at this event.
I've spoken to many drivers, and after a 24-hour race, they say this is the scariest thing they've ever done. Unbelievable. As this is tradition here at the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. Our 669 team from WRT on board their steeds. And they're making their way down. They're sort of down at the old start-finish line, well, the new start-finish line, down around about garage 12 at the moment. It's an amble. It's not a race. They're just ambling down the pit lane, in wrong direction, by the way. And it's a long ride from there to the new podium. It's going to take a little while. While we watch the Camels, Johnny, what are your thoughts of this 21st edition of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai?
Well, electric at times, also totally bizarre at others when we had the wheels falling off cars in the middle of the night. We've had quite a lot of contact as well with barriers. Not so much car versus car, but a survival act when you weren't driving a BMW, because the Beamers were strong throughout and the other cars then sort of mopping up the pieces. But a tough fare for particularly Audi fans, Ferrari that might have got a better result than it turned out, and Mercedes creeping onto that third place on the podium. But the Camels now heading down pit lane and towards the podium itself, but it's still a little bit of a trek from this point on, Phil.
Indeed it is, as they make their way down. I think with this race, Johnny, everything got upset with not the first Code 60, but the second Code 60, because that was when it came right as the GT3 cars were waiting to refuel, and it never got back to that area.
Whilst we watch the Camels, I know Carla's patiently waiting with Luca Stolz from the third place Mercedes.
It's not just Luca Stolz. I have both Luca Stolz and Maro Engel with me. Guys, if I'm very, very honest, I didn't think I would see you here. My oh my, you always need a bit of luck when you drive into a 24-hour race, don't you?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I do feel a bit sorry for the two Paradigm BMWs. I mean, they did a great race. So for us, in the end, it was a bit lucky. We fought a lot, and yeah, now it's rewarding. So it's quite nice to have a podium, especially for Sergei, and also for me as well, because I tried several times and I've never been on the podium here. So yeah, thanks to the team and also to my teammates, quite a good ending.
Consistency is key, Maro, isn't it? There is just no giving up in a 24-hour race.
No, for sure. We fought hard, and the team did an amazing job. Gave us a great car, but yeah, to be honest, there was no chance against the BMWs as we saw. So we needed that little bit of luck on our side. It's always tough for the competitors if you lose out like that. But I mean, we're happy that we could at least get two of the BMWs like that. But that was certainly the maximum for us today.
You fought hard. You did your very best. Congratulations once again that you get to be on the podium, and we will see you later on.
Thank you.
Luca Stolz and Maro Engel chatting to Carla Velti, and thank you for their patience and Carla's patience, frankly, because we were trying to get to that interview for a little while, and I'm pleased that we got it there eventually, because the Camels are going at their own pace now. They've gone the wrong way down pit lane, perfectly legally, because we're now at the end of the race, and they are heading towards the Apex Garden. That was the 21st edition of the Dubai 24 Hours, live on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We'll have the rest of the season covered, of course, for the 24H series through the summer campaign, with the next race being the Mugello 12 Hours.
Let's have a look at the Middle East Trophy. This is round 3 of that. 96 points for the 669 team, WRT. 76 points in second place for Herbeth Motorsport, the number 10 car. Origin Power by CC, our winners in Malaysia, the 87 car on 58 points. Continental Racing by Simpson in fourth position on 56 points. And Winward Racing, car number 16, on 48 points. Herbeth Motorsport lead the Pro-Am standings in the 269, 94 points for them. Herbeth Motorsport in the 91 car lead in second position on 76. 64 for the number 17 Fulgenzi Racing in third. Dragon Racing 88 in fourth on 62 points. And Ajit Redant Racing, the 93 car, on 52 points in fifth position. GT3 AM, congratulations go to Continental Racing by Simpson, 69 car in 94 points. Origin powered by CC, 87. Hoffer Racing, the 11 car, on 52. Dynamic GT on 50 points in fourth position, the 24 car. And the number 2 Haas RT car in fifth position, 40 points. In the 992 cars, congratulations go to Septilu Racing, the 888 car, on 73 points. The second Septilu Racing car, the 910, on 68. Third place, the 921 Mullner Motorsport on 60 points. Medina Motorsport in the 216 on 50 points, fourth position for them. And fifth position, the 930 for X Motorsport by HRT Performance, 46 points. .992 AM is the 888 Septilu Racing, 86 points. Medina Motorsports 216, 69 points. 930 is on 62 points. X Motorsports by HRT Performance. The 929 HRT Performance, fourth place on 58. Tied with 931 AR Motors by HRT. GTX Team CMR, the 795 Janetta, wins that on 88 points from 84 points. Vortex, the 701 car. Class GT4, 3 starts, 3 wins for the 445 Journey Motorsport, 100 points for them. Circuit Toys, the 444 car, on 84 points in second position. SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, the 427, on 82 points. TCE, the 102 Asbest Racing on 100 points. The 111 Asbest Racing on 78 points second. The 103 Asbest Racing on 68 points. And have a guess, the 101 Asbest Racing in fourth position on 55 points. TCX, part of the TCE. It's Asbest Racing 102, 100 points for them. The 111 Asbest Racing Porsche 718 Cayman in 84 points. The 103 Asbest Racing Volkswagen Golf GDI in fourth position, 74. And the oldest car in the field, 101, takes fourth position. The Seat Leon Cup Racer on 64 points. And that is how we wrap up round 3 of the Middle East Trophy.
Yeah, and quite some stories to tell from 3 races if those teams had done all 3, beginning back in Malaysia towards the start of December with a 12-hour race there. That's going to return in 2026. And then these 2 races in back-to-back weekends. A terrific latest addition to the Dubai 24 Hours, the 21st version of it with Michelin, and it all came to a head at 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon as 65 cars took the start around this superb 5.3 kilometre Dubai Autodrome. Weather conditions glorious throughout. However, that didn't stop the incidents coming thick and fast on the opening lap. We were under code 60 before the end of the first tour, in fact, with lots of damaged race cars, some of which would not return. And really, this race has the habit of just getting rid of a few early on. And sadly for Ajit Kumar and the number of fans that he brought here this weekend. Ajit Red Ant Racing were out far too early with a significant engine failure. The Code 60s would promote a blast of cars to the pit lane and more readily to the fueling area. Yes, to take on far less fuel than they are normally permitted, but the value of shortening the lap a little bit and getting a few litres in was clearly too much to turn down, predominantly for those BMWs. Weird moments in the night where wheels started falling off cars with no explanation. We had, and that was the reaction, in fact, of Marvin Dienst when his Mercedes suddenly had 3 wheels on the wagon. Then in a copycat manoeuvre, James Winslow even took the same parking position as Marvin Dienst. We've not ever seen anything quite like that. We always knew that this was a car tester and a car breaker around the Dubai Autodrome. There were some close moments, even when you're trying to get into the sanctuary of the pit lane. A horrible crash for Roman Roussenov's Rossa LMGT car, a misunderstanding in the braking area at turn 10. Also the Treble 7 Almanar Ferrari with a huge off into the concrete coming out of turn 9. And then late in the day, Creventic Sports Porsche almost climbing the Armco barrier at the very same corner. Would Jordan Pepper get to the end of the race on fumes, we thought, but then we heard from WRT afterwards that everything was in hand and they scoop up another win here at the Dubai 24 Hours. A tremendous quintet of drivers. We heard from them all in the closing stages in BMW number 669, and congratulations again to those 5 drivers: Anthony McIntosh, Ben Tuck, Jordan Pepper, Kelvin van der Linde and Fran Rueda. They'll all be making their way to the podium very shortly indeed.
All the teams getting lined up there. Bit like herding cats at this hour. Everybody's tired but very excited to be over at the podium to get up and stand on the steps. We saw all the trophies being loaded up out of the road cases earlier on, and you can see the big trophy there on the stage for our outright winners. That is a massive achievement to get your name put on that trophy, and it's going to be the 669 WRT Team WRT getting their name engraved on that podium for 2026. Just getting things in order over there.
Got close in the latter stages for second and third in 992. We always knew that the win for 962 was pretty much a certainty because of the dominance in the opening 12 hours for the 962 crew, and well done to all involved there as well. Ralph Popelaars, Oep van Eindhoven, Robert De Haan and Wouter Boerenkamps, 3 semi-pros in the AM, and from the Dutch team you've got a full Dutch driver lineup as well. The envy of many others in the 992 camp, I think it's fair to say. 1 or 2 saying, well, they're good mates of ours, but they're not acting like mates out on the track because they're not giving us an inch. And a convincing victory in the end. But impressive that an AM car in 992 ran then the closest, in actual fact, and it was car number 924 that wins 924 Red Ant Racing for Simon Balkan, Mathieu Castelline, Pierre Castelline and Stephen Palette, who is an old hand these days in a cup car. He's the semi-pro element in that quartet. Again, heartbreaking GTX, particularly for the Janetta GT2 that led for such a long time, dominated the GTX category, and then had that crack in the silencer, which... well, the marshals wondered whether something had caught fire, actually. So we're spraying extinguishant into the car, which is never good on a race car. And Lippert Motorsport, long-time supporters of the GTX category with their Lambo Huracan Super Trofeo, end up winning it with the 710 car.
Returning champions from 2025 as well. The only returning champions to be on the podium this year in that 710 car. Gerhard Watzinger, Don Yunt, Fred Roberts, Malistan and Brendan Leach, and he did some fantastic laps over the night. If we look at the 795, hard for Michael Simpson, Jack Mitchell, Nicholas Prost and Andrew Bentley, just having to do that bit, but they got there in the end. Lionel Marouche brought the 701 Vortex home in third position, sharing with Philippe Bonnel, Thierry Condali and John Calderas.
And I don't remember when you and I have been on that the Vortex ever hit a kind of major drama for a number of years in the first version of the Vortex. It was a question of how many laps it might be able to do, and sometimes after 2 or 3 hours of a 24-hour race, it was already out. But they managed to complete 547 laps total and finish in third position in GTX. An excellent effort, and just shows you how much of a jump in progress this Vortex 2.0 has been.
Well, it completed the 24 hours. It didn't quite get to the end down at Yas last weekend, but very, very close. But let's have a look at, and I can't say enough about Cherney Motorsport in the GT4 category. 3 starts, 3 wins.
Yeah.
Malaysia, Abu Dhabi, and now Dubai. Wow, that BMW M4 GT4, it was well, as solid as a rock.
Yeah. And yes, they weren't necessarily up against, I think, any competition in Malaysia. They were the only GT4 car there. But you still got to finish a 12-hour race to get the points. So, and they were picking other opponents in the entry, cars of a similar speed that, you know, they've got banter with away from the racetrack, good friends elsewhere in the championship, and wanting a challenge. Well, they certainly got that this weekend, but stood up to it well.
Yeah, the car got beaten around fairly badly down the last race down at the Yas Marina circuit. But they kept it out there. But difficult circuit to overtake on, made it very, very difficult for them not to get bumped and battered. But they brought it home for the win. That's all they needed to do. And, well, Asbest Racing, our major support category for TCE, TCX, a great turnout for them again. And supporting that category. It's really difficult for those cars and drivers in those cars because the closing speeds down the end of the back straight are close to 100 kilometres an hour. And they've got to keep their eye on the rear vision mirror. Staying out of trouble out on track is always going to be an issue. And I think the teams that they handled it really well in the 102 car. They got through it. And I just got to find my 102 because I want to give a shout out to the drivers in that one. Pia Olsen, Lutz Obermann, Genichi Imamoto, Silas Passos, and Sebastian Schemmem did the good work there to bring that car home in first position in TCE.
Yeah, very easily you can overlook those categories that aren't necessarily on page 1 of the timing screen. Obviously, there are formats within timeservice.nl system to home in on the cars that you're interested in. And obviously, our major attention goes towards the fight at the front of the field. But we do try and give a bit of love as well to all of the other categories, particularly when we're giving you the rundown every couple of hours or so. It'll be exactly the same treatment for the European segment of the season. And if you head to the 24hseries.com website, that calendar is front and centre. But if you haven't got it already penciled in or inked in to your diary, let me remind you that towards the end of March, we'll be heading to Tuscany again for the traditional first round of the European season for the split 12-hour race in Mugello. We then head to Spa, to Paul Ricard, to the Nürburgring for the first time at the start of July, and then another 24-hour race in the middle of September for Barcelona. Well, Phil Anson and Johnny Palmer up here in the Global Broadcast Centre thoroughly enjoyed this year's race, and I know for a fact that John Hindhaugh, who's going to be looking after the podium now, will full-heartedly agree with that.
Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for all of your hard work, and also, of course, to Ben Constanduris and to Simon Hill, to Carla and Sarah in the pit lane, and to our responsible adult Eve Hewitt, as well as our production partners 0221, who brought us this enthralling, entertaining, and frankly tremendous 21st running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. We're up at the Apex Garden. If you aren't with us already, please make your way up here. We have a splendid array of silver and gold to hand out, not just for this race, of course, but for the Michelin Middle East Cup winners as well. And the highlight, of course, that huge trophy styled after the sunrise behind Arab that we have been handing out for over decades. Please, ladies and gentlemen, will you welcome onto the stage in our overall podium positions for GT3 cars representing Mercedes-AMG GT3 for the number 16 Winward Racing Team, Sergei Stolarov, Dan Aro, Maro Engel, and Lucas Stoltz. In second position after a race-long battle, representing BMW and the number 27 Team WRT, Stanislav Minsky, Mathieu Detrey, Thomas Kiefer, Julian Hansa, and Christopher Haase. And keeping us guessing right to the end, did they have enough fuel? Would they get there? Please welcome the winners of the 2026, make sure I get the year right there, Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, again for BMW, again for Team WRT, Fran Rueda, Kelvin von der Linde, Jordan Pepper, Ben Tuck, and Anthony McIntosh. Ladies and gentlemen, will you be upstanding if you can for the national anthem of the winning team, WRT, representing Belgium. Yes, round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. They deserve it. 24 grueling hours. Our VIP presentation party today consists of Mr. Chairman of Union Properties, Mohammed Al Fardan. Please give him a round of applause. The CEO of Union Properties Engineering, Amer Khan Sahib. And the General Manager of the Autodrome here at Dubai, Faisal, Al-Sahawi. Thank you, gentlemen. Let's have the beautiful trophies to be presented. And reminder, we have winners in the Michelin Middle Eastern Cup as well. Hard fought over 3 rounds. Malaysia in December, Yas Marina last weekend, and here at the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. Let's get the second place podium trophies up there as well.
uniquely for this event, of course, the 24-hour trophy itself. For the first position teams, we've got the girls' logos as well.
Ring round. Outstanding piece of architecture as much as a trophy. Lovely to start the week down at the Burj Al Arab earlier in the week for the drivers' briefing. Now, are we going to, Peter, are you going to move that trophy now? The big trophy? Excellent, thank you. Gentlemen, rather you than me on that. The precarious manoeuvre of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai trophy. Let's gather around that, spread yourselves either side. Photographers stand by, we've got something special for you once we get everyone together. Make sure, have we chalked up that trophy? Yes, we have. Well done, gentlemen. Now, something we've not done before. Let's raise the trophies, gentlemen, and celebrate with confetti. And let's have a whooping and a hollering, please, as well. Outstanding. I hope the photographers got all that. Thank you very much to our podium presentation VIPs. We'll see some more of the gentlemen in a moment. Will you put your hands together for our VIPs, please? Thank you. Now, of course, as we said earlier in the week at the drivers' briefing, not just the silverware for our winners in category, our 2026 timepiece sponsor, our Bomberg. And as we carefully roll that trophy, stay where you are, guys. Guys, can you stay where we are? We have the special edition Bomberg winners' watches. In motorsport, as in life, timing is everything. Thank you, guys. Put your hands together for the second and third, please. We'll leave our winners up there and get them the watches from our VIPs. A beautiful memento of the victory here in the 21st running of this August race. Once again, photographers, get your cameras at the ready, please, as I ask our winners from Team WRT, number 669, raise up your watches, raise up your trophy, and celebrate the historic win here this weekend. Thank you, gentlemen. And one more time, please, your appreciation for our winners after 24 hours of grueling competition. Let's move on to the GT3 Pro AM category. Again for GT3 cars, and again a category that was hard fought. I am not going to interrupt the guys getting their photographs taken in front of the big trophy. That's absolutely correct, I think. Thank you, guys. So we move on now to GT3 Pro AM, representing Ferrari, their 296 GT3. Very local team, very local indeed. The number 88 Dragon Racing Team, Giovanni Altoe, Khaled Al-Mazouk, Ramez Azam, Oliver Gotha, and Renzivich, Oscar Riviches, excuse me. Come on, Oscar.
In second position for Herbert Motorsport in the Porsche number 269, Max Moritz, Florian Spengler, Vincent Kolb, Sven Müller and Alfred Renard. And taking the GT3 Pro Am, also for Herbert Motorsport in a Porsche GT3R, the number 10 crew, Joel Sturm, Lurk Hartog, Ralph Bourne and Antares Au. Start the podium. We've swapped out our VIPs. Third place trophies to Dragon, Herbert taking the top two. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you to Julien and Jean-Philippe from Michelin and Fabio from Dubai Autodrome for our podium presentations. Thank you, gentlemen. And here are the winners' trophies. Let's get the watches as well before the photographers take the pictures that will be being beamed around the world tonight. Congratulations. I know it's difficult, gentlemen, with so much silver and gold wear in your hands, but can you get them up, please? Photographers, stand by. The last watch is just coming in here. Thank you, gentlemen. Trophies up, please. Photographers, take all photographs for GT3 Pro Am. And congratulations again. We move on to our final GT3 category for GT3 AM. GT3 AM in third position, representing Porsche and Line Speed GP, the 89 crew, Xavier Knauf, Grégoire Savet, André Latour and Gabriel Rendane. In second position for GT3 AM, for Mercedes AMG, Hofer Racing in the 11 crew, Chantal and Alexander Prince, Torsten Krantz, Maxi Bartel and Manuel Metzger. That's more like it. That's what I want to hear. And our winners in GT3 AM for Audi with their R8. Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, the 69 car, Alex Acker, Vasily Vladikin, Andrei Solokodsev, Mikhail Simonov, and Paul Shoiskna. And again, our Michelin and circuit representatives doing the honours for the podium presentations for our AM GT3s. Silver for the second place cars and gold for the winners. And once you have your trophies, gentlemen, if you'd look out front to the photographers, get those trophies up nice and high so that they catch the sunlight. Here come our Bomberg watches for category winners. I had one on my wrist for about 5 minutes earlier on in the week. Very beautiful thing. Trophies and watches presented, please, drivers. And will you, once again, ladies and gentlemen, pay tribute to our GT3 AM podium, Lion Speed, Hofer Racing, and Continental Racing by Simpson, your winners. Trophies up, guys. Here's the photos. And we move on now after our GT3 cars, which made up more than half of the field, let's remember. Just get the final photographs. Thank you, drivers. Thank you. We move on to our special GT cars. Oh, excuse me, we move on now to 992. And we have 2 categories for the 992s. The GT3 Cup overall. Will you welcome, please, in 3rd position, all of these are Porsche 992 Cup cars, of course, the number 910, 910 crew for Seb Lajoux Racing, Solan Amarouche, Enzo Julie, Sébastien Lajoux, Matthias Joubert, and Louis Barrault. In 2nd place, Red Ant Racing for the 9214. Simon Balcan, Mathieu Castellane, Pierre Castellane, and Stephen Patz. And from fairly early on in the race, our winners for the 962, that's a proper Porsche number as well, isn't it? 962. The Tierra Outdoor Racing by Fark, Ralph Papelars, Hoop van Eindhoven, Robert de Haan, and Wouter Boerkamp. And here come the trophies. And here are the gold trophies for the winners, to be rapidly followed by our Bomberg watchers. Quality entry right the way through the field of 65 cars that started yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, your 992 GT3 Cup class winners, Tierra Outdoor Racing by Fark, joined on the podium by Red Ant Racing and Seb Lajoux Racing. Trophies up, please, and photographers, please get busy with the shutters. Showing my age there. Thank you. And now for Nico, he'll move in closely. Get the watches, Nico. Well done, drivers, thank you for that. Our second 992 Cup class is for the AM-rated teams. We're in third place after 24 hours. HRT performance number 929, Greg Gorski, Silvan Pastoris, Giovanni Nucera, and Stephen Gambrell in third position. Our 888 team from Seb Lajoux Racing claimed runners-up spot here. Stefan Parin, nice to see Stefan back and on the podium. Anthony Vince, Louis Perrault, Alexandre Artemiev, and Sebastian Lajoux. And welcome back to, this time, the top step of the podium, winning in AM after being second in the overall category for 992. Red Ant Racing for the 924 team, Stephen Paulette, Pierre Castellin, Mathieu Castellin, and Simon Bolcan. Again, thank you to our representatives from Michelin and the Dubai Autodrome, doing sterling work there. And the Bomberg watches coming up as well. Once again, photographers stand by. We'll get those trophies and watches raised high for you. Get those trophies high, please. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for the 992 AM category, won by Red Ant Racing, taking a second overall and winning the GT3 Cup AM podium. Let's move on to the special GT cars. We call them GTX. Great variety of cars this weekend. Great supporters of the series in third position. Welcome for Vortex, the 701 crew, Lionel Amarouche, Philippe Bonnel, Thierry Gicondali, and John Calderis. in second position. They called it an extended test. They come away with a podium finish for the brand new Genetta G56 GT2 Team CMR, the 795 squad. Michael Simpson, Jack Mitchell, Nico Prost and Andrew Bentley. Glorious sounding supercharged V8 in that car. And our winners in GTX for Special GT, another long-time supporter of the Michelin 24-hour series and indeed the 24 Hours of Dubai. Welcome, representing Lamborghini in their Huracan Super Trofeo Evo, the 710 team from Liebert Motorsport, Gerhard Watzinger, Don Yount, Fred Roberts Mines, excuse me, and Brendan Leach. Sorry, my apologies. Fred Roberts and Mines Thalin. Excuse me, I read two lines. My fault. Sorry, gentlemen. However, you will still all get a trophy. Try to reduce your team by one member there. Thought I'd done a lot of steps in the pit lane this weekend. Podium presentations and the Creventic team back and forth across the grass here with the bronze, silver and gold wear. Getting their steps in as well today. Now the Bomberg watchers. And once again, if the photographers would stand by, we'll do a general shot of the photographers right out front, and then Nico will run up and do a tighter one. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, presentation party. Let's get those trophies up, please. Smile for the camera. Look down to the front. And a round of applause for GTX. And now, I don't know how Nico's got the strength to haul himself up off the ground there after all of his hard work. Thank you so much. Thank you, drivers. Excellent stuff. As we move on to our GT4 category, great to see a variety of machinery, including the new Toyota GR Supra GT4 Evo that ended up after a very tough race. Circuit Toys in the 444, Reece Lloyd, Jack Meakin, Ahmed El Khaja, Harry Reynolds, and Edward McDermott. In second place for SRS Team Zorg Rennsport in their Porsche GT4 Cayman 718, the 427 Benito Dargel, Nick von Essen, Stefan Epp, and Roman Dishnikov. And our winners, whether there's one car in the class or 10, they race the clock as well as their competition. Great endurance team. Czerny Motorsport for 445 team. BMW M4 GT4 G82 for Florian Sternkopf, Ivan Krapitsev, Joshua Bednarski, and Shiv Sapra. trophies coming up as well. And here come the gold trophies for our winners. And a set of Bomberg commemorative watches for the Czerny Motorsport team drivers. Thank you again to our trophy presenters. Drivers, raise your trophy, look happy. You earned this moment. Trophies up, photographers. Get the shots, and then Nico will run forward for the official photograph. We have two podium ceremonies, podiac ceremonies to come. Great stuff from our GT4 competitors. Thank you, drivers. Thank you very much indeed. We move now to the TCX Special Touring Cars and Silhouette vehicles. In third position, it was a great battle for third and second between two 718 Cayman GT4s. Asbest Racing, who brought 4 cars here this weekend, finished in third position with their Triple One car. Marco Grilli, Rawad Saradien, Dylan Bragi, Zaman Ali Jafar, and Desiree Muller. In second place for SRS Team Zorg Rennsport, a similar car, the 127 team for Ivan Elchik, Azat Kalmulin, Nikita Kulkov, Darian Donkel, and Aaron Venish. And after a hard-fought race, all of these teams actually had work to do on their cars throughout the 24 hours, the real spirit of endurance in this category. Please welcome your TCX winners for 2026. The number 102 team with the Cupra TCR DSG for Asbest Racing, Pia Olsen, Lutz Obermann, Junichi Umamoto, Silas Passos, and the man I always enjoy talking to in the pits who makes it all happen, Sebastian Sherman. Come on up. Well done. Second place trophies going up now for Team Zorg Rennsport. And the big gold trophies for Asbest Racing. Great supporters. Spoke to Sebastian in Malaysia. They had a single car there. He promised 4 cars for Yas Marina, and here they have delivered on that promise. Supporting the 21st running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai here in 2026. And the Bomberg watches will go out as well. Let's have those trophies and watches towards the cameras, please, drivers, as we celebrate the TCX podium here at the Dubai Autodrome. Trophies up, guys and girls, come on. Thank you, drivers. Outstanding effort just to get these cars to the end of the race, looking in their mirrors, having to avoid the faster cars. Brilliant stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying to honour all of our podium finishers. We have a single final podium to do, but really we have to congratulate all of the teams who took part, and particularly those who got to the end. Many personal milestones have been conquered this weekend. So let's now move to our final Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai podium. This is for touring cars, and it was a battle between the two Toyota GR Supra B-Spec GT4 Evos. A great initiative from Toyota Gazoo Racing Rookies team, run by KCMG, the number 107 team, all-female crew from Japan, Ryo Shimono, Miki Onaga, Emi Saito, Kokoro Sato, and Remi Sasaki. Thank you, ladies. You have brought so much joy to the pit lane. Second place. And our winners with the same type of car. Please welcome the 108 team from KCMG, Paulip, Marchile, Hopintung, and Andy Yan. Great to see a new manufacturer and a new type of car, and Creventic, as always, making sure that there is a class for these cars to race in, and they're battled all race long. Final thank you to our presentation party as the second and first trophies are presented. And of course the Bomberg watches to the KCMG driving squad. Trophies up, please, drivers, and get those watches front and center as well. Trophies up, please, for the photographs. And now Nico with the official photograph. And this is your touring car podium, our final podium celebration. To those of you here at Dubai Autodrome, to those of you around the world that watched and listened, we made history this weekend with the 21st running of the Michelin Dubai 24 Hours. We'll be back at around the same time next year, and of course we'll be racing again for the Michelin 24-hour series at the end of March when we go to Mugello, Italy. My name's John Hindorf. For everyone here at the Autodrome, the huge team that's made this happen, from Creventic and 0221, especially our marshals, the men and women in orange, without whom we can't go racing. What a cracker it's been. We have been entertained. Bye-bye for now.
Here starting at 1 o'clock this weekend. 5.3 kilometres, getting on for just over 3.5 miles.
Now we have a massive crowd here.
Biggest grids in GT3 and Porsche 992 Cup that we've ever seen. Historic numbers of cars. As the intensity is ramping up. As the green flag is in the air, and the Porsche straight away tries to get it out. It's a long run over the top of the brow and down towards the first corner. Behind the Pure Racing and right there. On challenge. Side by side through the first corner. Manoeuvre. This is going to be a bit closer. It's only 16 seconds as he goes on to his last lap now.
Between their brand new machine, the M4 GT3 Evo.
Congratulations, you've got the car home.